Attract your potential, become the best version of yourself, and achieve your biggest goals faster. My name is JJ Peller. I'm the author, and I'll be reading this full book to you. Thanks for choosing to listen. Remember, you can download the free AYP into Action guide and workbook that accompanies this audiobook over at jjpeller.com/AYP book resources. I want to encourage you to print that off and work through it while you're working through this audiobook. The exercises in the AYP into Action guide and workbook will help you anchor the ideas and lessons and make the insights come alive for you in a very practical way. Additionally, another strategy for maximizing the value you can extract from this audiobook is to have the physical book in front of you while you listen to this audiobook. Then you can underline, highlight, or somehow mark the ideas or sections that most speak to you that you want to ensure you remember. Taking this active approach to consuming this book will help the ideas sink stronger so you can make the positive changes and growth you want faster. If you love inspiring, encouraging, personal growth and development content like this book, I'd love to give you more value on a regular basis through my podcast, the JJ Peller Podcast, and my YouTube channel. Just search JJ Peller on YouTube and you'll find me. If you have any questions, you can email me at connect@jjpeller.com. And hey, however you choose to approach this audiobook, I sincerely hope that you enjoy it. Here we go. One of the big inspirations for writing this book is this quote that I'm about to share with you by one of the greatest personal development teachers and speakers of all time, Jim Rohn. Jim said, "Success is not to be pursued, it's to be attracted by the person you become." Introduction. Steve started his business nearly 4 decades ago. It's now a massively successful global enterprise selling its products to organizations all over the world. We were sitting at a local restaurant together, and I couldn't hold back my insatiable curiosity to learn about how he had achieved such tremendous success over the years. It was a golden opportunity to ask my favorite question of anyone I want to learn from. "Steve, what's the secret to your success?" Steve sat solemnly for a second as I could tell he was thinking of how to respond with a sincere and meaningful answer. Then he said, "JJ, no matter how high tech and automated this world and my business become, business is today and always will be about people. People are our most important resource." I was thrilled to hear this wisdom because it aligned with the way I view the world and it supported my personal philosophy for success. I'd submit to you that no matter how high tech and automated the world becomes, successful living is today and always will be about people. A question to consider. If success is so intimately connected to our relationships with people, what are you doing to master your ability to develop great relationships with more of the right people? What are you doing to attract more of the right people to you so you can open up more of the best opportunities? That's what this book is all about. Successful living is not about what you get. Successful living is about who you become and how you serve and add value to the lives of other people. I believe in the power of ask, believe, receive that's taught as the law of attraction. Unfortunately, it's often promoted as a way to quote unquote get your dream house or quote unquote get your dream car. Cool. But how meaningful and fulfilling would that truly be for you? Wouldn't you rather create and live your dream life? That's what this book helps you to do. Too many people work hard and climb to the top of the mountain of success only to realize they don't feel fulfilled. My goal with this book is not to teach you how to manifest nice cars, big houses, and more money out of thin air. My goal with this book is to help you become the greatest version of yourself in a way that helps you feel fulfilled through helping others along your journey. The insights, ideas, and strategies from this book will help you create and live an amazing life. Feel more alive, vibrant, and energized. If you're listening to this, you're not satisfied with staying where you are. And I applaud that. Life is way more fun when you're making progress towards your greatest potential. And why wouldn't you want to live a life with greater vibrancy, passion, energy, and excitement? The truth, as we become more, we can give more value to even more people. It's your responsibility to go after your greatest potential because in that pursuit, you can positively impact and enhance the lives of even more people. Feeling alive, vibrant, and energized in life is one of the greatest gifts I've ever experienced. And I'm confident that it can become one of your most cherished blessings too. Greater energy, vibrancy, and success won't happen by luck alone. You'll need the right beliefs, philosophies, and strategies. This book provides you with all of these. Why I wrote this book. You've likely started listening to this audiobook because you want more out of life. You want to experience the greatest things life has to offer. You want to maximize your life. You believe that life can be extraordinary. But let's face it, for most of us, we're not quite to the level we want to be at. You may have achieved some amazing things to this point in your life, but you probably also want more. You might be listening to this because you want to go to your next level, or maybe you haven't quite yet figured out how to create the success you want. Either way, one thing is for sure: you want more. You want to become more, do more, achieve more, and give more. Good. If you want to tap into more of your greatness, you're in the right place. I want to invite you to open your mind to the possibilities that this book will offer you. I didn't write this book for the people who want to limit their potential by focusing only on logic and reason for why they can or can't achieve something in life. I wrote this book for the dreamers. I wrote this book for the people who believe in the power of imagination and faith. I wrote this book for the people who want to believe in greater possibilities. My invitation to you is to stay open to possibilities as you listen to this book. I'm absolutely convinced that you can and will expand and enrich your life by listening to this book. I hope it's a book that inspires you and encourages you to keep your fire burning brightly and powerfully so you persist in becoming your best self. The world needs more people who want to be a force for good, create positive change, and make an incredible impact. I know that you can be that person. And I believe this book will be an encouragement for you to keep going through the struggles and challenges of life so that you can become the unstoppable force for good that you were created to be. I believe the philosophies and strategies in this book can help you to achieve your biggest dreams so that you can be a blessing to even more people and live an extraordinary life. I wrote this book because I know that if you and the other people who listen to this can learn to attract more of your potential using the ideas I share, the world can become a brighter, better place for all of us to live and thrive. The John Wooden approach. Imagine that you're a top rated high school basketball player and you decided to play your college career on the team of the greatest coach of all time in your sport. The team you decided to join won 9 national championships in the last 11 seasons and is expected to win another one this upcoming season, your freshman year. What would you expect to learn from this world-class coach during your first practice? Would you anticipate hearing him talk about successful strategies and game plans you'd be required to learn and execute? Would you expect him to talk about the intense, advanced drills you'd be doing every day at practice? Surely, the coach would start with something complex and advanced if the team is consistently great. What if, on that first day, you walked onto the basketball court for your very first practice with this elite team, the world-class coach started to instruct you on how to pull your socks onto your feet more effectively and how to tie your shoes nice and snug? Well, this is the exact approach of the man who is still considered one of the greatest collegiate basketball coaches of all time. John Wooden won 10 NCAA championships in his last 12 seasons with UCLA, including a streak of 7 in a row. Coach Wooden knew that the small distinctions made the biggest difference. If his players didn't put their socks and shoes on properly, they could end up with blisters and not be able to practice at their maximum capacity. If you've ever heard about his coaching style, then you know he had two major focuses: help his players become great people and help his team to be as successful as possible. You should know that successful, in Coach Wooden's mind, didn't necessarily equal winning a game. This is ironic since that's what resulted from his coaching. But winning games wasn't his main focus. Coach Wooden would say his team could win a game in terms of outscoring the opponent and still lose because they didn't play their best. Likewise, he would say that his team could lose a game in terms of being outscored by the opposing team, yet still win because they played their guts out and gave it everything they had. How was Coach Wooden so successful? He focused on helping players become great as individual people and as a collective team. For the most part, he did this by focusing on the fundamentals. Coach Wooden wanted his players to master the simple things. He knew that if they mastered the basics, they had a chance to be great. Without mastery of the simple stuff, no other strategy can be as effective. As you're listening to this, if you're thinking that you're too advanced for the fundamentals, ask yourself if you're currently living out your greatest potential. If your answer is no, then you need to get back to the basics. Mastering the simple things can change your life. For example, a successful friend recently told me that he was creating the greatest growth with his business when he was focused on the fundamentals. Dabbling in some of the neat new age strategies that are sold by some internet influencers as ways to achieve quick success will never last. In fact, they likely won't even work in the first place. The most successful people in the world all focus on the fundamentals in the specific areas they're great in. To master the fundamentals, we first need to be reminded of them. One of the quotes I share with people more than any other is by an author from the 1700s named Samuel Johnson. Samuel Johnson said, "People need to be reminded more often than they need to be instructed." Let this quote be the core ideal of the content you hear in this book. Same coin, two sides. This book is about two major things. Number one, becoming the greatest version of yourself. Number two, attracting more of the right people to you so you can help them access their greatest potential and ultimately help you and them live more extraordinary lives. These two major categories are not as much two steps as they are two sides of the same coin. On one side of the coin, if you want to attract more of the right people to you and help them achieve their goals, you must focus on becoming the greatest version of yourself. Likewise, on the other side of the coin, if you want to become the greatest version of yourself, you must focus on attracting more of the right people to you and helping them tap into their greatest potential. As Zig Ziglar famously said, "You can have everything in life you want if you will just help enough other people get what they want." Humans are social creatures. We're an interdependent species. We're wired to need one another. We're wired to find fulfillment, meaning, joy, and energy from connection with and contribution to other people. My mission with this book is to help you master the fundamentals of being the greatest version of yourself so that you can create even more success for more people, including yourself. You'll initiate a virtuous cycle of success for you and everyone you meet. By creating this vortex of success, you'll attract even more successful, high potential people to you, which will lead to even more success for you and for them. And that, my friend, will be a fun, fulfilling, passionate, exciting, and extraordinary life. A life-changing gift. I've received several important books from Tata, my grandpa, over the years, but one has positively and dramatically changed me forever more than any other. He handed me the first ever personal success book I ever read. Think Like a Champion, Building Success One Victory at a Time by two-time NFL Super Bowl winning coach Mike Shanahan. Coach Shanahan's journey of challenge and struggle to ultimately become a multiple time NFL Super Bowl winning coach was fascinating, inspiring, and it attracted me to him. If you've followed the NFL for any amount of time, you might be familiar with Coach Shanahan and his Super Bowl winning teams. They had some great players that were a phenomenal fit together, including John Elway, Terrell Davis, Shannon Sharp, and Bill Romanowski, to name a few. Creating and building a championship caliber team in any endeavor is about attracting the right people who will together be the right fit. When the right group of people come together, they can achieve significantly more than any individual could achieve by themselves. Could any of the players I just mentioned have achieved an NFL championship on their own? Absolutely not. It's simply not possible. Could Coach Shanahan have become a multiple time NFL Super Bowl winning coach without a team? Nope. No one, and I mean no one, achieves extraordinary levels of success alone. It takes a team. Listen, I could go on about the multitude of successful athletes and business leaders I've studied over the past 2 decades, but let me share the punchline. Successful people have a way of attracting other high potential people to them. Through attracting these high potential people to them, they significantly increase their own probability of achieving even greater success and tapping into more of their greatest potential. You've likely noticed in your local community that the people who are seen as successful often know many of the other successful people in the community. While we're striving for greater levels of success for ourselves, we need to connect and collaborate with other individuals who are striving for their own success in life and business. This book is not just about creating success in one area of your life, it's about creating success in every area of your life. When you attract your potential in the ways I outline and share with you throughout this book, you should experience even greater aliveness, vibrancy, energy, enthusiasm, and a sense of empowerment. This will allow you to create better relationships with your spouse, partner, or significant other, your children, your other family members, friends, coworkers, the people you lead, the people around you in the community, and your clients. For the majority of people, when they can create amazing relationships, they're in the best possible position to succeed and achieve at higher levels. How can you maximize this book? Take notes. Effectively listen to this book. Sit down with a pencil or pen and a journal or notepad of some kind. If something inspires you or strikes you in a powerful way, write it down. Reflect on what you hear. Don't let the information just pass you by. Engage with it. I encourage you to listen to this book over and over again. If it's a book that inspires and encourages you to go after your greatest potential and provides you massive value, listen to it often. Get intimately familiar with the content of this book. Mastering the content and ideas of one book can be more powerful and empowering than quickly breezing through 100 different books without any mastery of concepts, ideas, or strategies. Remember, this book is about maximizing your potential by attracting, connecting with, and helping other high potential people also maximize their potential. Invite friends, family members, coworkers, teammates, business partners, the people you lead, the people who lead you to grab this book and listen to it too. Then you can discuss it and help hold one another accountable. If you're confident this book is going to help you achieve your potential, why wouldn't you encourage the other people in your life to listen to it too? I truly believe that you're whole, resourceful, capable, and creative. You have extraordinary potential inside of you. The first step to achieving your greatest potential is believing that you have great potential, that it's possible for you to do extraordinary things and create and live an extraordinary life. The fact that you're listening to this book should be an indication to yourself that you have that belief, even if it's a tiny belief at this point. Whatever level of belief you have today, you can and should believe bigger. More is possible for you than you've even started to give yourself credit for. Listen to this book and allow yourself to be inspired, encouraged, empowered, and energized so that you expand your mind, enrich your thinking, make new decisions, take bolder, more courageous actions, and begin thriving in your life. Chapter 1. You need a dream team. On July 20th, 1969, a person stepped foot on the moon for the first time ever in the history of humanity. As Neil Armstrong took that first step onto the moon that day, he spoke the words that will live on forever. That's one small step for man and one giant leap for mankind. Neil Armstrong became instantly famous. The other person who stepped onto the moon along with Neil that day was Buzz Aldrin. Buzz arguably didn't become as famous as Neil, since Neil was the first person to step on the moon and said those famous words. Still, Buzz is recognized and remembered for the major role he played in the first lunar landing that included humans stepping onto the moon. But what about all the other people involved in making that lunar landing happen? It's so easy to forget that more people than just Neil and Buzz were involved in their journey to step foot onto the moon. How many were back on Earth, ensuring effective execution of this journey? NASA estimated that over 400,000 people were involved in Apollo 11's successful landing on the moon. That is a massive team of people. How often do you hear someone described as a self-made millionaire? You likely hear it most often when someone is being introduced to speak on stage, written about in an article, or talking about themselves. Here's the problem. It's not true. How can I say this with such certainty? Because no one is self-made. I understand the point they're wanting to make. They want to ensure people know that they weren't handed money and success. They worked hard and earned everything they have. I can appreciate that. But saying someone is self-made is just not true. In fact, the more successful someone is, the more help they've received from other people. You don't have to attract your greatest potential and success alone. And the truth is, you can't. If you want to achieve your greatest potential and success, you can't do it alone. The people who have created the largest companies in the world have had partners and employees. For instance, Melanie Perkins co-founded a business called Canva that is now worth over $15 billion, with her ownership value being just over $3 billion of that total company value. She worked with 2 other co-founders, 13 different investors, and over 800 employees along the way to build the business to that level of value. If you think the role of an employee doesn't count as someone who has helped someone achieve their greatest potential and extraordinary success, think again. Do you think Henry Ford made all of the vehicles himself? Without execution, an idea is worthless. Henry Ford needed other people to help him turn his dream into reality. Similarly, you need other people to help you make your dreams come to life. Bezos' blunder turned into brilliance. I've even heard Jeff Bezos, as of this writing, one of the financially richest people in the world, tell the story of the early days of his company, Amazon.com. You may have heard of it, when he and another person on his team were packing boxes to ship out to customers. I was encouraged by Jeff Bezos' humble beginning with Amazon. Jeff told the story of being on hands and knees alongside a team member while both of them were packing boxes of books to ship out in the early days of Amazon. He said they were both getting sore and uncomfortable just kneeling on the ground for so long. Jeff's team member said, "Jeff, we need to do something different to pack these boxes more easily." Jeff replied with, "You're right. I'll buy us some knee pads." Shaking his head, Jeff's team member said, "I was actually thinking we should get packing tables to set the boxes on top of so we can stand while we box things up." Jeff smiled while telling the interviewer this story. He laughed at himself for thinking of his genius idea to buy knee pads while his team member had the significantly better idea of buying tables to put the boxes on top of. This simple story of one of the world's wealthiest people demonstrates that no one, and I mean no one, not even Jeff Bezos, achieves outstanding results on their own. How much more confidence can you have in your own potential for success by learning about this story of Jeff Bezos? Here's another example. I'm certain that you've heard of the Broadway play Hamilton. It was an immediate sensation. Talk to anyone who has seen it, and they'll rave about how amazing it was. Although it was dreamed up and written by Lin-Manuel Miranda, dozens of people played roles on stage and backstage to deliver this remarkable performance. Do you believe that if Lin-Manuel Miranda had tried to play every role on stage, pull the curtains, take the tickets, and change out the stage props between acts, that Hamilton would have been as successful? We'll never know for sure. But I think we can say with confidence that it would not have been as successful if he tried to do it all alone. Everyone who has achieved and is achieving at the highest levels in this world, in any area of life, has had other people help them. Instead of saying super successful people are self made, let's start thinking about them as team made. As soon as you understand and believe this, your potential will automatically increase. You'll expand what you can achieve and who you can become. Open your mind to the idea that your success is absolutely dependent on forming a team that can help you tap into your greatest potential. Definition of team. Let's take a moment to get clear on what I mean by team. In the context of this book, your team is anyone you surround yourself with who can play any kind of role in supporting you, helping you achieve your goals, and turning your dreams into reality. Your team is made up of your personal and professional relationships. For instance, my team consists of my wife, my children, my family, my friends, my professional colleagues, and so many more. This is certainly not an exhaustive list. Grant Cardone, author, international speaker, and owner of 7 successful businesses, writes, "In order to become a millionaire, you need people. You need loyal, competent, and hardworking people on your side. When I changed my goals, I added a 0 to my numbers and people on my team. You're not going to reach your goals without having people involved." By sharing this quote, I'm not suggesting that you can only achieve your greatest potential by building your own business. I'm also not insinuating that your sole focus is on becoming a millionaire. I'm sharing this example to help you see and believe in the power of a team. Through this example, you can see that not even Grant Cardone can say he's self-made. He freely admits that his greatest successes in business only happened after he partnered with other people and built out his team. Who do you invest your time with? We become who we invest time with. Personal development guru Jim Rohn famously used to say, "We're the average of the 5 people we spend most of our time with." If you want to raise your level, get around other people who demand higher standards of you. Invest your time with people who will help you to feel empowered, inspired, and encouraged to go for more and achieve greater levels of success in all areas of your life. It's easy to stay in relationships with people because you've known them for a long time or because they're really nice people. If certain people don't help you become a better version of yourself, they probably aren't people you should invest a tremendous amount of time with. If you truly desire to achieve massive success as an entrepreneur, executive, parent, spouse, friend, leader, or anything else, you must be intentional about who you invest your time with. You might notice that I'm intentional about writing invest time and not spend time. This small shift in language can help you to value your time more. When you value your time more, you'll be more inclined to use it in better ways. If you have money left over at the end of the month, after paying all your bills and other expenses, you have 2 options. Spend it on something or invest it for the future. Some things are absolutely worth spending your extra money on, but if you want to build significant financial wealth, you'll need to invest that extra money instead of spending it. This is what your time is like. You can either spend it or invest it in a way that pays you over the long term. Which would you rather do with your precious, valuable time? Do you want to spend it frivolously or invest it so it can pay you dividends over time. Don't think that who you invest time with is only applicable to who you invest in person time with. You must also take into consideration people whose content you consume. You can have five of the greatest people in your life who bring your average up, but if you regularly consume low quality content of people who don't help you raise your level, your average will decrease. Imagine that you wake up early in the morning feeling great. You pull your blender out of the cabinet, set it up on the counter, throw some organic fruits and vegetables in it, and hit blend. It mixes up, and you pour it out. Yum! It tastes great, and it helps you feel healthy and vibrant. You have another super healthy meal at lunchtime. Maybe your lunch is a mixed greens salad with organic vegetables and cubed sweet potato on top. Hey, now I'm hungry. You're on track to make it a great day of healthy eating so you can feel outstanding and be your best. On top of your healthy eating, you're even drinking plenty of water to stay hydrated. What an amazing day! Then you go home and it's dinner time. Hey, you've been good all day, so why not treat yourself? So you get some sugary cookie dough ice cream and put it in a bowl with some marshmallows. That's your appetizer. Next, for your main course, you eat a quadruple cheeseburger fully loaded from one of those ridiculously unhealthy fast food places. And, of course, you get a bucket of fries and fried chicken wings to wash it all down. Question: can you say you ate healthy throughout this hypothetical day? I hope you don't say yes. Yes, you ate healthily for most of the day, but you did not eat healthily for the entire day. And that's your downfall in this made up example. The same goes for who you invest time with daily. Whether you're investing time with people in person, via television, the internet, books, or social media, they influence your thoughts, behaviors, and life. What we spend time consuming, social media posts, books, podcasts, TV, news, etc., is what will flow out of us. As personal development guru Earl Nightingale said, we become what we think about most of the time. If you consume junk content, you'll lower your level of thinking and therefore lower your level of who you can become. Yes, you are the average of the five people you invest most of your time with. That doesn't mean you should only have five people you spend time with. In fact, the more great people you can attract into your life to be on your team, the better the chances that you'll achieve extraordinary results in your life. The more awesome people you know and have great relationships with, the more opportunities you'll have opened up for you. For instance, just imagine that you're an amateur cake baker preparing to throw an incredible celebration for your favorite family member's milestone birthday, and you want to make the most amazing homemade cake the universe has ever experienced. But there's a problem. You don't have the one final secret ingredient that's required to unlock and unleash that just perfect taste that it needs to take it over the top so you can surprise and delight your favorite relative and be seen as a rock star in your family and in your community. This ingredient can only be found in the most remote places on the planet, and only the greatest cake bakers in the world even know where to find it. You live in a neighborhood where no one else is an extraordinary cake baker. In fact, the community you live in is completely void of any cake bakers at any experience level. Your multiple days of travel from the nearest community with the other cake bakers who might potentially have that secret ingredient. But the time for the celebration has arrived, and you're out of time and out of luck. You're unable to make the cake. As a result, you don't shine brightly like the rock star baker you know you have the potential to be. Also disappointing is that your relatives don't get the chance to experience your amazing gifts and talents in the kitchen. What if we tweaked one aspect of this mini tale? What if instead of being in a community void of cake bakers, you were in a community abundantly filled with the greatest cake bakers in the world? Moreover, let's imagine that your homes are snugly packed into the neighborhood and you engage in meaningful conversations daily about life and cake baking. In that moment, when you realize that you're one secret ingredient away from baking the perfect cake, you send up the bake signal, like the bat signal from Batman, but for cake bakers, and every one of the great cake bakers in your neighborhood instantly grabs the exact portion of the secret ingredient you need, throw open their front doors, and race to provide you with exactly what you need in order to achieve the creation of your dream cake. Of course, since you only needed one serving of the secret ingredient, you only took the portion brought over by one of the cake bakers. You'd be nearly overwhelmed by the abundance of resources available to you. Considering they were there and wanted to support you, every one of your cake baking neighbors stayed to provide guidance, support, and encouragement as you put the final touches on your masterpiece. Your relative is amazed, and you're viewed as a true rock star in your community. And you feel completely fulfilled because you were able to use your remarkable talents to contribute in a meaningful way to the lives of others. Can you see the power of having the right people in your life? Can you feel the sense of confidence that comes from knowing you're so closely connected with amazing people who want to help you tap into your incredible, limitless potential? Think of the most remarkable role model you would love to be like. What would happen if you invested time every day with this person for an entire month? Do you believe you would start to think, act, and talk like this person? At first, it might be only in subtle ways that you mimic this person, but eventually, you would embody more aspects of this person's thinking, being, and behavior. Think for a moment about who this person is for you. Who would you like to be like? What aspects of this person's character would you most like to emulate? How would your life improve if you took on these characteristics for yourself? What could become possible by embracing this new way of living? Other people can open doors for you that you never could open on your own. It takes people to create amazing opportunities. To create a life that's a masterpiece, you need remarkable people in your life. Build your team. Whether you want to be a great leader, teacher, parent, entrepreneur, executive, friend, community member, civil servant, or cake baker, decide that attracting a great team is the most important step to achieving your greatest potential. Remember, attracting championship caliber teammates into your life is not just about what you get from them. Yes, with a rockstar team, you'll be in a position to surpass your biggest goals faster. Maybe even more importantly, you'll be someone who can ignite the greatness inside of the people on your team. Don't you feel an awesome sense of fulfillment by helping to inspire others? You can live a more vibrant and passionate life by being a positive force in the lives of other people who have a desire to tap into more of their amazing potential. You can be that positive force. The question is, will you be? AYP into action, journal exercise. Okay, here's the first opportunity to dive into what I call the AYP into action sections within every chapter of this book. Remember, you can go over to the website, jjpeller.com/AYP book resources to download the full AYP into action guide and workbook for free as a bonus for getting this audiobook. And I just want to set this up so that you know you can either download that or you can get out a pad and pen or a journal and answer these questions and work on these prompts as I speak them to you now in this audiobook. So let's get started. The first question, who is on your team? Take a moment and think about who is on your team. And then we'll move into step one. Step number one, write out your list of your top 5 people you spend most of your time with in the space provided in the workbook or in your journal. Step two, evaluate each person on your list. You can evaluate each person on a scale of -10 to +10. -10 is someone who is completely dragging you backwards into negativity, pessimism, despair, depression, and a lower quality life. +10 is someone who inspires, encourages, and lifts you up to become your best self on a regular basis. Step 3, Add notes about how you want to engage in a relationship with each person going forward. So, as an example, write out the person's name who's on your list of 5, and then next to that name, write out how you want to engage with that person going forward. Chapter summary. Great success requires a great team. A great team consists of great people. You get great people on your team by attracting them. You become who you invest time with. Invest more time with awesome people and less time with not awesome people. People can open doors for you that you never could open on your own. Chapter 2. Expand your vision. Imagine you're a 5th grade student trying to read the slides the teacher is putting up on the overhead projector. As you look up at the projected words, you can't clearly decipher what it says. What do? Do you continue to sit there and do nothing because, well, you can't see clearly and it is what it is? Or do you do something to improve your vision, like go get prescription eyeglasses or contacts? Unfortunately, too many people face this vision problem with their vision of their future. They don't see it clearly, yet they aren't willing to do something to gain a more clear vision. This is the reason that many people don't make greater progress towards their greatest, highest, fullest potential. They can't even see where they're going. On a scale from 0 to 10, 10 being a great idea and 0 being a terrible idea, how would you rate the idea of getting in your car with a blindfold on that prevented you from seeing anything at all and then starting to drive? I hope you're with me here that this would be an absolutely horrific idea. Woefully, too many people go through life like this. Vision is what allows you to know the direction you need to go and fuels you with the energy and inspiration required to go there. Prospective psychology is a relatively new field of psychology, so you may have never heard of it before now. The researchers in this field refer to it as the science of prospection, which is defined as the mental representation and evaluation of possible futures. Even if you've never previously heard of prospective psychology, you may have heard of one of the famous psychologists exploring this new field. Martin E. P. Seligman is a leader in the field of positive psychology and the creator of the learned helplessness theory. Dr. Seligman is quoted as saying, "What if vision is not registration of the present, but a hallucination of the future?" This question can truly be a breakthrough question for you. What if you realize that who you are now doesn't have to be a representation of all of your past experiences, but could be a projection of who you are to become in the future? This view of yourself could change everything about how you live your life now and going forward. Prospective psychology is going head to head with the theory that says you are today a culmination of your past experiences. This could potentially be a powerful and, more importantly, an empowering paradigm shift for you, me, and everyone who chooses to see the world from this perspective. For instance, let's say you found yourself in a stressful, challenging situation that you had to find a way out of. How would your thinking and behavior change if you stopped and intentionally asked yourself the question, how would the best, most successful version of myself who exists 10 to 15 years from now handle this situation? Likely, you'd handle the situation very differently while acting as your most successful self in 10 to 15 years from now than you would as your current self. What if you lived every day with the mindset and attitude of your most successful ideal future self? How would everything change for you now? This type of psychological theory is just that, a theory. There's not actually a way to prove this is how humans operate. Researchers like Seligman can do empirical research and multiple different kinds of studies to provide evidence to support their theories. However, whether this theory of prospection can ever be proven is insignificant when compared with the power of belief in a theory. Let me add some more color to this canvas I'm trying to paint for you so you can see this concept more clearly in the next section. You have unlimited potential. I've heard him say this specific phrase dozens of times. Tom Bilyeu knows success. He built a billion-dollar company from scratch with two other business partners. Yes, another example of someone who achieved massive results with a team of people. If you want to become the best, you must study and learn from the best. Tom is one of those people you should study. The thing I've heard him say dozens of times: human potential is virtually limitless. This is a powerful statement that you should allow to sink in. How could your potential expand if you chose to take on this belief for yourself? If you don't take on this belief, then higher levels of success and achievement won't be as likely. What's the alternative to taking this belief on for yourself? To not believe that human potential is virtually limitless will greatly hinder your ability to achieve at higher levels because your brain will stop short of what it believes you're capable of. Your beliefs drive your behaviors. You can choose to believe any theory of psychology you want, like the prospection theory I mentioned a moment ago, and your belief in the idea or concept is what will make it come alive and work for you in your life. For example, I've been blessed to have a grandfather who truly believes that anything is possible. We call him Tata. In fact, I remember a time when Tata told me I have a really unique voice and that he believed I could be a famous singer if I wanted to be. Side note, he obviously had never heard me sing. He would say, if you can believe it, you can achieve it. I've always felt so inspired, encouraged, and empowered by Tata's belief in possibilities. When he said things like this, I knew that he didn't just believe in me, although I know he certainly did, but he generally believed in human potential and possibilities. What can become possible by having a belief that more is possible? Without belief, the possibility doesn't exist. And belief in possibility is strongest when you can clearly see the thing happening in the future. This is why a clear, inspiring vision is crucial for tapping into your maximum potential. Have you seen the movie Stand and Deliver? It's based on a true story of a teacher, Jaime Escalante, who believed in the unlimited potential of several underprivileged high school students who other teachers had given up on. Escalante could clearly see the latent potential sitting dormant that was ready to explode through these students. He knew that they simply needed a catalyst to ignite the possibilities of greater success in the classroom. Eventually, the students excelled at levels no one ever imagined, except for their courageous visionary teacher, of course. Sometimes we need to hang on to the belief that others have in our potential while we work to build our own sense of certainty about what we're truly capable of. When you start to believe that more is possible, two things happen. First, you expand your own potential because you'll open your brain up to new possibilities by believing bigger. Second, you'll expand the potential for the people around you, the people on your team, because belief is contagious. If you're willing to believe bigger and express that belief aloud, you'll inspire, encourage, and empower everyone around you to believe bigger too. Once the people around you believe bigger, they'll have the opportunity to tap into more of their greatest potential. Let me share a personal story that will help you gain a better grasp of this idea. For years, my wife and I talked about moving out of Indiana. It's an amazing place to live and raise a family. Still, we both grew up in Indiana and wanted to experience another part of the country. She pushed on it more than I did, or said differently, she believed in the possibility of moving out of state more than I did. She could see it so clearly. It felt super uncomfortable to move. I had lived in Indiana for 30 years. It was the place I called home. It would just be absolutely crazy to move out of state. My wife continually asked me about moving and where we might move and what it would be like. She showed me different places we could move to. After spending 30 winters in Indiana, my biggest desire was to move somewhere that didn't have snow in the winter. As much as I thought that would be really nice, I also didn't believe it was realistic. So time and time again, My wife would come to me with the request to move, and I always ended the conversation by saying something like, "No, I really don't think now is the time." Then, in the summer of 2020, with a 5-month-old baby and in the middle of a global pandemic, my wife came to me one day and said, "Hey, I found a beautiful apartment community in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina that we could move to. What do you think?" Without hesitation, I said, "Let's do it." She was shocked. I was shocked. I could hardly believe that was my answer. 2 months later, we moved nearly 1,000 miles across the United States to our new home in South Carolina. Here are 3 of the major lessons I learned from this experience that I believe can help you. Number 1, I never would have said yes if my wife didn't have the vision and the conviction and the possibility of moving 1,000 miles away from home in Indiana to a completely new place, which, by the way, we had never even visited. Yes, we moved sight unseen. Number 2, my wife's persistent asking helped my brain have a sense of belief that it was possible for us. No one would ask repeatedly to move to a completely new place with a brand new baby during a global pandemic if they didn't believe it was possible, right? If you desire something enough, never stop asking for it. Number 3, I infused belief back into my wife by eventually saying yes. Like I said earlier, she was shocked that I said yes without hesitation. The only way to complete her sense of belief in the possibility of moving was to feel a sense of belief from her other team member in this decision, me. My amazing wife and I learned dozens of life lessons and grew as individuals and together as a couple so much through making the move. I can confidently say it was absolutely the right decision for us. By seeing a big, exciting vision of what's possible and taking action towards that vision, you give yourself an incredible opportunity for astounding growth and success. In the next section, let's start to figure out what you want. What is your future vision? What's your vision for the life you want to create? Like I said before, many people wander aimlessly through life without a clear vision for who they want to become and what they want to create. If you want to tap into your limitless potential, you must start by envisioning what that potential could possibly look like. What's the vision you have for your future? If you're thinking, "I don't know what I want," stop. Stop saying that. That's a form of hypnosis. People don't know what they want because the thing they say to themselves over and over is, "I don't know what I want." What if instead you said, "I know exactly what I want," or "I'm figuring out what I want now"? Even if you don't come up with a crystal clear vision in that moment, can you see how this question is significantly more empowering and helpful than, "I don't know what I want"? Your brain will search for answers to any question you ask it. Ask yourself better questions to get better answers. If saying, "I know exactly what I want," or "I'm figuring it out now," doesn't feel completely authentic, you can instead ask yourself the question, "If I did know exactly what I wanted as the vision of my life, what might that look like?" Incredibly, this question will open your brain to the virtually limitless possibilities that exist in the universe. It will empower you to be creative because you're not asking for a definitive answer. You're asking yourself for the possibilities. This question will encourage your brain to come up with what it expects might be some potential solutions. Just like all great athletes need a coach to help them move forward faster to better results, your brain needs you to coach it to create amazing outcomes. Your brain can be convinced of anything. Do you want your brain to work for you instead of against you? If your answer is yes, then start telling your brain how you want life to be, and it will work to find solutions. When you do this, opportunities will seemingly pop up out of nowhere. You can start attracting opportunities to you by thinking about what you want to create in your life. Imagine you're going on a long road trip to somewhere you've never been before. What's one of the first things you do before starting to drive? Of course, you'd plug in the destination on your phone or vehicle GPS application. Why? Because you need directions for exactly how to get where you want to go. For this example, let's assume you're using the Waze navigation app. In order for Waze to tell you exactly which roads to take and which roads to avoid, you must first plug in the address of your desired destination. You can even plug in other stops you want to make along the way. I once used Waze while making a road trip across the country. While we were driving, Waze even informed us about vehicles that were stopped on the side of the road as we were approaching them. This helped us to get over into the other lane to avoid a potential disastrous wreck on the journey. Additionally, at one point on the drive, vehicles slowed to nearly a full stop. Waze directed us to get off the highway to take a faster route through some back roads. Eventually, we reconnected with the main route, but we were able to completely avoid sitting in stopped traffic on the highway due to the accident. This is how your brain can work for you. You must plug in your desired destination and all of the important information so it can guide you as quickly and efficiently as possible towards the place you want to go. To keep with the metaphor, too many people get in their vehicle for a long road trip to go somewhere they've never been before, and they don't even plug their desired destination into Waze. They simply hope they'll end up somewhere. The strategy of not using Waze is a surefire way to get caught in traffic unnecessarily and slow your progress to nearly a halt. Wouldn't you like to go faster and further? Wouldn't you like to see how far you can go? Life can be a fun and fascinating adventure. Use your brain effectively, and you'll have an outstanding experience. Sometimes it works almost like magic. Early in my career, while I was still working as a financial advisor, I had visions of speaking with large groups of people all around the country. I was obsessed with this vision. One Tuesday afternoon, I was sitting in my office during my lunch hour, envisioning myself speaking in front of a large group of people. As I was thinking about companies I could reach out to about having me come speak with their employees, I thought to myself, what types of people can I really help through my speaking? My brain came up with this answer: entrepreneurial types who work for a larger organization. What types of business might this include? I wondered. Answer: real estate agents. I knew that real estate agents were entrepreneurial types who typically work under the brand umbrella of larger companies. Next, I thought to myself, what real estate companies might have large national events that they hire speakers for? The first two companies that came to mind were Remax and Century 21. I began researching both companies and their regional and national events they typically hosted throughout the year. After 15 to 20 minutes of research, I decided I had learned enough information for the moment. The next step in my plan was to start seeing who I knew at both companies who might help me gain the opportunity to speak at one of their conferences. But I decided that this step would have to wait for another day. The next morning, I was sitting in my office with my phone face up on the desk. It started to ring. I looked down and it said Michael Burke. I was surprised. Michael is a fraternity brother of mine from college. He was a senior when I was a freshman. We hadn't connected in 4 or 5 years. I had no idea why he was calling me. I answered. Hey, Michael, how are you? We started with some pleasant conversation to simply catch up, but this lasted less than about 60 seconds as I was really curious to know why he was calling me. I was certain he had a specific reason for reaching out. Michael said, I'm calling you because I've been seeing some of your posts on Facebook about speaking with different organizations, and I would love to have you speak with my team. I thought to myself, amazing! Another opportunity to speak with a group of people. I was thrilled. However, I didn't remember who he worked for. I was curious who his team was. Since we hadn't connected in years, I really wasn't in the loop on where he was or who he worked for. Then my mind recalled of the last company I remembered hearing he was with. My face lit up with a smile as I asked him to confirm what I already knew was true. Michael, do you work for Remax? Yeah, I own an office in Muncie, Indiana with about 20 agents. I'd love for you to come speak with all of them. The day after I thought about and visualized myself speaking with real estate agents, specifically Remax real estate agents, I received a call from a friend who I hadn't connected with in several years. And he invited me to speak with the real estate agents at his Remax office. Does this help you believe in the power of visualization? Now, am I sharing this story to suggest to you that if you simply visualize the results you want, that opportunities can just flow to you? Yes, that's exactly what I'm suggesting. Does visualizing guarantee that the things you visualize will become reality? Nope, not at all. Visualizing the outcomes you want is a powerful exercise. Something special happens when you visualize. It's almost like magic. You'll start to raise your frequency of energy, which will attract people and opportunities to you. Am I suggesting that if you just visualize and put your thoughts, ideas, and dreams into the universe, that good things can happen? Again, yes, I am. The universe is nearly 100% energy, not physical matter. As Dr. Joe Dispenza informs us in his book, Becoming Supernatural, so everything in our known universe, although it may appear to be solid, is actually 99.999999999% energy or information. A few examples of things that this includes: the book or device you're holding, the chair, couch, or bed you're sitting on, the table you sit at for breakfast, the desk you work at, the ground you walk on. All of these things are 99.999999999% energy or information. Isn't this an incredible truth to realize? What's possible now with this understanding? If everything is 99.9999999% energy or information, then creating your desired reality is a significantly easier task. You've likely heard someone say, thoughts are things. And this is why. Things are simply energy and information, and so are your thoughts. And if your thoughts are energy and information, and the material world is made up of energy and information, then you already have exactly what's required to create any reality that you truly desire and believe in. But the key is that you must believe. Believe bigger. Your energy works more like a light dimmer control than an on off light switch. With an on off light switch, the room you're in is either filled with light or it's completely dark. There's no in between. However, with a light dimmer control, you can choose the level of lighting to expose the room to. As an example, if you're wanting to read a book before bed, you might want the dimmer turned up a bit more so you can see the words on the page. But if you only need just enough light to not run into the bedside table, you might keep the lights dimmed rather low. Your energy is kind of like this, except in one respect. You have an incredibly bigger range for your energy level. In fact, your energy capacity has no ceiling. If you want to, you can take your energy through the roof into the sky and past the moon and stars. Your energy capacity can grow every day. The problem is that many people tend to believe that their energy capacity is limited, like the light dimmer control. When you raise the light dimmer, eventually the switch stops and the light can't be turned up any brighter. Luckily, your energy doesn't work like that. But one thing is required in order to expand your energy and your potential: belief. One of the most powerful ways to elevate your energy is to believe bigger and envision a more enriched and expansive future. I can guarantee that what you currently believe is your greatest potential is only a fraction of what you're actually capable of. Whatever big vision you currently have for your life is tiny compared to what you can accomplish. I'm not saying this to bring you down. I'm saying this to help you expand your mind about what you're capable of. I'm not here to tell you what your potential is, because your potential is even greater than what I might believe you can accomplish. I'm also not here to tell you what success should look like for you. I'm simply here to help you enrich yourself so you can live an extraordinary, exalted life. Do you want to have greater energy in your life at any moment that you want to have it? Whether you want more energy to play with your children, to be more active in your community, to achieve higher levels of professional success, or to show up better for your spouse and friends, you can always turn up the dimmer control of your energy. Realize the truth. Turning up the dimmer control of your energy is an ongoing process. You must believe that the dimmer control of your energy can be turned up to elevated levels before you'll actually invest the time and effort to turn it up. You can, and you must. Whatever vision you have for yourself, you can get there faster by believing bigger and envisioning a better future. What happens when you hear people talk about the big, bright future they envision and expect to create? Do you become inspired and excited? What happens to your energy? How does your mindset shift? Maybe you're like me. Whenever I hear a bold vision for the future, I'm inspired and I feel empowered. Something happens to my spirit when I hear someone confidently tell of the future they're creating. Their certainty inspires me with a sense of freedom that I can believe big too. Because I gain a greater sense of freedom and inspiration, I feel more connected to that person. I want to be around that person. I want to build a relationship with that person. Being around that person makes me feel great. Have you ever listened to an inspiring leader talk about the future they're passionately working to create and thought to yourself, I would follow that person anywhere? What has that person done by confidently expressing a bold vision of the future? They've attracted you to them. You can do this too. Also, you don't have to express your vision aloud to have the energetic impact of the vision. Expressing the vision aloud multiplies the power of the vision because what you say has more power than what stays in your head. However, if you can clearly see the vision you desire and it excites and energizes you, which leads you to having a higher energy frequency, people around you will literally feel your energy whether you say anything aloud about your vision or not. This energy is what attracts people to you. Your positive, good vibration energy will radiate out of you like rays of light beaming from the sun, and people will feel it coming from you. You'll warm the hearts and souls of the people around you, and they'll want that warmth. You'll be like a bright, burning fireplace in a home on a cold winter night. People will want to be near you. The people who are attracted to you might not even be able to fully express themselves and their reasons for wanting to be around you. But they'll say things like, I don't know what it is, but I want to be around them. You can train yourself to believe bigger and see a grander vision for your life. And you must. What are some areas of your life that you want to believe bigger in? Do you want to believe that you can have more energy? Do you want to believe that you can easily attract more of the right people to you with your feel good energy that you radiate powerfully everywhere you go? You can develop and improve this area of your life. Keep working on it, keep believing bigger, and just keep going. Make a vision board. As I've said before, you must train your brain to know exactly what you want to create. One way you can remind yourself daily of the life you're creating is to look at a vision board. Print pictures of experiences and things you want in your life and glue them onto a poster board. Every morning when you wake up, look at your vision board. Look over the photos on the board and begin visualizing the life you're creating. Your mind is powerful. In order to maximize your potential, you must give your brain the chance to work as it was created to. Let your innate human capabilities work for you. You can do this through visualization. Use a vision board to prompt your visualization. Use the images on your vision board as catalysts to begin a visualization exercise every morning. Have photos related to different areas of your life. Allow yourself to be creative and think big. Don't hold anything back. Allow yourself to dream bigger than you've ever dreamed before. Get lost in your vision. It's like going for a walk in the most amazing, scenic, enjoyable place you could ever imagine going. What would it be like to go to your favorite vacation spot without a time limit? Assume you can go anywhere with your visualization. What do you want to visualize yourself doing or being? Here are a few ideas to help you catalyze your own effective visualization exercise. See yourself doing your dream professional work, being an amazing spouse or partner, playing with your children and smiling while you and they enjoy life, traveling to a place in the world you'd always wanted to go, exercising and feeling physically strong, fit, and healthy, eating a healthy meal that tastes great and enjoying it, living with attractive magnetic energy, staying positive and optimistic through a challenging experience, having an important conversation with someone you care about, successfully starting and building your dream business, walking down the street as an incredibly successful person. AYP into action. What do you want to experience through your visualization exercise time? Conjure up some ideal images that you'd like to spend time seeing and experiencing with your mind's eye. You can simply think through them or jot them down on the lines in the workbook or your journal. Remember what Albert Einstein said, imagination is everything. It is the preview of life's coming attractions. Just because something hasn't happened yet doesn't mean you can't start to see it as a truth in your life. In fact, many successful people have seen their success long before it happened. Think about the athletes who win major championships. They often say things like, I used to imagine myself playing in this game and winning the championship when I was a little kid. They created the outcome they wanted in their mind before it ever happened in reality. The more you visualize the future you desire, the more your brain becomes comfortable with that vision. And as your brain becomes more comfortable with that vision, the more you'll attract opportunities and people into your life who can help you to fulfill and create that vision. It's kind of like driving a car for the first time. When you first drove a car, how easy was it? It likely didn't feel natural at first. Now, if you've been driving for even just one full year, it likely feels like second nature. You probably don't even do much conscious thinking while driving. You just drive. My wife and I were having a serious, thoughtful conversation while driving to the store once, and she said to me, "It's crazy that we can think about and focus on so many different things while driving." Yes, it is crazy. Our brains are incredibly powerful and capable. As you visualize the things you want to do, the person you want to become, and the experiences you want to have, your brain will become more comfortable with these things and they'll happen easier. It will eventually just feel like the natural way of living for your brain. It will become as automatic as driving. If your brain is uncomfortable with a situation, it will cause you to feel stress. If you feel too much stress, you won't perform at your best. Studies and experiences of elite performers show that humans tap into their greatest potential and perform at their highest levels when they're in the flow state. Or you may have heard it called feeling in the zone. The more comfortable you can make your brain, nervous system, and entire body, the more likely you are to perform in the zone and create the results you want. Attend the theater in your mind. What's the last movie that you watched and really found yourself engrossed in? It likely grabbed your emotions so strongly that at certain moments you even felt you were in the movie. Have you ever watched a scary movie or a thriller and something happened that you absolutely didn't expect, so you jumped? Or have you ever watched an action adventure movie where the good guy was chasing down the bad guy in a car or running after him and you felt yourself in the action so much that you almost moved your head or body with the movements of the actors? With enough of the right ingredients, you can help your brain and body feel like you're in a situation just by using your imagination. I'd like to now share with you a strategy that I first learned about from Gary Mack's book, Mind Gym. He calls this exercise theater of the mind. It's simple and effective. Start by closing your eyes and, in your mind's eye, put yourself in a movie theater. And on the big screen, see yourself living the perfect vision you have for your life. Watch it like a movie. Think about these things. What are you saying? What are other people saying? Where are you? How do you look? What music is playing in the background, if any? Like any major movie, add as much detail, color, and sound as possible to make it feel even more real for you. Make the movie have big, bold, and bright colors. As you continue to watch this movie of your ideal life, begin moving closer to the screen. Eventually, with practice, you'll be able to put yourself into the movie. You'll no longer be watching yourself from an outside perspective. You'll be in your own body, experiencing the vision as if you're living it in real time. If you're still struggling to visualize yourself achieving your goals and living your amazing ideal life you imagine, stay calm and optimistic. Again, visualization is a skill like driving a car that can be learned, developed, and improved with practice. Another strategy to help you: visualize other people who are successful in the way you want to be successful. Who in your life is successful the way you want to be successful? If you want to be a great business person, who do you know who is a great business person? If you want to be great at sales, who in your company or in your industry is consistently the best? If you want to be a great parent, who have you met who you believe is a great parent? Recall in your mind how you've seen that person act and speak when they're successfully doing what you want to do. Visualize what they do when they're performing at their best in that area. Eventually, as you become more and more comfortable and familiar with visualizing another person's success, allow yourself to step into the life that you've been visualizing. Sometimes we have a hard time seeing ourselves achieving extraordinary results. We're more likely to believe someone else can do it, especially if they're already doing it. Remember, there's not just one way to do visualization. Whatever way your mind works is the way for you to start using this powerful exercise. If you're not quite ready to fully step into visualization of yourself in your ideal life, start where you are. The best thing you can do is to accept whatever visualization practice works best for you. Some people will clearly see themselves in the images they see in their mind. Other people will see the scene, but they won't be in it. Some people will see the same scene for several minutes. Others will see one scene for a split second, and then another, totally different scene, and then another in rapid succession. As an example, if you want to be a motivational speaker, practice visualizing people like Brendan Burchard and Tony Robbins speaking on stage. You can watch videos of them delivering with extraordinary skill and enthusiasm in a way that helps people to make positive changes. At first, you don't have to know what it would be like for you to speak on stage in front of thousands of people like they do. You can create imagery for yourself based on what you've seen others do. When your mind is ready, you can replace Brendan or Tony in your mind with yourself. Then it becomes even more real for you. Not able to make this shift easily yet? Stay calm, relaxed, and cheerful. You'll eventually find your groove with visualization. Like a performer pulling a rabbit out of a hat, something almost magical happens by visualizing yourself living the life you want. Good things will start to happen for you. Visualization is a skill like any other. It might feel awkward at first. Eventually, it will feel more natural. Commit to some form of visualization at least once per day for a few minutes. Personally, I find the best times for my visualization include first thing in the morning when I wake up and as I get into bed to go to sleep for the night. Science will also tell you these are the best times as your brain is in the optimal state for self suggestion. Think of hypnosis. Have you ever been at an event where a hypnotist performed? I remember attending a hypnotist show at the local county fair in high school. The hypnotist invited several people onto the stage. After spending the first several minutes working to get the participants into a deep state of relaxation, the hypnotist then invited the participants to do crazy things like run around the audience, barking like a dog and crowing like a rooster. It certainly was an entertaining thing to watch. A major aspect of successful hypnosis is getting the person being hypnotized into a deep state of relaxation. We're most suggestible to ideas and beliefs when we're extremely relaxed. With this perspective, I'm sure you can understand why first thing in the morning and at bedtime are the best times for visualization. Visualization is essentially the act of hypnotizing yourself into believing that the future you want to create is not only possible, but certain to happen. If you're willing to invest enough time visualizing the future you want, you'll eventually become absolutely certain the future you're visualizing is going to become reality. Your dream future won't be a matter of if it will happen, but when it will happen. Soon enough, you'll say to yourself, I know it sounds crazy, but I have this sense of certainty that my dreams will become reality. I don't know how long it will take, but I know the things I want to have happen are happening. Believe that your vision is already happening. Don't think of your dreams as one day they will happen. Think of your dreams as already in process. You might not be experiencing your dream life yet, but it's happening. Another way to think of it is that God is behind the scenes starting to put things into motion. Everything that's happening in your life now is building towards the things you're most excited about in your future. You might not feel like you're making progress towards your dreams, but I have confidence that if you know where you want to go and you continue to imagine, visualize, and dream about the future you want, it's happening. Your dream is in the process of becoming reality. As you visualize your future and feel gratitude for it, you will ignite new excitement in your whole body. And your excitement, energy, and gratitude will attract other people to you. This is the punchline. Something happens behind the scenes in the universe when you visualize. Your life is like watching a great Broadway play. There are an astounding number of things happening behind the curtains, but the audience watching is completely unaware of it. The audience sits and watches the scene being played out in front of them on stage. Even though the next scene will happen as certainly as the sun will rise in the morning, the people viewing the current act aren't sure what will happen next. But the correct character and props make their way onto the stage as if they were there the whole time. To the audience watching, it feels seamless. You must create the next scene of your life by imagining it vividly every day. And as you play out your current scene on the stage of life, things will be moved around and positioned behind the curtain to prepare for your next scene of life, the one you've been dreaming about. Additionally, something powerful happens inside of you that turns you into a magnet for opportunities and relationships. The shifts inside of you are significantly more important than what happens outside of you. By shifting your internal state through visualization and believing bigger, you'll begin becoming a person who is best positioned to attract new friends, relationships, opportunities, resources, and experiences. Little by little, day by day, more good things will happen for you. Your life will enrich and expand. And as your life enriches and expands, you'll begin to believe even bigger and visualize more of the success you desire. This process of visualizing and believing in your potential leads to even more success. It becomes a powerful, empowering, positive, virtuous, unstoppable cycle. A powerful, inspiring exercise that works hand in hand with visualization is goal setting. When you set goals that inspire, excite, and energize you, you're more likely to create the results you want. Goal setting is a vital aspect of successful living. In the next chapter, I'll help you to realize, or to be reminded of, the power of goal setting, and we'll dive into how to set goals that inspire you and help you to attract more of your potential. AYP into action. Invest time journaling about your future vision. In your journal, put today's month and day at the top of your journal. Add in the year that's 10 years from now. As an example, if today you're listening to this and it's November 11th of 2023, at the top of your journal entry, write November 11th, 2033. Now, put yourself mentally and emotionally into the future 10 years from today and spend a few minutes writing about your life as it's happening. You could even write things such as, last week I fill in the blank. Get creative and have fun. Allow yourself the freedom to write whatever comes to your mind. Don't filter, just let the ideas and visions flow through you onto the paper. This exercise should energize you and excite you. It should light you up. Remember, one of the major results of visualizing is to raise your energy frequency and enthusiasm so you can attract more people to you. Think about the person you want to be. What's your health and physical fitness like in your ideal future life? Where do you live? What's your job? Are you a business owner? How do you spend your time in a typical week? What's your family like? What are your traits and characteristics? What's your income level? What's your house like? Do you travel with your family? Do you travel for work? Write out anything and everything about how you and your ideal life appear in the future you most desire. Allow yourself to be open to possibilities. Remember, human potential is virtually limitless. Journaling about your future life is a skill like any other. Repetition is required to become better at it. Start wherever you are. If you only write one page or half of a page, start there. Consider writing out something about your vision every day. Some days you might invest more than 20 minutes journaling about the vision of the future that you're creating. Some days you might write for less than 5 minutes. Do this exercise regularly to ingrain this vision into your brain, nervous system, and subconscious mind so you can bring it into reality faster. Chapter summary. You need a clear vision of your future to know where you're going so you can stay excited, energized, and fueled to keep going. Behave and to make decisions as your future self to improve your actions in life now. Having a big, bold future vision will attract more of the right people to you. Create a vision board to help you see the future you want to create. Spend time in the theater of your mind to condition your mind and body to know the future you're working towards. Writing your future vision in a journal is a powerful way to ingrain your vision into your brain and nervous system. Chapter 3: Set attractive goals. My wife and I were sitting at a coffee shop in Denver, Colorado, enjoying a morning coffee. Then I heard it. A man and a woman, both in their 50s, were sitting about 10 feet behind us having a conversation. The woman said to the man, "You need to get a coach. I hired a coach, and it was one of the best investments I've ever made." At this point, I started really listening. He was an executive with an organization that was being purchased by a larger organization. After the company he worked at sold, he would no longer have a job. The lady knew that hiring a coach would help him to figure out what he wanted to do next with his life and career. Why did I hear this conversation? Many other conversations were also going on around us at this time, and this one caught my attention. You may have heard of the reticular activating system, RAS. It's the part of the brain responsible for screening for information that's important to be aware of. If we didn't have this function in our brain, we'd pay attention to everything happening around us, and none of it would stand out. We need things to stand out because it allows us to focus solely on what can be most beneficial for our lives. The RAS is working on your behalf all day long. It doesn't take a break, and it works subconsciously. You don't control it, but you can influence it. You can intentionally leverage it to your advantage. How? By teaching it what's important to you. Your brain can only know what's important to you based on what you tell it. If you don't tell your brain that anything is important, then the only things it will pay attention to will be the things it chooses for you as important. It's kind of like Amazon's Alexa voice application. Several people can be in a kitchen making dinner and having multiple conversations, and Alexa won't do anything. But as soon as someone says, "Alexa," you've got its attention. Now, Alexa will listen to you. Likewise, many things can be happening around you that your brain won't pay attention to. But once your brain recognizes something you've explicitly told it to pay attention to, it's like saying "Alexa" to your Amazon device. Your brain will listen and respond. The reason my RAS brought my attention to the conversation between the man and the woman at that particular time was that I was in the early stages of transitioning from my career as a financial advisor to my new career as a coach. And I was on the hunt for clients. My brain brought my attention to anything and everything related to coaching opportunities. I was constantly thinking about coaching and bringing on more clients. I set goals around the number of new clients I wanted to bring on. Because I was consistently writing out my goals, it was easier for my brain to know exactly what I wanted. My brain knew precisely what I required it to pay attention to. You can wire your brain to do the same. Let's dive into how now. Attractive versus massive. Imagine for a moment that you and I are hiking together and come to a fork in the trail. We must choose only one of the two paths to traverse. Luckily, signposts at the fork tell us what we'll find down each path. The signpost pointing down the first path says, "See the largest boulder in the world. It looks like a typical large rock, but it's massive." The signpost pointing down the second path says, "Hold a rock that will fit in your hand and has the most magnificent color spectrum and design you'll ever see in your lifetime. It glows and shines amazing colors that you've never seen before, and you will never see this anywhere else." Which path would you want to choose? Neither choice is wrong or bad. Both paths will lead you somewhere that you'll see an amazing, unique creation in the world. But if you're sitting there thinking, wow, both would be pretty cool, then you've realized the point I want to make here. Just because one of the rocks is massive doesn't make it the more exciting choice. You must think about goals differently in order to accelerate your success. Too many people in personal development promulgate the idea of setting massive goals. Unfortunately, massive goals can feel overwhelming for some people and actually stifle progress. If you don't take action because you feel overwhelmed, how quickly will you move forward? Answer: you won't move forward at all if you don't take action. What you really need to have are attractive goals. Goals don't have to be massive, overwhelming objectives. They simply need to be attractive to you and to the people who will help you achieve them. Three major benefits of attractive goals. In order to feel inspired to set attractive goals, you need to be convinced that it will be worth it. Would you work out intensely for an hour at the gym or brush your teeth every day if you didn't believe there would be a payoff? Of course not. So let's start with what you'll get by setting attractive goals. The three benefits I list here will help you feel excited and fired up to set attractive goals so you can go after them with relentless passion and enthusiasm. Benefit number one: energy and motivation. You recharge your phone every day so it has a full battery for use at full capacity. Goals act as the recharge station for your internal fuel system. Attractive goals can keep you going and doing the necessary work every day. When you write out goals, something significant happens internally. You become excited, energized, and inspired. If your goals don't excite, energize, and inspire you, you need to set new goals. I titled this chapter Set Attractive Goals because attractive goals are more likely to inspire you to act. The purpose of goals is not just to have a target to hit, that's only a portion of the objective. The more important reason for having goals is to fuel you to execute daily in a way that moves you closer towards your goals. Anytime you feel like your internal inspiration battery is getting low, review your goals for a recharge. Your goals should be so attractive to you that you're immediately flooded with a renewed sense of purpose and passion when you look at them. With this restored excitement and a sense of electricity running through your body, you'll do the things necessary every day to move closer to the goals you set for yourself. Typically, the stuff you must do every day to make progress towards your goals won't always be sensationally exciting. If you don't have attractive goals to motivate you, it will be very easy to not do the little things every day that will move you towards your goals. If you look at your goals and think, that would be kind of neat to achieve these goals, then you don't have attractive goals. When I first met and started dating my wife, I was so attracted to her that I kept wanting to invest time in dating her and working to build a relationship with her until we eventually became married. And that attraction for my wife isn't just physical, it's also energetic, it's spiritual, it's emotional. Your goals should work the same way. They should be attractive in multiple ways. They shouldn't just look good from the outside. You should have a deep sense of spiritual, energetic, and emotional connection to them. Your goals need to flood you with so much passion and excitement that you'll do whatever it takes to bring them into existence. With truly attractive goals, you'll do the little tedious things every day. You'll put in the extra effort. You'll wake up early. You'll be more intentional about how you show up and live your life. It's important to fall in love with the process of making progress. When you can fall in love with the process, you'll be more excited to do the small things that make the most magnificent difference. To make it easier to fall in love with the process, you must have attractive goals that really motivate, inspire, and fuel you. Benefit number two: focus. The second tremendous benefit of setting attractive goals is that it teaches your brain what to pay attention to and helps you stay focused. As I mentioned in the story to start this chapter, your brain is already wired to pay attention to what it deems vitally important for your safety and well being. Luckily, it's also wired to pay attention to what you tell it you want to know about. By writing out your goals, you help your brain to stay laser focused on the results you want. Writing out your goals every day will wire your brain to know exactly what you want. By writing out your goals, you'll ingrain them deep into your subconscious mind. When opportunities arise, you'll quickly know if it's an opportunity that will help you because you'll be clear on your goals. I often hear from people that their biggest challenge is lack of clarity. Most of the people who tell me they don't have clarity also don't have goals that they write out consistently. Tony Robbins says, clarity is power. By writing out your goals and seeing them instead of just letting them float around in your head, you'll begin the process of evaluating and refining your goals. Lack of daily focus is also a challenge that many people struggle with. How often do you stumble into your day without having a vision or plan for what you must do in order to make the progress you want to make? For instance, when you open your email for the day and see 57 different emails and you start to scroll, you're probably easily drawn into an email because of the headline. By setting attractive goals and reviewing them daily, you can better position yourself to not be distracted by these landmine emails and other potential distractors that make their way into your inbox and life. Clicking into them will blow up your focus, reduce your productivity, and slow your progress. Set goals so that your brain can be trained to know what it should and should not pay attention to. Benefit number 3, articulate what you want. The third marvelous benefit of setting attractive goals is that it allows you to articulate to others exactly what you want. You might be asking, why is this important? Remember, the purpose of this book is to help you attract your potential. At some point, you will need to tell people about your goals. If you don't tell people about your goals, you will lose out on amazing opportunities and connections with people who can help propel you forward even faster. If you've never told anyone about your hopes, dreams, desires, and goals, you must change this now. I'm not suggesting that you need to launch yourself out into the public arena today by making a public service announcement that you have goals that you must share with everyone. I am suggesting that you at least begin sharing your goals with people who can support and encourage you. As you become more comfortable with sharing your goals with people you believe will support and encourage you, you'll soon find yourself feeling more comfortable sharing your goals with even more people. The more often you share the message of your mission, the more often you'll have the opportunity to open new doors that can lead to greater success and achievement. You'll never know for certain who has similar goals to you unless you share your goals. You might be out at a social event, a conference, or in line for coffee and randomly start a conversation. If you can have your goals crystallized and top of mind, you'll more easily bring them up in conversation. By mentioning your goals in a conversation, you'll set yourself apart. How many people talk about their goals in any conversation? Most people don't. To attract people to you, you must be outstanding. To show someone that you're outstanding, you must find a way to stand out. You can stand out by doing something different. You can do something different by talking about the goals that are important and meaningful for you. This might seem like an abstract idea at this point. Let me share a hypothetical example for you to get a stronger grasp of what I'm saying here. If you and I were sitting down for coffee together right now, I'd ask you about your goals, hopes, dreams, and desires. If I can know your hopes, dreams, desires, and goals, then I can be in my best possible position to help you make progress towards them. After I've learned about you and your goals, I'd take the chance to say something like, "That's amazing to hear your passion for achieving your goals. I can feel your energy rise as you talk about them." One of my major goals right now is to get my book, Attract Your Potential, into the hands of as many people as possible because I want to help more people to transform their lives, attract their greatest potential, and live an extraordinary life. After I share this one major goal with you during our conversation, you could respond in many different ways. A few responses that could potentially happen might include you saying, Number one, wow, that's amazing. I have friends who have recently published books, and I think they could be great people for you to connect with. Would you like me to introduce you to them? Or two, I'm in a book club that picks a new book to read every month related to personal development and life success. I'm scheduled to pick our book next month. I'd love for my group to read your book. Number three, I'm part of a service organization in our community that meets every month and invites a speaker to talk at our monthly lunch meetings. It would be great to have you as a speaker to talk about your book. Number four, one of my best friends who I grew up with no longer lives in the area, hosts a podcast, and she typically has a guest on her show to talk about a book the guest has written. I'd be happy to ask her if she'd be open to having you on her show as a guest. Number five, so cool. I'd love to buy a copy. The above responses are only five of virtually an unlimited number of different potential responses. As you can see, many different possibilities exist. Each one is valuable in its own way. They all offer a valuable and helpful opportunity to make progress towards my goal of getting my book to even more people. When you can clearly state your goals to another person, you give yourself the chance to open new doors to new opportunities, experiences, and even new relationships that can advance your mission and help you attract even greater potential. Now, you know the power of setting attractive goals and some of the reasons they're vitally important for your success. Let's spend a few minutes exploring how to effectively set goals. How to set attractive goals. You want to use a specific process for goal setting to elevate your chances of success. I like to think of goals as the mile markers on my path to the vision I have for my life. It's important to understand what your goals represent because this will allow you to think about your goals in a more effective way. Goals should not be your end game. Goals are markers to track your progress. Imagine that you're standing in the road looking straight ahead and can see 100 miles into the distance. 100 miles away is the life of your dreams. For the purpose of this example, let's say that you can see the full 100-mile distance. Every 1 mile, there's a little mile marker sign informing you of how far you've gone. Your goals are like these mile markers. As you look up and see the mile markers, get excited to know that you're making progress. Simultaneously, know that the mile marker doesn't represent the destination. It only represents progress towards the destination. With every mile marker you pass, smile bigger. Feel more excitement, joy, and gratitude in your heart. The road to success certainly won't be a straight and easy road to travel. In fact, sometimes you'll feel like the road is going straight up or straight down, depending on how you look at it, the side of a mountain, or even looping you back around to places you've already been. By using the analogy of a long, straight 100-mile road, I'm not insinuating your path will just be a straight shot the whole way to your dream life. The metaphor is intended to help you understand how you can think about goals as mile markers on your journey. It's vital to know your desired destination before identifying your mile markers along your road to an extraordinary life. As Stephen Covey said, start with the end in mind. I found the most effective strategy is to decide on what you want to become, do, and achieve over a longer time frame and then work backwards with your goal setting. As an example, let's pretend that you want to be a rock star musician performing as the headliner in the biggest stadiums around the world in front of tens of thousands of people. You'd need mile marker goals to help you know that you're making progress and moving in the right direction. The mile marker before being the headliner at these concerts might be to perform as the warm-up band for someone who is already a headliner. The mile marker before that might be to be the headliner at a small local event. The mile marker before that might be to start writing original music that you can perform when the time comes to play your first gig. Can you see how to work this backwards? Goals should inspire and energize you to take action. There are two different types of goals: outcome goals and action goals. Outcome goals. Outcome goals are easy enough to understand because it's the type of goal that the majority of people usually think of when they think about goals. Outcome goals require you to ask the question, what's the desired result or outcome I'm seeking? An example of an outcome goal is Double my income over the next 3 years. For the most part, you don't control outcome goals. You can influence the outcome through your decisions and actions, but you can't guarantee the results will occur. Further, you can't guarantee achievement of the goal will occur in the time frame that you want it to. This doesn't mean you shouldn't go after your desired outcome goals with complete conviction that they will happen in your chosen time frame. Work towards your goals with unbridled enthusiasm. If the goals are meaningful enough, you must go after them with total conviction and a burning desire to achieve them as soon as possible. Just know that the outcome goal is not guaranteed to happen by the exact date you intend it to. Here are a few examples of outcome goals. Lose 10 pounds by end of this year. Earn an extra $10,000 in 1 month. Be married within 18 months. Get a pilot's license. Save enough money to go on a dream vacation. Action goals. The second type of goal is an action goal. Action goals are fully in your control. Action goals are goals like make 10 outbound phone calls today to my top clients. You have 100% control of your ability to achieve that result of making 10 outbound phone calls. You can't know the activity goals you should set until you've set clear and specific outcome goals. Here are a few examples of action goals. Walk for 20 minutes every morning. Call 50 prospective customers every week. Go on 10 dates with the person I really like. Sign up for flight school. Open a new bank account specifically for vacation savings. Your turn. Now, let's get practical. I want to invite you now to set your own outcome goals. Remember, you'll maximize the value of your time and energy that you invest into this book by doing these exercises and journal prompts. Goal setting is one of the most important steps you can take to best position yourself for successful living. Many of the most successful people in the world are goal-setting people. Successful people tend to be the kind of people who set and review goals on a regular, ongoing, consistent basis. Start with vision. Start with your vision and work backwards. Think of your vision as a 15 to 20-year vision. Notice that I didn't say it's a 20-year vision. It's a range of years. It's easy to get caught up in the time-bound component of SMART goals: specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-based. Don't let the structure of having a specific time frame for your goals trip you up. The further out in time you go, the less accuracy you're likely to have with the timing of when you'll achieve the goal. I've heard it said that people overestimate what they can achieve in a year, and they underestimate what they can do in a decade or more. The 20-year outcome goal you set might be something you can achieve in fewer than 10 years. Your 1-year outcome goal might be something that takes 4 or 5 years. Don't get caught up in how quickly or how slowly you make progress. Care more about learning, adapting, improving, and continuing to make strides forward. Life is about learning and growing. Your goals should support and facilitate this learning and growing process. Segment your goal timeframes. 7 to 10 year goals. Once you've written out your vision, start to think about your goals. Have 3 timeframe categories for your outcome goals: 7 to 10 year, 3 to 5 year, and 1 to 2 year. Keeping the 100-mile road with mile markers metaphor in mind, let's start with your 7 to 10 year goals. Set any kinds of goals you want. Set goals for health and wellness, family, professional, financial, contribution, and lifestyle. As an example, you might make a major health and wellness goal to feel significantly greater level of vibrancy, vitality, and physical strength in 7 to 10 years. Once we get to action goals, you'll see how you can be more detailed in exactly what you'll do to feel physically strong, vibrant, and energetic. Take a few minutes now to write out some 7 to 10 year goals in your journal. Whatever comes to your mind that excites and energizes you, write it down. Don't worry if you think it's possible or not. Don't worry if you think it's realistic or not. Dream big and think big. You can become, do, and achieve even more than you currently think is possible or realistic. Don't put any kind of limits on yourself as you set your 7 to 10 year goals. In fact, I'd encourage you to double whatever goals you set for yourself. This might sound scary at first. It might even induce a feeling of anxiousness to see goals that are twice as attractive as you initially imagined. I know people who are literally afraid to set goals because of the stress and anxiety produced inside of them when they look at the goals. But something special happens when you think bigger. If you're the kind of person who is afraid to set big, audacious goals, let me now introduce you to the psychological and behavioral change technique called exposure therapy. Basically, exposure therapy is about getting a person to confront a fear head on in their imagination, in reality, or both. For example, if someone is terrified of snakes, that person's therapist might have them imagine themselves walking near snakes. Then, the therapist might have the client imagine themselves holding a snake. Recall that something vividly imagined can feel just as real as something that actually happens. Eventually, after a few sessions of imagining proximity to snakes, the therapist might bring a snake into their office and have the client sit near it while it's in its cage. Soon enough, the client could be joyfully holding and even petting the snake. The idea with exposure therapy is that repetition of interacting with the thing that's feared will eventually bring a certain level of familiarity and comfort to the person. This increased level of comfort can lead to an eventual elimination of the fear. You might not yet believe me, but this life transforming technique can be used to reverse a fear of goal setting too. If you're fearful of setting bigger goals than you've ever dreamed up, can I invite you to suspend your disbelief for long enough to at least write out some bigger goals? The more times you write out and revisit the bigger goals you imagine, the more familiar and comfortable you'll be with them. As you become more comfortable with bigger goals, you'll shift from thinking, that's impossible, to, I can do that. Remember, something special happens when you think bigger. Most people's first instinct for their goals is extremely low. Most people don't have goals anywhere near their maximum potential. As an example, if the first 7 to 10-year goal you write down is that you want to earn a certain level of personal income, change it to a higher number. What if you doubled your income goal? You're capable of much more than you currently believe. How do you think your energy will change if you have a goal that's double what you initially wanted to write down? Setting bigger goals will energize your soul. Your mindset needs to be one of conviction in your goals. If you're not willing to believe that your doubled goal is possible, then don't write it out. In order for goals to be truly inspiring, empowering, and energizing, they must feel possible. Hope is not a strategy by itself. Hope is a vital ingredient in the recipe for success in life and business. Imagine that you're handed a blank check. Assume this check gives you direct access to a bank account with an almost unlimited amount of money. The person who hands it to you says, fill out this check to yourself for whatever amount of money you want. Go deposit the check to your bank, and the full amount will immediately be available to you in your bank account. What amount would you write the check to yourself for? 100,000? 2,789,639? 87 billion? The enormous, unlimited potential you are given at birth is like being handed this blank check. You have a miraculous measure of latent possibilities inside of you. However, for many people, when they receive this blank check of their potential, they fear that the check will bounce if they write it out for too much. Fortunately, the check of your potential will never bounce. Regardless of how big of a check you write, the bank of your potential is always full. When there was a run on the banks at the time of the Great Depression, people realized their local bank only had a limited amount of cash available at any moment. To ensure they got their share of cash, they ran to the bank to withdraw their full amount. At some point, the banks ran out of money and couldn't hand out any more. Your potential is not like that. It will never run out. You can't have a run on the bank of your potential. The bank is abundant and overflowing like a flower vase filling up with water under a faucet that will never be turned off. Write out at least one 7 to 10-year goal for each of the following categories of your life: health and wellness, family, professional, financial, contribution, and lifestyle. If you're experienced with goal setting, you might be someone who uses the SMART goals framework. For you, that might be a useful structure to use. Or you might be someone who wants less structure for your goals. Goals have two main purposes. First, goals should increase your sense of energy, inspiration, and desire to take action in order to make progress in life. Second, goals should help you measure and track the progress you're making. As long as your goals accomplish these two outcomes, set your goals however is best for you. 3 to 5 year goals. Now, move to setting your 3 to 5 year goals. 3 to 5 year goals typically are easier to set because they're mile markers on the road to your 7 to 10 year goals. Therefore, they should make sense along your path to the success that you desire. Let's consider a very simple, completely quantifiable example. If your 7 to 10 year goal is to gain 20 pounds of pure muscle, then your 3 to 5 year goal might be to build up 7 pounds of muscle. Invest time setting your goals by writing them out in your journal right now. Goal setting is one of the most powerful exercises that you can commit to doing now and on a regular, consistent basis. Give yourself the gift of goal setting. Your future self will thank you. 1 to 2 year goals. Follow the same process for your 1 to 2 year goals. Remember, people tend to overestimate what they can accomplish in 1 year and underestimate what they can accomplish in a decade or more. This is important to remember, not because you should set low, easily achievable 1 to 2 year goals, but because you need to know in advance that if you don't hit your 1 to 2 year goals, you need to allow yourself some grace. Let's say that you have a goal of driving from the west coast of the United States to the east coast in 10 days. If by day 10 you're in Tennessee, would you say, "Gosh, I'm only in Tennessee. I should just give up and quit"? No, you'd just keep going. You might have to find and traverse an alternative path, increase your average driving speed, and make fewer stops, but you'll eventually arrive at the East Coast. You simply must keep going and never ever give up. By setting attractive, seemingly unrealistic 1 to 2 year goals, you'll set yourself up to take fanatical action and make more momentous progress than if you set easily achievable, realistic goals. Don't be realistic. Let's dive into this word realistic for a moment. I despise the idea of realistic goals. What does realistic even mean? Who judges what's realistic and what's not? Was it realistic for Mark Benioff to leave his job at Oracle and think he could start a company that could earn more than $100 million of annual revenue? Most people would have said that's not realistic. In its 2020 fiscal year, Mark's company Salesforce, ever heard of it, earned $17.1 billion USD. Should he have set a more realistic goal when he ambitiously started his company? I think these results tell us he definitely set an unrealistic goal, unrealistically low. Consider the people who invented the radio. Guglielmo Marconi was the first person to apply the use of electromagnetic waves to create long distance radio communication. Was it realistic for Marconi and others during his time to think a person could talk into a device and someone more than a mile away could hear what they were saying? Think about FaceTime today. You can tap the screen of a little metal box that fits into your pocket, and in a moment, you'll find yourself face to face having a conversation with another person who could potentially be on the other side of the world. What's possible in this world is incredible. What most people are willing to believe is possible is disappointing. Remember Tom Bilyeu's words I shared in chapter 2. Human potential is virtually limitless. If you're willing to believe in your bigger potential, you can open yourself up to greater possibilities. Do not set realistic goals. Don't set goals based on what you think other people will be okay with. I know some people who are big dreamers capable of extraordinary things in life who won't set big enough goals because they're worried about what other people will think. Be fanatical about setting attractive, ambitious goals. If you're worried about what other people will think of the goals you've set, then don't tell other people. Tell me. I'll believe in you. I'll encourage you. I'll help remind you that your goals are possible no matter how ambitious they are. Send me an email at connect@jjpeller.com. I'd love to know that you're passionate about your greatest potential, just like I am. Get goal setting, big thinking friends. Build relationships with people who will believe in you and your goals. If you truly don't have anyone to talk with about your goals, you need to get out and meet more people. An important reason for setting attractive goals is to get the right people into your life. To tap into your greatest potential, you need to be friends with big thinkers and other people who set attractive goals. You need people around you who want to experience their vast potential. Setting attractive goals acts as a screening process for the people you invest time with. If someone makes negative comments about how they don't think your goals are possible to achieve, they likely aren't a great fit for you. I'm not suggesting that you shouldn't be friends with anyone who doesn't set ambitious goals or dream big. I am suggesting that you invest most of your time with people who are big dreamers and who think big and set attractive goals. You likely have friends who are high quality people who you love, but who don't have goals like you do. And you still want to build great relationships with them and devote time to them because you love them and care about them. Also, you likely have areas of your life that you want to develop that align with the skills and wisdom of other people who don't have huge goals. As an example, if you're married and have children and have a friend who is an amazing spouse and parent, you might want to allocate time to being with that person so that you can learn to be an extraordinary spouse and parent. Or maybe you're a person of faith and you want a strong relationship with God. If you have friends who are strong in their faith and relationship with God, you should want to learn from their wisdom to strengthen your faith and relationship with God. For whatever areas of life you want to be outstanding in, it's helpful to put your time into relationships with people who are outstanding in those areas of life. Here are a few ways to meet more of the right people. Attend local networking events. Ask the people you already know who else you should meet. Use LinkedIn to find other people with similar interests and reach out to them. Start a book club with a small group of people. Hey, I know a book you could use. It's all life. I believe that living an extraordinary life is about accessing our most magnificent potential in all areas of life: health, wellness, mindset, physical fitness, career, family life, personal and professional relationships, and financial. I don't believe there's such thing as work-life balance. It's all life. If you sleep 8 hours at night, that supports your ability to serve your clients, your professional team, and your family at your highest level. Sleeping 8 hours at night also helps your mental, emotional, and physical health and wellness, which allows you to feel better and therefore show up with more energy and passion for the most important people in your life. By investing your time with your spouse, children, or other important relationships, you'll feel fulfilled and energized because you'll be building great relationships with the most important people in your life. If you have success in these vital relationships, you'll feel more fulfilled and filled up with love and joy, which will allow you to show up better in every area of your life. Don't settle for what's easily attainable. Go after the challenging stuff. See how great you can become as an individual. Why not find out how much you're truly capable of? Work to find out how many people you can reach and positively impact in your lifetime. If you can help more people achieve their greatest potential and create extraordinary results in life, you'll be in the best possible position to achieve your greatest potential. Again, as Zig Ziglar said, help enough people get what they want, and you can have anything you want. What's the mission that you're on? How will you use your gifts and skills to serve other humans? Engage with your goals consistently. Review your goals daily or, at the very least, weekly, and write them out consistently. Handwriting your goals has a powerful effect on your subconscious mind. This process must not be set aside. Even if you don't yet know exactly what you want to do in life or what your major inspired mission is, goal setting will help you get more clarity, have more energy and enthusiasm, and ultimately make faster progress towards a better version of you. Many people desire to have more energy. It's the thing they lack more than anything else. Physical, mental, and emotional energy are the power sources that fuel progress. In the next chapter, I'll share with you about the power of energy, how to strengthen it in yourself, and how to leverage it to attract your colossal potential. AYP into action. Do the goal setting process in this chapter under the Your Turn exercise. If you didn't do it while you were listening, block time on your calendar to do this and to decide when you'll review your goals during the week. Will you review them every Sunday evening? Will you review them every morning as soon as you wake up? Decide, commit, and follow through. Setting and reviewing attractive goals can positively transform your life forever. Make it a priority. Your future self will be glad that you did. Chapter summary. Use goals to tell your brain what to pay attention to so you can quickly see and hear the amazing opportunities all around you all the time for moving towards your dreams and goals. You don't need massive goals, you need attractive goals. Attractive goals are goals that energize you and excite you when you think about them. 3 major benefits of attractive goals. Number 1, energy and motivation. Number 2, focus. Number 3, help you articulate what you want. Set goals by starting with your vision and then work backwards. Your goals are like mile markers along your journey. They're not the end. They simply help you to see the progress you're making. Set outcome goals and action goals. Both are vital for helping you to become the person you want to be and achieve the life you want. Chapter 4, Energy is Power. My wife and I attended a Tony Robbins multi-day event called Unleash the Power Within, or UPW for short, back in July of 2018 in Chicago. At that time, my wife and I were newlyweds for just over 2 months. 1 month earlier, I left my career as a financial advisor after 5 years to start my own coaching, speaking, and consulting business. A lot was happening in my life, and I was really excited to attend a live in-person event of one of my favorite virtual mentors. I was ready to feel inspired, empowered, and equipped with new perspectives, ideas, insights, and energy. I knew this event could help me catapult myself and my business to new heights faster. At one point, Tony started talking about how when he started his career as a coach and speaker, his youth was a limiting belief that held him back. He wanted and needed to transform this belief. I could relate, especially after spending the first 5 years of my career as a 20-something working to help people in their 50s and 60s manage hundreds of thousands and even millions of dollars of their personal financial wealth. And with starting my new business, I was working to convince leaders of organizations that I could help them. At the age of 28, I had the task of persuading business leaders that by hiring me to talk with their teams for a couple of hours, their business success could accelerate. Even at that time, I was a very confident person. Still, it wasn't uncommon to ask myself the question, why would someone pay me thousands of dollars to come and speak with a room full of their employees who are almost all older than I am? What can I offer? Who am I to give advice and perspective to people who are 15, 20, and even 30 plus years older than I am? Doubt will destroy your ability to achieve your destiny if you let it. And I needed a more empowered way of thinking and believing that could dramatically improve my confidence and ability to attract more of the right people into my life. At UPW, after Tony mentioned his challenge with a lack of confidence and belief because of his youth when he started his business, he shared a new realization that he discovered that absolutely transformed his self-image and beliefs. He identified a new belief that helped him to see the true power he wielded because of his youth. He said, I realized that my youth meant I had a ton of energy, and I realized that energy is power, and everyone wants that. At that moment, I knew I had my new secret weapon for success: energy. While Tony talked about the fact that energy is power and everyone wants that, I thought back to comments that people had made to me about my energy. Several times over the years before that moment at UPW, I had people say to me that they watched my social media video posts because they wanted to get some of my energy. They were attracted to me because of my energy. They wanted to be around me because of my energy. In fact, one time, while still a financial advisor, I was attending a networking event, and after only a couple of minutes of being in the room, a 70-plus-year-old woman walked up to me wanting to meet me. She said, I saw you across the room interacting with other people and turned to my friend and asked, who is that young man with great energy? From across the room, she could see, feel, and sense the energy that I showed up with. I'm sharing these personal experiences with you because I want to hammer home the point that energy has been my calling card for years. It has been my secret sauce for any of the success I've experienced to this point in my life, and it can be yours too. Whatever age you are, energy can be your difference maker. Until that moment at UPW, hearing Tony say that youth is energy, energy is power, and everyone wants that, I didn't realize how great of a gift and a power that my energy was and is. Since then, I've been intentional about building, strengthening, and using my energy to attract more of the right people and opportunities into my life. In this chapter, I want to help you understand how to build your energy so that you can attract more of the right people and opportunities into your life. Make it your identity. Years ago, I was talking with a friend who was telling me about his childhood. He explained to me that his mother was always fighting with other people in their family. Even when someone in the family truly was trying to help her, she started to fight with them. She started arguing intensely. As he reflected on his experience with his mother, he seemed to have an epiphany when he said, I guess she really identified herself as a fighter. Your identity drives your behavior. We live and act based on who we see ourselves as. In that moment at UPW, I shifted from unconsciously having energetic as part of my identity to consciously and very intentionally building energetic into my identity. Look, we humans are wired to think, feel, and behave congruently with our identity. You might also refer to it as self image. It feels weird to behave in a way that contradicts your own self image. As an example, if you believe you're a quiet, shy, and timid person, it will feel very unusual for you to yell at someone in public for saying something rude. Or even if you were to think about speaking up when you witness an injustice, you might say, that's not who I am, and find yourself avoiding the situation altogether. If you want to be more energetic, it must become part of your identity. You can't just hope that you'll be energetic in the moments that you want to be. Condition your mind and body to be more energetic by choosing to add it to your self image. Most people don't consciously think about their own self image. They don't consciously choose their identity. They just think, I am who I am. And they don't make an effort to change and upgrade their self image to better reflect the person they truly want to be. To illustrate this, think about your phone. How often does your phone tell you that an update is available? Do you immediately click the Update Now button? I find myself waiting weeks to do these updates because it often feels inconvenient to lose access to my phone for the few minutes it takes to complete the upload. But what inevitably happens when you do the update on your phone? It works better. You have more capabilities and power in several different ways. Don't delay updating your own self image. Do it now and reap the remarkable rewards. You have the power to choose your identity now. Whether it's about being energetic, joyful, loving, playful, outrageous, fun, friendly, or anything else, you can decide to be whoever you want to be. Are we conditioned from a young age, literally starting the day we're born, to be a certain way? Yes. Does that make it more difficult to shake off an old identity and reconstruct ourselves into a new, more powerful, more attractive version of ourselves? Yes. Does it make it impossible? No. It's absolutely possible to change the way you are. We all have natural tendencies. Each of us was uniquely created to serve a bigger purpose in this world. That means God molded you to have certain traits and characteristics that will help you to fulfill your life's purpose. You can overcome the natural tendencies that do not serve your greater purpose and potential. In order to develop the skills and traits that serve your greater purpose and potential, you must first upgrade your self image. Remember what Kurt Vonnegut Jr. said in Mother Night. We are what we pretend to be, so we must be careful what we pretend to be. How do you make any new trait or characteristic part of your identity? Repetition. It's kind of like actors who get so connected to the characters they're playing in a movie that they have a hard time turning that off even when the cameras aren't rolling. When they go home and aren't in front of the camera, they embody that persona because they devote so much time and energy being in that mindset, attitude, and behavior. Even the little nuances of facial expressions and body language become habit knit parts of who they are. You can do the same in your real life. Find positive traits and characteristics, and, like an actor in a movie, condition yourself to think and act like that person you want to be. It will eventually feel natural and just the way you are. How can you do this? First, you must decide who you want to be. Who is the character you want to embody? In this case, we're specifically talking about being energetic. You could also think of it as having great energy or being high energy. Use whatever language resonates most with you. Every day, you must write down this new part of your identity in your journal as a daily mantra. You might write something like, I am high energy, or I have great energy, or I am energetic. You might be asking, do I have to write it down every day forever? No, you don't. You do need to write it down every day until it becomes a natural part of who you are. Additionally, writing it daily will help you to think about this way of being as often as possible while you're in the process of ingraining it into your nervous system. You'll know that it's truly part of you and your identity when you feel it. It's not enough to intellectually know that you're energetic. It must feel like it's part of who you are. It won't feel forced. It will feel very natural. Think about the time in your life when you learned to ride a bike. You could probably close your eyes and envision yourself riding it smoothly and successfully. Then, you opened your eyes and had to get on the bike. It was likely not the same experience as the one you imagined. But over time, you gained the experience through practice and repetition. Eventually, it was just like, well, riding a bike. Do you have to be high energy every moment of your life in order for it to be authentically part of your identity? Not at all. Too many people, they're being inauthentic if they're not being who they naturally are. Unfortunately, it's easy to forget that who we naturally are is a byproduct of the ecosystem we're born into. Should people born into awful home lives be enslaved their whole life to the natural way they were conditioned to be from day one of their life? Or should they have the freedom to choose their identity and way of being so that they feel more empowered to create whatever life experience they deeply desire and truly deserve? I think you can grasp what I'm saying here. Whatever you've been conditioned to be like to this point in your life, you can choose whatever way of being you want going forward. You have multiple selves. Some people think that being one way eliminates them from authentically being some other way. Here's an example. Some people might think that if they're authentically high energy and excitable, then they can't be calm and introspective. You're not limited in the multitude of ways of being that you can access in your life. In fact, I'd invite you to consider that the more ways of being, traits and characteristics of your identity, that you have at your disposal, the more empowered and equipped you'll be to flexibly exist in any situation of life. In other words, you'll be more dynamic. You'll have a greater ability to connect and interact with more kinds of people, and you'll naturally expand and enrich your life as a result. Picture this. One weekend, one of your friends says, Hey, let's go watch that new James Bond movie that came out recently. I heard that it's got some amazing car chase scenes. Do you want to go see it? You might say, Wow, yes, I love action movies with cool car chase scenes. Let's go. Then, the very next weekend, another one of your friends says, Hey, there's a new comedy movie that came out last weekend. I heard it's hysterical. Do you want to go see it? Because you told your first friend that you love action movies with cool car chase scenes, must you now tell your second friend that you can't go see the comedy movie because you've already acted in a way that proves you're really an action movie kind of person? No, you're not limited to only watching action movies. Your identity works in the same way. You can choose whatever qualities and characteristics you want. To take the movie analogy further, by going to see both movies, you've expanded the number of people who you can hang out with and connect with. When you expand your identity, you expand your life. Okay, so maybe you enjoy action movies more than comedies, or maybe you can't stand watching movies with car chase scenes. The point here is that you can love both if you want to. And you can have many different ways of being, thinking, and behaving. And you must in order to create more magnificent success in your life. Who do you want to be? You must decide. Remember, expanding and enriching your identity is not about holding contradictory core values and beliefs. It's about experiencing more of who you were created to be. Would you say that you've had moments when you've been a nice and kind person? I'm going to assume that you've responded yes. Okay, now be totally honest. Have you ever had moments when you've been a mean jerk? I'll raise my hand right here along with you. I say the majority of my life I'm caring, compassionate, positive, empathetic, loving, and joyful. Likely, you can confidently say this is the case for you in your life too. I've also had moments in my life when I've been mean, angry, negative, disrespectful, and even emotionally hurtful, sometimes sadly, even to people I care about most. This isn't an easy thing for me to admit, but it's the truth. And I cannot become my best self by running away from or hiding from the truth. I must run straight into it. If you want to attract your highest potential, you also must run right at the truths in your own life. By realizing this truth that you have many different parts of your identity, and some of the parts are likely complete opposites, you can actually expand what's possible for yourself. If this idea that I'm promulgating is true, then what's also true is that expanding your personal identity is actually about becoming more of who you authentically are. Your possibilities for who you're capable of being are virtually limitless. You must decide who you want to be. I'm suggesting in this chapter that adding high energy or energetic to your identity will serve you well in your ability to attract more of the right people and opportunities to you so that you can tap into and experience more of your greatest potential in life. If you don't yet have evidence from your life experience that you are a high energy or energetic person or someone with great energy, you have the capacity to make it part of your identity if you want to. What remarkable things do you want to make happen for yourself in your life by taking on this great energy part of your self image? Anchor the high energy part of your identity. Over time, you'll receive feedback from people telling you that you have great energy. You'll feel great about this recognition because you've been very intentional about conditioning this into your own personality. With this positive reinforcement, you'll become even more excited to build yourself into a high energy person. This will become a virtuous cycle, which will expand this characteristic of your identity. If you're not sure what it looks like to live with high energy, find people to model. Identify people in your life who you view as high energy people, friends, family members, coworkers, or people you follow on social media, and watch what they do that makes them seem high energy. Model their behavior. We humans are imitating machines. In fact, imitation is believed to be the way we learn and develop from the time we're infants. It's how we learn to communicate and do the things we do. For example, at the age of about 14 months old, my son started saying, "Oh, wow." My wife and I thought it was the funniest thing ever. One day, we were on FaceTime with my parents, and they told us an interesting story. At the same time, my wife and I both said, "Oh, wow." We didn't notice it at all, but my parents said, "No wonder your son says, 'Oh, wow.'" We learn through observing, listening to, and imitating other people around us. It's an innate human trait. We have mirror neurons in our brains which help us to imitate the behavior of other people. Imitation is part of who you are naturally. You've been created to imitate. Use this fact to your advantage. Find people you want to be like and imitate them. I once had a friend say to me something extremely profound at the most unlikely moment. While I was sitting at a bar several years ago, having a few adult beverages, my friend said to me, "If you channel yourself into the energy of the person you want to be for long enough, you'll eventually become that person who you want to be." Essentially, he was saying that If you act as if you already are a certain way for a long enough period of time and with enough intentionality, you will eventually become that person who you desire to be. Breathe in energy. How many breaths have you taken in the past 5 minutes? No idea? That's because you likely haven't paid any attention to your breathing. It just happens. You don't have to think about it in order for it to happen. One of the most underappreciated aspects of being human is our ability to breathe all day long without ever thinking about it consciously. Likewise, our heart beats about 100,000 times per day without our conscious awareness. It's impossible to live without a beating heart. In the same way, it's impossible to live without breathing throughout the day. If breathing is so important that we were created to do it unconsciously for our survival, shouldn't we figure out how to maximize the value of this resource? One of my new areas of focus for my own personal growth and self mastery is breath work because of this exact reason. Our conscious breathing is one of the only methods to directly activate our parasympathetic nervous system. This is the opposite system from the fight or flight system. It helps with relaxation and reducing stress. Before doing any of your own breathwork exercises, consult with your primary health advisor to ensure this is something that is appropriate for you specifically. As I talk about breathwork, I'm sharing specific examples from my own experience with it and from the experiences of those from whom I've learned about this breathwork. I've found breathwork to be an effective way to control my mental and emotional state. There are breathing techniques that help me to relax and become more focused and emotionally centered. One great resource that I'd highly encourage you to check out is a book called The Healing Power of the Breath: Simple Techniques to Reduce Stress and Anxiety, Enhance Concentration, and Balance Your Emotions by Patricia L. Gerbarg and Richard P. Brown. You can find and read many different books on this topic to get a more in depth understanding of what it is and how to leverage it. I love this book because it teaches several specific techniques for using your breathing to create healing in your body and mind. The techniques they share are simple and easy to use. My goal with mentioning breathwork as a strategy is to highlight the importance of it in my own life for my personal wellness and life success, in hopes that you'll be inspired to dive deeper into this potentially life changing practice. I dealt with some intensely stressful situations early in my career that had lasting negative effects on my life physically and emotionally. I had so much tension in my throat, neck, and chest muscles that my voice became extremely strained and I developed vocal function issues. In order to alleviate the stress and bring myself mentally, emotionally, and physically back to an equilibrium, I've been using a breathing technique from The Healing Power of the Breath called Total Breath. Gerbarg and Brown created a guided audio program for some of their breathing techniques. The core component of total breath is coherent breathing, inhaling for 5 seconds and exhaling for 5 seconds. This is a special kind of breathing technique that helps regulate your parasympathetic nervous system. I'm not an expert on breathing techniques by any means, but I have experienced such fantastic benefits in my own life that I must mention it to you as a way to construct yourself into the person you want to become, the kind of person who attracts more of the right people to you. I'd highly encourage you to buy and read some books on this topic. You can also find YouTube videos and online articles that can get you started down the path of self education on this topic for free. Another massively beneficial breathing technique that I learned from Gerbarg and Brown in The Healing Power of the Breath is the Ha breath. It's a breathing technique in which you, while standing, inhale slowly and exhale forcefully while throwing your hands forward, as they say in the book, like shaking water off of your hands. When mid afternoons roll around and I need an energy boost and I don't want any more caffeine, I re energize myself by doing 2 rounds of 15 Ha breaths, and I follow the guided audio from The Healing Power of the Breath. After doing this breathing exercise, I feel energized and ready to go. I've even done the Wim Hof breathing technique to wake myself up in the morning. To learn about who Wim Hof is and to learn about his breathing technique, simply search for him on Google or YouTube. You'll find tons of content about him and his breath work. It feels amazing for my mind and my body to be fueled up with the right amount of oxygen. One of the challenges that I've realized through my journey of learning about breath work is that most people, and I'm definitely in this category, don't breathe effectively throughout the day. Many of us typically breathe shallow, short breaths. Often, people suspend their breathing while concentrating intently on their task at hand. Do you ever find yourself not breathing when you're engrossed in a task? Both of these issues, short, shallow breaths and unintentional breath suspension, prevent us from optimizing the oxygen supply that our brain and body need. The first step to improving yourself in any area of your life is to become more aware of how you're being and what you're doing. This is especially true when it comes to improving the effectiveness of your breathing. I've found that just remembering to breathe deeply throughout the day has helped me tremendously to feel better during stressful and challenging moments and situations. Remember this Wim Hof quote: "Deep breathing changes the chemistry of the body by bringing oxygen into the tissues." One best practice that I've found to work well for me is to intentionally breathe for 1 to 2 minutes when switching from one task, project, or meeting to the next. As an example, after I finish a meeting, I'll sit on the ottoman in my office, close my eyes, and take a few deep breaths. I don't necessarily do any specific breathing technique, though sometimes I do. I want to ensure I'm taking time to fuel my body and brain with the oxygen they need to function at optimal levels. Additionally, this practice of breathing during the day between tasks and meetings will allow you to mentally and emotionally reset and center yourself. This may be a massively beneficial practice for you now and going forward. If you haven't yet made breathwork a part of your life, consider this your invitation to explore it more deeply and find what breathwork rituals and practices might be best for you. When I do the Wim Hof breathing exercises in the morning, I lay on the ground with a pillow behind my head and one under the backs of my knees. I inhale 30 deep, full breaths and let them go fully out every time. Then, at the end of this 30 breath cycle, after the last exhale, I hold my breath out for as long as I can. Once I feel I need to inhale, I take a deep breath in and hold it for 15 to 20 seconds. During this process, my legs and feet sometimes can feel tingly. It feels energizing for me. I simply want to ensure you're being cautious with your well being. That's why I suggest you talk with a healthcare professional before starting any new breathing exercise or practice. You might be asking, how does breathwork help attract potential? Leveraging the power of breathing can allow you to feel the way you want and need to feel. You can become energized mentally and emotionally. You can be centered. You can more effectively regulate and manage your emotional state. All of these things will support you in being the person you want and need to be in order to attract more of the right people and opportunities to you. How often do you find yourself mentally and emotionally not in the place you want to be? If you're anything like me, it happens more often than you'd like it to. I've found breathwork to be powerful in helping me to make the progress I want to make in life, in several areas. I hope you'll take the time to learn more about breathwork practices. Tired is a mental state. Growing up, I often attended summer basketball camp at Purdue University. It was such a fun experience. Between the drills and the games, we had the opportunity to hear from current coaches and former players. I'll never forget the awakening that happened in me after one of the coaches stood in front of the group and said, "Tired is a mental state." I realized the truth that had been in me and that I understood at a subconscious level, but had never experienced with full conscious awareness. Tired is a mental state. I realized that if that was true, it meant that I could decide to not be tired. It was completely in my control whether I was tired or not. Now, before you stop listening because you think I'm going to be the person who starts to yell at you to grind until your eyes bleed, let me assure you that's not my belief. So keep listening. In fact, as I've already said, a huge part of having great energy is getting great sleep, rest, recovery, and rejuvenation. Being tired can be a legitimate state of being. We can physically, mentally, and emotionally get worn down. However, it's very easy to allow ourselves to embrace being tired instead of choosing to feel energized. This is where your mind can take over and make a tremendous difference. Have you ever slept 4 to 5 hours and the next morning you were able to jump out of bed full of energy and excitement because you were about to go on a fun vacation or had a really exciting event or experience planned for the day? You were mentally able to flip the switch by unconsciously choosing to be energized. I say unconsciously choosing because I imagine you didn't think, I want to wake up energized tomorrow to go on a fun vacation. You just woke up energized. You didn't have to think about it consciously. But what if you chose to do this consciously more often? Don't believe me that it's possible? It requires repetition to condition yourself, but it is possible to become highly skilled at getting yourself into a high energy state, even when you're feeling tired. If you're willing to suspend your disbelief for a few minutes now, you might be asking, how do you do this? Decide. Yes, it sounds so simple and trite, but it's true. You can decide to feel energized. Begin to convince yourself that you're full of and overflowing with energy. Feel it in your body. Feel the energy flowing through you and radiating vibrantly out of every cell of your being. Your mind is a battleground that you must master in order to create extraordinary results in your life. You can feel very tired, but you don't have to stay tired. You want to find a way to mentally energize yourself every morning and throughout the day when your fuel tank is getting empty. You need strategies for energizing yourself if you want to attract your greatest potential. One of the most important strategies is to leverage your thinking to ensure your focus is on feeling alive, energized, and vibrant. As they say, where focus goes, energy flows. Where do you place your attention when you're feeling tired? Do you continue to hypnotize yourself into a deeper state of being tired by repeating over and over again, I'm so tired? I intentionally use the term hypnotize because most of us live most of our lives in a state of hypnosis. I talked about the concept of hypnosis earlier in the book, but the repetition of this reminder will help you wake up to greater possibilities in your life. Here's the definition of hypnosis from psychologytoday.com. Hypnosis is a mental state of highly focused concentration, diminished peripheral awareness, and heightened suggestibility. Most of us go with the flow of what everyone else is doing in life because it feels right. A countless number of things that numerous people do in life feels right because they see many other people doing it. It's kind of like what happens to raindrops that land in a powerful river that's flowing down the side of a steep mountain. The raindrops hit the river and just go with the flow. Alternatively, it is incontrovertible that it's more strenuous to be like a salmon swimming upstream against the flow of the river. Let's agree that we often go with the flow of what everyone else is doing because it is easier. Because it's easier, that doesn't mean it's the right direction we should flow. When you repeat the same statement over and over again, either in your head or aloud, you're hypnotizing yourself because you're forcing yourself to be highly focused on that idea, concept, or state of being. You begin to lose peripheral awareness of what else is happening around you, because of this intense focus. And you're more suggestible because it feels more right the more you say it to yourself. Therefore, when you feel tired, if you continue to remind yourself and others around you of your tired state by saying something like, I'm so tired, then you'll continue to stay stuck in this frame of mind and state of being. You must break free from this state of hypnosis. But how? Keep listening. Break free into energy. First, shift your physical body and your thought pattern. You need to move your body and change what you're saying to yourself. When you're feeling tired or stuck in an unhelpful pattern of thought or emotion, you must move your body differently. Your mind and body are inextricably connected. You can leverage one to shift the other. Here are 5 strategies to elevate your energy and feel better. Strategy 1. Put in headphones, turn on some music, and dance. The dancing doesn't even need to be good. Good dancing skills are not required for this strategy to work, although they can help with confidence. Strategy 2. Bounce or jump up and down on a rebounder, a mini trampoline. Rebounders have many health benefits. I'd encourage you to look into this. One benefit is that it engages your lymph system, which helps break down toxins and remove them from sitting stagnant in your body. It also has an energizing feeling because the movement will increase your heart rate and breathing pace to oxygenate your body. Strategy 3: do push ups and air squats. You don't need a home gym to get great movement in. In fact, embracing the fact that you can get great physical exercise without a gym is liberating because it frees you to feel like you can fully engage your body in physical activity at any moment. Doing just 10 to 20 push ups and air squats can help you feel more alive, vibrant, and energized. It will get your blood flowing and filled with better levels of oxygen to help you feel great. Here's a statement from healthline.com. Endorphins are only one of many neurotransmitters released when you exercise. Physical activity also stimulates the release of dopamine, norepinephrine, and serotonin. These brain chemicals play an important part in regulating your mood. For example, regular exercise can positively impact serotonin levels in your brain. Raising your levels of serotonin boosts your mood and overall sense of well being. Want to feel better and more energized in the day? Move! Strategy 4: go for a walk. Walking is one of the most rejuvenating activities that I do most days. It's a light, easy form of movement that is just enough to make you feel refreshed and amazing. Strategy 5: breathwork can also change your state. As I talked about earlier in this chapter, breathing affects your biochemistry. Intentional breathwork can positively alter your energy level fairly quickly. It's a miracle! Once you've shifted your physiology by moving your body, next you need to shift your thinking. Moving your body opens the door for new thinking partly because it shakes you out of your current stuck state of being. If moving your body opens the door, then shifting your thinking takes you through the door. You need to change what you're saying to yourself. Focusing on not being tired is a powerful thought pattern. Once I saw a post on Instagram by Jesse Itzler talking about the best advice he got in the past decade. Jesse was running an ultra marathon, a 100-mile race, with retired Navy SEAL Chad Wright. At 75 miles into the race, Jesse was feeling broken, and Chad could sense it. In an attempt to help Jesse break free to a renewed level of energy, Chad said, "Jess, I'm going to tell you something crazy about me. I never get tired. It's a miracle, man. I never get tired. I want you to say it." Then in the video, Jesse tells about how Chad advised him to walk over to the aid station and to tell everybody that he doesn't get tired and to tell them about our miracle. Jesse and Chad walked over, and the aid station workers gave them some food. Jesse told them, "This is Chad. I'm Jesse. Man, this is crazy, but we never get tired." Then Chad grabbed Jesse by the shirt and said, "Let's go." Jesse said that every 3 minutes, Chad reminded him of the miracle by saying, "We never get tired," and directed Jesse to recite, "I never get tired," all the way to the finish line as they completed the 100-mile race. What you say to yourself and others has incredible power. Your words feed your focus, and your focus influences how you feel. You must say your words with emotion. As Jesse learned from Chad, say it like you mean it. It's kind of like casting a spell. In the movie Harry Potter, the students are reminded that they can say the exact right words of an incantation, but without the right emotion, the spell won't work. Here's a brief personal story to help this sink in for you. When I was 8 years old, we went on a family vacation to a beach. I was playing in the ocean waves just a few feet deep. The waves were actually pretty intense on one particular morning. One wave came crashing over me and pummeled me so hard that I was dunked under the water, unable to get my head up. I couldn't even sense which direction was up. I struggled to hold my breath while the power of the wave kept me underwater. I felt like I was only a moment from having to inhale the ocean that was pressing me down when I finally felt my head pop up above the water. Like being thrown underwater by the powerful force of an ocean wave, sometimes it can feel like your emotions and thought patterns have a tight grip of control on you and won't let you up for a breath. You can rip that control back from your subconscious by choosing your words and phrases that you say to yourself. The words and phrases you say to yourself will act as your flotation device while playing in the strong ocean waves of life's challenges. A flotation device, like a life jacket, doesn't always keep your head above water, but it will absolutely help prevent you from drowning when the waves are the roughest. Remember the miracle. After learning of this miracle that Jesse and Chad experienced, I decided that I also wanted to experience this phenomenon for myself. I started to use their mantra most days when I'm feeling tired and want to stimulate my energy and sense of aliveness. I often feel more empowered with positively stated mantras. As an example, instead of saying I'm not or I don't, I rephrase it to be in the form of I am or I do. Therefore, I've taken the mantra from Jesse and Chad and flipped it on its head to be it's a miracle. I'm always overflowing with energy and enthusiasm. I feel outstanding. I feel alive, vibrant, and energized. I say this with a high level of energy, enthusiasm, joy, and playfulness. Nearly instantly, I start feeling more energized and enthusiastic. One fun thing I did was share the Jesse Itzler and Chad Wright example with my wife so she knew why I was saying aloud, it's a miracle. I'm always overflowing with energy and enthusiasm. I feel outstanding. I feel alive, vibrant, and energized. By sharing this with her, I gained additional support in my effort to master my energy and mindset. Anytime I say, I feel tired, my wife will playfully say something like, what about your miracle? I thought you never get tired. And in that moment, I smile and remember my miracle. Then, in order to remind myself and my wife about my miracle, I say, yes, it's a miracle. I'm always overflowing with energy and enthusiasm. I feel outstanding. I feel alive, vibrant, and energized. And my energy completely shifts. If you choose to take this mantra on for yourself as your new miracle, share this story with the people close to you so they can help you remember your miracle in the moments that you forget. Who can you inform of this new miracle to help support you on your journey? Also, maybe they'll be inspired by your miracle too. Hey, let's take a quick moment to practice saying this mantra aloud right now. Say it with me. It's a miracle. I'm always overflowing with energy and enthusiasm. I feel outstanding. I feel alive, vibrant, and energized. One more time. It's a miracle. I'm always overflowing with energy and enthusiasm. I feel outstanding. I feel alive, vibrant, and energized. Choose mantras and thought patterns that support and empower you to feel the ways you want and need to feel in order to create the results you want. Give yourself grace as you begin to work on intentionally choosing your thought patterns. It's not highly likely that you'll control every thought that you have always and forever. It's been estimated that we have somewhere between 60,000 and 90,000 thoughts every day. Most of our thoughts happen unconsciously. The opportunity for you to influence your state of being is to recognize that you're in a thought pattern that's not supporting you and choosing to input some more inspiring, positive, optimistic, and empowering thoughts. This won't eliminate other thoughts from coming into your mind. It will help influence a new, more empowering and energizing thought pattern. From what I've observed while studying highly successful people, even people who have spent several decades working to master their thinking and emotions haven't found a way to completely control the thoughts that pop into their heads. Don't worry about trying to control every thought you have. Focus on having the intention to influence your thinking more often. As Earl Nightingale, one of the original greats in personal development, said, we become what we think about most of the time. You won't always control your thoughts. Mostly, you won't. But you can take responsibility for being more aware of your thinking so you can influence it more often and more powerfully. Channel your energy. Let's dive further into a concept that I briefly mentioned earlier. I was in the most unlikely place to receive an inspiring strategy for improving my life at a local bar. This was several years ago. I was sitting at a table with friends consuming an adult beverage. I truthfully don't recall how it came up. Actually, it felt very random. The server who was bringing us drinks said something that still resonates with me today. He said, If you channel yourself long enough into the energy of the person you want to be, you'll eventually become that person. What? As you listen to this, it might sound so simple. It might seem like a no brainer. It still, to this day, blows my mind. It's a powerful concept and truth. I decided that this meant I needed to choose someone who I wanted to be like, someone whose energy and way of being I wanted to model and emulate. I picked a person who has extraordinary energy and a way of being that's strong, powerful, passionate, confident, caring, and much more. Every time I do something that I feel requires me to have a higher level of energy and a stronger presence, I believe myself to be that person. As I channel myself into that person's energy, I feel my energy becoming more powerfully radiant with a stronger magnetism. If you want to begin building your own energy to match someone who you truly admire and want to be more like, channel yourself into that person's energy. After enough repetitions with enough energy and emotion every time, you'll find yourself more easily and naturally being and living in that state of energy. You don't have to pick someone who has high energy. Energy can come in all different forms, styles, and intensities. Maybe the energy you want is strong yet calm. There's not one right kind of energy to channel. Channel the one that feels like it will best help you move towards becoming the person you want to be. Take a moment now to think of the person who has the energy that you'd like to match. Decide, if you're willing, to channel yourself into this person's energy every time you feel your current energy capabilities don't quite meet the level to which you need in a given moment or situation. Energy is aligned with emotion. The two, although different, are typically placed into the same box when people think about their own way of being. Every emotion has its own energy behind it. By truly understanding emotions and how to use them in a powerful and productive way, we can best position ourselves to become a greater version of ourselves, which, as you already know, will attract more of the right people and opportunities to you faster and more abundantly. We'll talk about this in the next chapter. Keep going. AYP into action. Here's a journaling exercise to experiment with. Write out a list of as many positive affirmations, statements, or mantras that you can say to yourself when you want to feel more inspired, empowered, and energized. Set a timer for 5 minutes and write any and every statement that comes to your mind. Don't filter, don't edit, just write. Then, from your list, choose 1, 2, or 3 that you want to start using in the times that you're feeling that your fuel tank is running low. Chapter summary. Energy is power, and everyone wants that. You act congruently with your self image. If you want more energy, make it part of your identity. Intentional breathwork can be a potentially life changing practice for increasing energy and improving your life. Tired is a mental state. Channel yourself into the energy of the person you want to be for long enough, and you'll eventually become that person. Chapter 5. Leverage emotion. When you were a kid, did you ever stand outside on a sunny day, look back to see your shadow, then try to run away from it? You quickly realized that no matter where you went, there it was. Your emotions are kind of like your shadow. No matter how fast you run or how well you try to hide, you'll never escape your emotions. Emotions are inextricably linked to the human condition. Yet, most people work hard to ignore or suppress their emotions so they don't have to deal with them. Unfortunately, since most of us have no idea how to deal with our emotions, we're typically terrified when someone else is expressing emotions. Why? Because if we don't know how to deal with our own, we definitely don't know how to deal with theirs. In his phenomenal book, Permission to Feel, Mark Brackett, PhD, makes a comment that's almost comical. It's so sad because of how true the sentiment behind this is. He wrote, "It is one of the great paradoxes of the human condition. We ask some variation of the question, 'How are you feeling?' over and over, which would lead us to assume that we attach some importance to it. Yet, we never expect or desire or provide an honest answer." You could call Dr. Mark Brackett an emotion expert because emotion is the focus of his work at Yale University, where he's the founder and director of the Yale Center for Emotional Intelligence and a professor in Yale's Child Study Center. In a blog post on Dr. Brackett's website, he wrote, "Put simply, the way we feel about people affects whether we want to be with them, talk to them, work with them, put the extra effort in to support them, go to places where we will bump into them, and when we interact with people, how we feel about them affects how we treat them." This is exactly what this book is all about. How can you be the kind of person who attracts more of the right people to you? How can you make people feel great about life and themselves when they're around you? Emotions are crucial when it comes to attracting or repelling people. Skip back a few seconds and listen to Dr. Brackett's quote again. Make a note in your journal about it to let it sink into your brain. Now, think about the people in your life who you most enjoy being around and who you most want to interact with. How would you describe their emotional state? Next, think about how you typically influence other people to feel. Do you show up in a way that makes them want to be around you? What are your emotions with different people and in different situations? The line from Dr. Brackett's quote above that most strikes me is the portion about putting the extra effort in to support someone. This is a major aspect of why you must master your emotions. When you create a great internal emotional state, you infuse others with those emotions. Depending on what the emotions are, you'll either attract or repel people. Let's explore how you can master your own emotional state. Then, we'll explore how you can influence the emotional state of others to help them have the feelings they want, which ultimately will make you more magnetic and able to attract more of the right people to you. Master your emotions. Let's sit down and talk about your emotions. They're really important for you to understand and take control of. Your emotional intelligence will be one of the most important skills for achieving the success you want in life. Did anyone ever say something like this to you growing up? Likely, no one said this to you. Most of us did not grow up with parents who studied, learned, and worked to master emotional intelligence. In fact, the term emotional intelligence didn't even exist until 1990 when Peter Salovey and John Mayer developed it. We all learned our emotional skills from our parents and the people who raised us. Since emotional intelligence as a defined term didn't come into existence until 1990, if you were born before the year 2000, there's an incredibly small chance that your parents knew anything about the idea of emotional intelligence. If they didn't know about it, how could they have helped you learn it? Thus, this journey of improving your emotional intelligence now fully falls on your shoulders. It's a skill you must develop if you want to be the spouse, parent, friend, leader, and human that you truly want to be. Emotions are part of who we are in every moment of life. Emotions are as much a part of you as the heart that beats in your chest. They're very real and vital for living. Importantly, they have amazing power and influence in your life. Since no one consciously and intentionally taught us about emotions growing up, our emotional skills are now run at the subconscious level. They just happen without our conscious control. The only way to take back control of your emotions is to bring them back to your conscious awareness. Have you ever been in a frustrating, emotionally charged interaction with a spouse, partner, or significant other? That's a silly question. Of course you have. I'm certain that you didn't enjoy it. Our emotional state dictates our interactions with others. Why? Because our emotions are contagious. I'll talk more about this in the next section of this chapter. For now, let's realize that mastering your own emotional state will help you to be the best version of yourself. Being the best version of yourself will help you to create the best results possible in your personal and professional life. How do you take control of your own emotional state? Here are the first two steps you'll want to follow to successfully control your emotions more often. Step 1, decide that commanding your emotions is important to you. You need reasons for why you care about becoming better with controlling your emotional state. Do you want to have better interactions with your spouse and children? Do you want to become a better leader at work? Do you want to show up better for the clients and teammates you work with? Do you want to feel better more often? A multitude of reasons exist for why you would want to improve your emotional regulation skills. But none of those matter. The only thing that will make this something you incorporate into your daily life is your personal reasons for wanting to make this change. So, what are your reasons? For me, the answer to this question is now an easy one. I want to have extraordinary relationships with my wife, my children, and all of the people I care about, which is everyone I ever interact with. Why? Because the quality of my most important relationships has the strongest influence on the quality of my whole life experience. Likewise, the quality of your most important relationships has the strongest influence on the quality of your whole life experience. This is absolutely worth repeating and remembering. The quality of your most important relationships has the strongest influence on the quality of your whole life experience. And the best way to create extraordinary relationships is to have total command and control of your emotional state. I've experienced this truth firsthand, and I'm confident that you have too. Growing up, I played youth football. One of my coaches in my 5th and final year of youth football always said, "Look good, feel good, play good." The concept here is simple. How we feel influences how we perform. This is true in every area of life, personal and professional. If you feel the way you want to feel because you have taken command of your emotional state, then you can perform at your highest level in your relationships and in every area of life that you want to excel in. Step 2, become more aware of your emotional state. This step is not always easy because most people have so many different things grabbing their attention throughout the day. It sounds like it's a very simple step, and it is simple, but it's not easy. Since it's not easy, you must be very clear on your reasons for wanting to improve your emotional control. If you're not absolutely convinced that this is worth your time and effort, you won't follow through on it. Okay, let's assume you're completely convinced that you must become a master of managing your emotional state. Now, how do you become more aware? Slow down. Sprint coaches often say, slow is smooth and smooth is fast. I've also heard very successful leaders say things like, slow down to go faster. These seem like very paradoxical statements, and they are, yet they're both true. Another quip that I heard that still rings true in my life came from one of my other football coaches when I was in middle school. Coach Stan, as we called him, was one of those coaches who truly wanted to help us become better as people. As the starting quarterback, I wanted to make things happen. If you can imagine it, I really cared deeply about performing well for myself and for my teammates. Because I cared so deeply, sometimes I rushed too much due to my sense of anxiousness that accompanied my desire to perform well. Have you ever been there? Sensing my anxiousness and seeing that I was rushing my passes, Coach Stan would remind me with this same saying at almost every practice: be quick, but don't hurry. He helped me realize that rushing through anything, especially in this case my passes, resulted in less than ideal outcomes. If I was going to pass the football as effectively as possible, I needed to slow down enough that I wasn't rushing while still throwing it as quickly as possible. This same concept can help you in life with becoming more attuned with your emotional state at any moment. If you slow down enough, you can put your conscious awareness wherever you want it. Your emotions start with feelings. Feelings are simply sensations in your body. As you start to feel these sensations, your brain will then label them as a specific emotion. For example, angry, mad, upset, disappointed, happy, joyful, passionate, etc. The key to awareness is to practice noticing. The more often we get curious about observing what we're feeling, the more often we'll be mindful of the emotions that follow the feeling. In the next chapter, I'll share a specific strategy I've designed for gaining greater awareness. For a few more pages, let's dive deeper into understanding emotions so that you can be more effective with yours. A few of the emotions that I personally choose to live in as often as possible are love, joy, gratitude, curiosity, reverence, inspiration, and hope. Let's review each one and the power of each for helping you to be the person you want to be, a person who can attract more of the right people to you so you can open up more of the best opportunities in life. Important definitions to know. You might be wondering, why do I need the definitions of these feeling words? As a response, I would ask you, how well do you truly understand the meaning of the words that you use every day? The answer to this question for too many people is something along the lines of not very well. We learn words by association. Learning by association means that we learn words growing up and through our life as we hear other people use the words in different situations. Therefore, your current understanding of any given word is based on how you heard it used by other people in your life. This way of learning is antithetical to the process of learning through a deep study of language, which only a small fraction of the population does. Do you want to stand out from the average person? Then you must purposefully study and understand definitions of words. The better you can understand the language of emotions, the better positioned you'll be to experience the ones you want. Additionally, you'll be set up to effectively communicate those feelings with the people you care about most. Let's start with joy. The Merriam-Webster Dictionary definition of joy: to experience great pleasure or delight. If you're like most humans, you want to feel great pleasure or delight. I've heard Tom Bilyeu say, "We're all looking for brain chemistry that produces feelings in our bodies." You might be wondering what he means by this. Tom's point is that whether you're wanting to become a Super Bowl winning quarterback, earn millions of dollars, be a great parent, or achieve any number of other things, the end result of that achievement is a certain chemical reaction in your body and brain. Life is about much more than simply seeking out a chemical reaction in the brain and body that catalyzes certain feelings. Still, the implication here is critical for successful living. Nearly everyone wants to feel pleasurable emotions. Joy is one of them. Ask yourself, when do you experience the most joy in your life? What's it like to live with joy? How could your life be different if you experience more joy more often? Joy is not easily hidden. When you really feel joyful, it beams out from you into the hearts of those around you. Here are a few more questions for you to ponder. What could more joy do for your relationships, attitude, performance at work, ability to lead your team, marriage, relationship with your children, community? Joy is an attractive emotion. Virtually everyone wants to experience more of it more often. Maybe it's one you should add to your repertoire as you begin to more intentionally choose your emotions. Love. A quick search in the Merriam-Webster dictionary will provide you with this definition of love: a feeling of strong or constant affection for a person. In case it helps, here's the definition of affection: a gentle feeling of fondness or liking. As you reflect on the definition of love listed above, what stands out to you about it? One word in the definition really strikes me: strong. Love is one of the strongest, most powerful emotions of all. If you cultivate an attitude of love, you can and will create and live an extraordinary life. Don't shy away from this emotion. Some people were raised in homes where they never heard this word. For those people, it can be an uncomfortable emotion to embrace. If this describes you, you can choose to end the cycle of not using the word love for your family. If you do use the word love in your family, find more opportunities to embrace this word and the feeling it engenders. Emanate love as often as possible everywhere you go. Your life can absolutely transform if you feel more love more often. To radiate more love wherever you are, feel love in your heart and let the feelings flow to the people around you. As an example, imagine going to the grocery store. And as you walk around the store, intentionally feel your heart fill up with the feeling of love. Next, send that feeling to the people you walk by. You don't need to verbally say anything to the people you walk past. Simply pray silently in your head and ask that the love you feel radiates out of you and into the hearts and souls of the people you walk past. This strategy doesn't even require you to look at other people to send them love. You'll be amazed by the fullness of love you experience when you send love to strangers in this way. Unless you follow these people around after the grocery, you can't prove that something special happens for them too. That'd be weird and very difficult to do, so please don't. Yet, I believe that something will change inside of their hearts, minds, and souls when you do this. To take it a step further, pray that the love you send stirs their hearts in such a powerful way that their lives positively change forever. Whether or not this habit will actually transform their lives, it will certainly transform yours. I promise that you will feel overwhelming amounts of love by doing this. Furthermore, it will improve your mindset, attitude, and way of being so that you show up better the rest of the day. Test this the next time you're out in public. Choose to let your heart fill with love, and then imagine that love radiating from your heart and soul out to the hearts and souls of every person you walk past. Observe what happens. Gratitude. I'm sure you've heard about the power of having an attitude of gratitude. How often do you intentionally cultivate this attitude of gratitude for yourself? Let's go to Merriam-Webster again for the definition of gratitude: a feeling of appreciation or thanks. How many times per day do you say thank you to someone? What I've found through my life experience is that when I say thank you, I feel better. Something happens inside of my heart, mind, and body when I say thank you. Appreciation is powerful. Here's a list of people you could thank or be grateful for: God, the creator of the universe; people who help you; people who support you; clients; friends; people who do wrong by you. This last one might sound weird, but I truly believe that there's a gift in every situation. You can learn something from everything that happens in your life. If someone does something that's unhelpful or even potentially destructive in your life, you can gain from it. When you begin to appreciate everything that happens in your life, you'll be in a much better mindset to move yourself forward. When you're grateful for everything, you're better positioned to recognize the opportunity within the chaos and challenges of life. You've likely heard from other personal growth and self help teachers and mentors that gratitude is one of the most powerful states to live in. I'll double down on that. Gratitude is a potent force for positive change. If you don't yet have a gratitude practice, here's a simple action you can begin today. Write on one line of your journal page, "Today I'm grateful for." Then on the subsequent 3 lines, write 3 different things you're truly grateful and thankful for. Keep them simple. The things you write down that you're grateful for don't need to be massive, life changing things. Here's an example of one I've done. Today I'm grateful for: number 1, the warmth of my morning coffee in my hands. Love that feeling. Number 2, the smile on my wife's face. She's so beautiful. Number 3, my kiddos' joyful laughter when they wake up in the mornings. Recall that I said your 3 things don't need to be massive, life changing things. Ironically, it's often the seemingly small, insignificant aspects of life that truly are massive and life changing. And that is the power of gratitude. Even the seemingly tiniest details and moments of your day will begin to carry massive, profound, and powerful weight when you begin to be more grateful more often. As you practice gratitude daily, you'll start to notice and appreciate even the small things that happen in the day that once seemed insignificant and unimportant. And when the small things become big things that you're grateful for, your life will improve dramatically. Your energy and passion for life will begin to skyrocket like you've never experienced before, because it won't take much for you to feel grateful. You'll strengthen your gratitude muscle. Appreciation will radiate through you even more easily and even more often. Start this daily gratitude practice of writing down 3 things you're grateful for. Make it part of your morning journaling routine because It will prime your mind, heart, and spirit for gratitude for the rest of the day. Curiosity. You have already experienced the power of curiosity many times in your life, but it may have been a while since the last time you did. When we were kids growing up, our natural way of being was to be curious. We continually asked, why? We asked questions about everything we experienced. We wanted to know more. We wanted to understand. Unfortunately, as most people grow up and become adults, they move into a way of being that's more about proving they know things as opposed to telling the truth. They really have no clue. Humans make a lot of assumptions. For survival purposes, we're wired to presume as often as possible. Our brains automatically make assumptions so that we can function faster and more efficiently throughout the day. This is just how our human circuitry works. However, we have the opportunity to override this wiring whenever we want to. Unfortunately, we tend to not intentionally choose to override this automatic thinking system very often. As an example, have you ever been driving down the road and suddenly someone swerved in front of you, cut you off, then proceeded to prove how terrible they are at driving? I don't know how you react, but my natural tendency is to tell those drivers about my very low opinion of them. Of course, they can't hear me because I'm in my car, and I assume that they're just idiots who are careless, don't know how to drive, and are most likely even drunk driving. Maybe I should call the cops. Then I pump the brakes on these assumptions. Yes, pun intended. What if they had an awful day? What if they just received news that a family member or child is sick and in the hospital? What if they were just fired from a job and were the only income earners in their household? Many different scenarios could be the truth of this situation. Yet it's very easy to assume the other person is simply an idiot and a careless, disrespectful driver. What if instead of becoming ticked off and irritated, I became curious? What if I got back to my natural way of being childlike, and asked questions instead? How would that shift my perspective? I'll tell you what can happen when you get curious. You open up new possibilities. You start to realize that your first reaction might not be the only option. Being curious opens doors to new ways of living and experiencing life. When you're curious, you can see more choices for how to think, feel, be, behave, and communicate. Most people feel stuck when they don't see any other choices in life. If you feel stuck now, the fastest way to shatter that feeling is to help yourself to see more and new options for moving forward. Being stuck simply means that you're failing to make forward progress. Become curious and brainstorm potential alternatives. If it helps, you don't even have to think of options for yourself. You can pretend that you're brainstorming options for a friend who is in the exact same situation you are. This is a great self coaching technique. Ask yourself, if a friend of mine was going through this exact same situation, what advice would I give them? Again, you'll have to get curious to come up with some creative answers. One of the things many people appreciate about children is their insatiable curiosity. If you decide to be a person who is curious more often, you'll grab the attention and intrigue of even more people. Many adults desire to be more childlike, whether they say it aloud or not, because there's a magical quality about children. And a big part of this magical magnetic quality is their curiosity. Develop your curiosity, and you'll begin to become more attractive to other people. Curiosity can be a total game changer for you. If you're feeling stuck, afraid, lost, uncertain about what to do next in life, get curious. It's the antidote to fear. It's the medicine for frustration. It's the panacea for feeling stuck. Curiosity is a quality that people will notice in you. Developing this characteristic of curiosity in yourself will energetically draw more people to you. Reverence. Without question, reverence can be the biggest reason that you'll attract many great relationships and opportunities into your life. Develop a deep and holy reverence for life. Reverence is a deep respect for someone or something. So, yes, you heard that right. I'm encouraging you to have a deep and holy, deep respect for life. It's that deep. It's almost bottomless. Have I made my point yet? When you can truly, deeply respect and appreciate life, you can tap into an even greater level of your personal power and potential. Your magnetism will strengthen. The decision to have reverence for life won't drastically change your life. The decision to have reverence for life every day will drastically change your life. For me, a major part of having reverence for life is based on a spiritual belief in an all powerful, all knowing God of the universe who created everyone and everything. I sometimes find myself overwhelmed by the enormity of God and the universe and how small and insignificant I am. Simultaneously, I'm writing this book and creating other content and doing other work because I realize that I do have the power to positively influence and impact the lives of people around the world. And you do too. I feel a sense of responsibility for the part that I can play in helping people to attract more of their potential and increase their quality of life. Part of the reason I do the work I do is because of this reverence for life. You've been given specific gifts and talents that can be used to bless and help other people. When we appreciate the preciousness of every day we're alive, we begin to use our gifts more often in a way that truly helps other people. By using your gifts to help other people, you will also naturally express your most authentic self. And the more you express your true authentic self, the more reverence for life you'll experience. Having reverence for life can be thought of as a fanatical level of gratitude for life. Reverence for life takes gratitude to a spiritual level. By thinking about the magnificence of life every day and choosing to live in reverence for life, you'll find it easier to get into this wonderful state of being. Right now, put yourself in a place of reverence for life. You can sit and close your eyes and put your hands over your heart if you'd like. Breathe deeply while thinking about your breaths moving to and through your heart. Now, think about a moment in your life that you're immensely grateful for. Imagine you're living in that moment and feel it in your heart. Once you've truly felt that moment and absorbed it into your heart, think about another moment that you're truly thankful for. These moments can be from many years ago, or they can be from recent times. The moment could even be the moment you're in right now. Once you've taken a few breaths into your heart and brought these moments close to your soul, think of a third moment that you feel thankful for. As you're thinking of these moments, you can even smile and remember how you felt in the moment. What all did you appreciate about the moment? Who else was involved? Can you remember the faces of the people with you in these moments you're remembering and feeling grateful for? Appreciate these moments. When you're ready, open your eyes while keeping the smile on your face. How do you feel now? Hopefully, you're feeling a reverence for life by remembering these moments. If you were trying to do this while listening, you may not have been able to fully immerse yourself in the memories. Now that you've listened to the whole practice, you can do it again without needing to hear it. I expect the second or third time you go through this process, you'll be able to better connect to the moments you're remembering and the feelings of appreciation. Have you ever spent time with someone who seemed to be so in love with life that you thought, wow, they love life so much and it's infectious? I want to be around them more often. As you develop a practice of living in a state of authentic reverence for life more often, you will become that person for others. Those people will like you more and want to be around you more often. Inspiration. When you feel inspired, what do you believe is possible in your life? Many people begin to feel a renewed sense of possibility when they're in an inspired state. It's easier to creatively think about what could be possible in your life when you're feeling inspired. From Merriam-Webster, here's the definition of inspiration: the action or power of moving the intellect or emotions. When you feel a sense of inspiration, you're more likely to feel vibrant and alive. It feels amazing to feel inspired, doesn't it? I mentioned earlier in the book that people usually feel stuck when they're not allowing themselves to see other options for how to think, feel, be, behave, or communicate. Essentially, when people can't see a way forward, they feel stuck. When you're stimulated to do something creative, for example, feel inspired, you're in a position to recognize a way forward. When you can see a way forward, you're no longer stuck. I've felt stuck many times in my life in several different ways. Feeling stuck seems to be something that happens when we lose a feeling of inspiration. If you can be a person who lives inspired, then you can inspire others. When you use the flame of one candle to light the wick of another candle, the first candle doesn't lose its flame. In fact, the size of the flame doesn't even reduce. In the same way, when we're living on fire with inspiration, we can pass that inspiration along to others without our fire of inspiration being extinguished. Here's the punchline: people don't want to feel stuck. To get unstuck mentally, someone needs to be stimulated mentally to get creative. If you can be a person who mentally stimulates another person to move into a state of creativity, you'll be an invaluable asset because you'll help people to get unstuck and make greater progress faster towards their goals and dreams. If you can help people move forward faster towards their dreams, you'll be someone they want to be in a relationship with, personal or professional. Develop your own inspiration in order to be in a position to ignite inspiration in others. Hope. Samuel Smiles wrote, "Hope is the companion of power and the mother of success, for whoso hopes strongly has within him the gift of miracles." Hope is one of the most powerful emotions we can experience because it promotes a positive, optimistic attitude. Hope is about having a positive expectation for something good to happen in the future. How much energy and effort would you give to some task, endeavor, or goal if you didn't have a positive expectation about the outcome? Likely, not much. Most people don't live as fully and richly as they possibly could because their fuel tank of hope is running on empty. Something about this emotion of hope opens the door to miraculous possibilities. Hope can give you the energy and enthusiasm you need to take action more passionately and with greater confidence and intensity. When we can hope for a better future, we can live more fully in the present. By living more fully in the present, you'll become more attractive to other people. Why? Because you'll have a vibrancy of life that others cannot ignore. Like all emotions, hope is contagious. If you can build in yourself a strong enough hope for the future, you will blaze a trail for yourself and others towards a greater level of success. You'll stand out if you have hope. Since the future is unknowable, you have the opportunity to choose what you believe will happen. You can't guarantee what will happen in the future, but you can imagine whatever you want your future to include. Humans desire that their future will be better than their past and their present. That desire is hope. If you can be a beacon of light because of your hope, you'll be someone that others will follow. You'll inspire new possibilities of what the future can look like because you're filled with hope. Decide, what emotions do you most want to develop for yourself? Which emotions do you want to spend most of your time living with? I've overviewed a few of the most positive, attractive emotions that you'll find empowering for creating and living the life you want to live. I know that if you choose to develop these emotional states for yourself, you'll experience the power of how these emotions will help you attract people and opportunities into your life. By living with these emotions, people will like you more and want to spend more time with you. Now is your chance to decide that you want to improve your ability to regulate and leverage your own emotional state more frequently. Are you in? Do you see the power and importance of this vital skill? Once you've started to consistently regulate and manage your own emotional state, your next endeavor should be to influence the emotions of other people. Keep listening to learn how to use this skill to empower others and to attract more people to you. Influence emotions of others. I used to believe the cliche that some motivational speakers espouse that other people can't make me feel any way I don't want to feel. I now know that this simply isn't true. If you've lived for any amount of time, you know that other people absolutely can make you feel certain emotions. Maybe a better word than make is influence. People influence the emotions and attitudes of other people all day long. You influence the emotions of other people. Likewise, other people influence your emotions. Do you have to stay in those emotions that others influence you to feel? Absolutely not. That's the power of your ability to regulate your own emotions that we talked about earlier. Emotional state regulation is not about preventing certain emotions from being induced in you by the people and events of your life. Emotional state regulation is about learning how to handle whatever emotional states you're affected with through any circumstance or situation. It's a futile exercise to think that no one can influence you to feel any emotion you don't want to feel. That's a mental battle you'll lose more often than you'll win. It's not bad to feel negative emotions. Experiencing negative emotions is one clue that you're still alive. What a gift! Another gift of feeling negative emotions that are induced by another human, you're in relationships with other humans. What a blessing it is to be in relationships with other people. So let's stop thinking that we should work to eliminate negative emotions from our lives. They have their place. But the key for successful living is being able to positively influence your own emotional state and the emotional states of other people. Anytime you have the opportunity to interact with someone who challenges your emotional state, you can use it to learn and to become a master of your own emotional state regulation. If you were never challenged with difficult situations emotionally, you would never have the opportunity to grow as much as you have the potential to. For any muscle to strengthen, it must be challenged. Emotional skill development works the same way. We need to be challenged to become better. Hopefully, you see the benefits of being in situations that challenge your emotional state regulation skills. Let's now shift into talking about the importance of influencing the emotions of the people in your life. First, we can't help but to be influenced by the emotions of other people. This is called emotional contagion. Humans are wired as social beings. We've been created to rely on connection and interaction with other humans for surviving and thriving. In his book, Mirroring People, Marco Iccoboni writes about mirror neurons in the human brain, which make us wired to connect with one another. He writes, we achieve our very subtle understanding of other people thanks to certain collections of special cells in the brain called mirror neurons. He further explains mirror neurons by writing, they bind us with each other mentally and emotionally. Mirror neurons in our brain allow us to understand other people by having these neurons in our brains fire without our needing to actually do anything. In other words, mirror neurons are used to help us feel what other people are doing so that we can understand them at a deeper level. In fact, humans are imitating beings, meaning we learn through imitation. Iacoboni shares a quote by Eric Hoffer to begin one of the chapters of Mirroring People that really intrigues me. Hoffer's quote, when people are free to do as they please, they usually imitate each other. Humans are inextricably linked to one another in several ways. One way of these ways that humans are linked that we can actually prove through scientific research, we're connected through our brain wiring and our mirror neurons. If you want to get more people to like you and to want to invest time with you, you must help other people to feel outstanding when they're around you. Most people want to experience the most amazing, energizing, vibrant emotions possible as often as possible. Your ability to help others get these feelings will directly influence their desire to be around you, invest time with you, and help you. You must help people to feel more of these positive feelings in order to attract them into your life. Do you want to find your next great job opportunity or client? Do you want to make more friends? Are you looking for a new business partner to start the business of your dreams? Would you like people to think of you first when they have a great new opportunity or idea to discuss? Make people feel great. Through everything we've touched on so far, you know for certain that you're influencing the people around you, especially the people you interact with directly, to feel certain feelings. So be intentional, be proactive, generate feelings of joy, hope, optimism, love, enthusiasm, and any other great feelings you can think of. When we reflect on the power of mirror neurons, pun definitely intended, We learn that we can influence people with our actions and movements and vocal qualities: tone, pace, pitch, tempo, volume, etc. Most people focus on their words as the only way to influence another person. The most effective way to influence the emotions of another human is through emotions. To help another person feel certain emotions, you need to feel those emotions yourself first. As an example, if you want to influence someone to feel joyful, you'll need to feel joyful first. Here's a phrase you've likely heard before that can help you to experience the emotions you want to feel. Act as if. Act as if you are already feeling the emotions you want to feel. Magically, you will find yourself starting to feel the emotions. Does this sound too good to be true? Let's go back to an earlier comment I made about our actions, movements, and vocal qualities. We act as if by our actions, movements, and vocal qualities. Ask yourself these questions as you think about acting, behaving, and speaking joyfully. How would you move? Would you walk faster than normal? Would you be smiling? How big of a smile would you have? Would there be a gleam in your eyes? What would you feel in your heart and body? What kind of energy would you be experiencing? How would you look at someone? How would you listen to someone? What body language would you use? How would your voice sound? Would you have a higher than normal tone of voice? At what pace would you speak? What would be the rhythm of your voice? How would your tonality change? These questions will provide you with a solid start for beginning to craft your own way of being, behaving, and communicating joyfully so that you can influence the people around you to feel joyful too. Do you want and need to help another person or group of people to feel enthusiastic about an idea you have? Whether you want to pitch a new business venture to investors or convince your family that a long road trip to visit your favorite vacation spot will be good for everyone, enthusiasm will be a key ingredient in cooking up the result you want. In order to instill enthusiasm into the hearts and minds of those business partners and family members, you'll need to be filled up with the feelings of enthusiasm yourself. For both of these scenarios above, the new business idea and visiting your favorite vacation spot, let's assume you truly are enthusiastic about the ideas. I don't know what your experience has been, but I can confidently say that I've met plenty of people over the years who said they were enthusiastic about an idea, but whose actions, movements, and voice told a different story. What am I suggesting? I'm suggesting that there is always room for increasing the feelings that you're experiencing in order to have more to share with others. The more you feel the emotions you want to share, the better positioned you'll be to pass them along to the people around you. Before you can fill up 12 glasses of water, you must fill up an entire pitcher that can pour out into those glasses. If the pitcher is only partially filled, it will only be able to pour a small amount into all 12 of the glasses on the table. You must build and strengthen your skill and ability to fill yourself with the emotions you want to feel so you can influence other people with those emotions. This isn't something you read about and then automatically become amazing at. It takes practice over time to increase your capacity to feel greater levels of the emotions you want and to be able to infuse others with those emotions. Make this a daily practice. As you start your day, think about the emotions you want to influence other people to feel. Then begin working to move yourself to feel those emotions. The morning is a great time to leverage journaling. Spend a few minutes every morning writing out the emotions you want to feel. You can even write as if you're feeling those emotions in the moment you're journaling. As an example, most mornings I do what I call the 3x3 journaling exercise. I write 3 things I'm grateful for, 3 things I'm excited about, and 3 goals that I want to accomplish. By writing in the present tense about what I'm grateful for and excited about, I'm beginning to stir up those feelings and immerse myself in them. Doing this exercise can start your day with feelings of gratitude and excitement. Excitement and enthusiasm are very similar feelings. So, if you want to help other people to feel enthusiastic, this morning journaling exercise that includes writing out what you're excited about will help you feel more enthusiastic. Decide that you now know and believe in the importance of helping other people to feel great emotions and begin to practice your ability to influence other people's emotions by acting as if through behaving, moving, and speaking in ways that align with how you would be if you were feeling those emotions. AYP into action. Journal your answers to the question, what are my reasons for wanting to take control of my emotional state? What are the top 3 emotions you want to experience and live with more often? Chapter summary. Emotions are crucial when it comes to attracting or repelling people. Emotions are a part of who we are in every moment of life. Know your personal reasons for wanting to better regulate your emotions. Your current understanding of any given word is based on how you heard it used by other people in your life. Decide which emotions you want to spend most of your time living with. Humans are inextricably connected through our emotions. In order to influence another person to feel good feelings, you must first generate those good feelings inside of yourself. Chapter 6. The Quick Curiosity Trigger. If you're ready to go a step further with mastering your emotional skills, this chapter is for you. I've developed a simple awareness strategy that I like to call the Quick Curiosity Trigger, or the QCT for short. The purpose of the QCT is to have a process for awareness. It's easy to say, become aware of your feelings and emotions. On the other hand, it's much more difficult to actually do it. It becomes easier to do with a specific process because as you think about the process, you'll remind yourself to become aware. Here's how the QCT works and how you can use it. Step 1, feel the feeling. This sounds obvious, but how often do you truly feel your emotions? Triggers are helpful to move us into a particular state or action. You can use the feeling of an emotion as the trigger to notice it and pause. It's kind of like the proverbial deer in the headlights. When deer sense a potential danger approaching, they immediately stop moving and pay full attention to whatever they're noticing that's possibly life threatening. This is especially helpful with what are typically called negative feelings like anger, sadness, frustration, and irritation. Once you feel that negative emotion and you notice it and pause, move to the next step. Step 2, say, interesting. You can either say this aloud or in your head. The benefit of saying it aloud is that you'll connect your body to the process, which will further anchor this QCT procedure into your nervous system. Anchoring this process in this way can help it become a habit for you. By engaging more of your body into the procedure, you'll strengthen your mind's ability to recall it unconsciously much more quickly and more often. One reason I call it the quick curiosity trigger: when we can become curious about our feelings, we can start the process of working to understand them. When we're curious, we're more open to learning. We can only change when we're open to learning. If you stay stubbornly stuck in your current patterns of thought, belief, and behavior, then you will not make the shifts necessary to better yourself and improve your life. Once you've said, interesting, with as many as you'd like to use, and triggered yourself into a state of curiosity, you're open to understanding your feelings in that moment. Just thinking about the QCT strategy will help you to be more aware of your feelings. Next, move to the final step. Step 3, ask a question. You can use the QCT whether you're alone or interacting with another person. Therefore, when you finish the sequence of the process by asking a question, you'll either ask yourself or another person that question. The purpose of asking a question is to embody the state of curiosity that will be so helpful for keeping you in an optimal state of being. Additionally, asking a question necessitates an answer. Whether you're asking someone else or yourself the question, you'll learn something that can help you gain greater understanding about yourself or the other person in that moment. Asking questions to gain understanding and awareness is vital for growth. Likewise, asking questions is vital for helping another person know that you genuinely care. Too often, it feels natural and easy to become frustrated and irritated when someone says something that feels like they're attacking you and your beliefs. However, the response that doesn't feel natural is the one that will make all the difference in your interactions. Get curious and ask a question. Does this sound too simple? Well, it is simple, but it's not always easy. Keep practicing and you'll get better. In order to make this a habit, you need to know why this is important for you. What do you want to gain by becoming less frustrated and more curious when someone says something that irks you? Trust me, this habit is an absolute game changer. The quick curiosity trigger is a skill that can be developed. You can become better at using this tool as a skill. Again, like any skill, it takes repetition to improve its use. I originally invented this QCT as a tool to help me to stay open and to listen to others when I was feeling angry, upset, frustrated, or irritated. I now know that this is a tool that can be used in any moment of my life, whether another person is involved or not. I imagine that you'll typically find yourself using the QCT while interacting with other people because emotions don't usually happen in a vacuum, meaning other people are somehow involved in influencing our emotions, even if they're not physically present with us. AYP into action. Let me put on my coaching hat for a moment and invite you to consider how you'll hold yourself accountable to using the QCT going forward. If you're truly committed to taking command of your emotional regulation, journal about the QCT and when and how you'll use it. 2 specific questions to consider and journal about. What specific times and situations can you think of that typically influence you to lose command of your emotions in a harmful way? Is there a particular person you interact with regularly, daily or weekly, who tends to agitate your emotional state? Think about these questions and journal about how you'll use this QCT going forward. Consider how you'll remind yourself to use it. Some people like using sticky notes or 3x5 note cards to write a note to self that reminds them of what to do, and they place the note in a location that they'll see it often, such as on their computer screen. The reminder note might be as simple as writing out the 3 letters QCT. Maybe that's enough for you to be triggered to keep it top of mind while on client calls, team conference calls, or before interacting with your spouse, partner, significant other, or children. Decide and write in your journal what you'll do. And if writing on a sticky note or 3x5 note card is the strategy you're choosing, do that now. Put the reminder in a place so it's ready to use from now on, or at least until you've made using the QCT a habit and part of how you live. A final note on the QCT. Once you've started to make yourself more consistently aware of your emotions by slowing yourself down to notice your emotions, you need to regulate and manage your emotions. Following the QCT opens you up to choosing whatever emotional state you want to live in with the next moment of your life. As you likely notice with QCT, the point is to get yourself into a state of curiosity. Curiosity is one of the most powerful and empowering states you can live in. You're more open, creative, and in control while being curious. Curiosity might be the ultimate state you're wanting to stay in while using the QCT, or you might use QCT to slow yourself down enough to move into a joyful, passionate, excited, or loving state of being. To do this, you'll still use the state of curiosity. Once you've followed QCT and you feel curious, you can ask yourself, what emotional state would I most like to or need to move into right now? From a state of curiosity, you could also ask yourself, what emotional state would best serve this situation I'm facing right now? Let me take a moment to highlight this question. Here it is again. What emotional state would best serve this situation I'm facing right now? It doesn't say, what emotional state would best serve me right now? It doesn't even say, what emotional state would best serve other people right now? We're always living in relation to a situation. We don't live in a vacuum with ourselves. Often, the situation will be best served when you are in the most effective emotional state that most supports your ability to be your best self in that situation. When you think about your relationship to the whole situation, instead of just thinking about yourself or just thinking about the other person or people involved, you could see the situation and yourself relative to the situation in a very different way. By seeing yourself relating to the situation in a very different way, you might be more empowered to show up in an even more effective and productive way for the situation and the people in the situation. Choose to shift yourself into the emotion that will best serve the whole situation. Mastering this skill will take more time than training yourself to use QCT. And you'll only master this skill of shifting yourself into the emotions you want to experience by becoming more aware of your emotional state through a self awareness process such as QCT. Over time, you'll expand and enrich your emotional capacity so that you can choose many different, rich, empowering emotions for yourself. AYP into action. Right at the top of the page, the emotions I most often experience. Then, list the emotions that you typically experience during the day or week. Next, once you've completed that list, here's the title for your next list: The emotions I want to experience more often. Write out the top 7 emotions that you want to experience more often in your life. Making this list is vital for your success with emotional state regulation. How can you intentionally choose a new emotion if you don't already know what you want to experience? Next, you can write out a list of affirmation statements that state the emotion you want to experience. For example, I am joyful, I am loving, I am passionate, I am curious. Write these out every morning and feel the emotion while you're writing it. This will help you to ingrain the emotion further into your nervous system. You'll more easily access the emotion in the moment you want to call it forward into your way of being. No matter how quickly you become efficient at moving yourself into the emotional state you want to live in, remember, keep going. If, for most of your life, you've found yourself trapped by your emotional responses and have not yet taken command of your emotional state, making this change can take time. Give yourself grace. Know that repetition is the mother of skill. And you'll only get repetition by being in situations that call for you to use QCT. Every time you practice this strategy, you'll drive the grooves of this habit deeper into your system so it becomes easier to follow through on every day. Chapter summary. The quick curiosity trigger can be used to become more aware of your emotions and regulate them better. Asking questions helps you to stay in a curious state of mind, which will allow you to be more effective in human relationships. Your most natural response will not usually be the most effective when you're feeling highly negative emotions, so practice taking command of how you respond. Chapter 7. Create unstoppable confidence. It's a confidence thing. Have you ever said this? Have you ever heard someone else say it? I've heard it from all kinds of people. People who have created what many would consider great success personally and professionally still find themselves far too often lacking the level of confidence they need to break through to a new level of living. I wouldn't be surprised if you opened the book, saw this chapter title, and flipped directly to it. One of the most important components of being the greatest version of yourself is having unstoppable confidence. I'd liken lack of confidence to driving a car with the e-brake pulled. If you don't have enough confidence, you're being held back from your greatest potential. Another metaphor that might motivate you to want more confidence: think of a rowboat with an anchor hanging off the back. You can row as hard and as fast as you want and exert all of your effort and energy, but if you don't have the confidence to go with your effort, you won't move forward as fast as you possibly could. Unfortunately, most people are never taught about confidence directly and intentionally. We learn about confidence by piecing together different experiences of life over the years. This topic is like many others in the category of what I would call life success skills. They're never taught at any point in our traditional education. The reason that many people think that they're either born confident or not is due to the fact that it feels pretty random as to who has confidence and who doesn't. The truth is that confidence is a skill like any other. Maybe you've picked up on this theme so far in this book. Most attributes, characteristics, and qualities are skills that can be learned and improved with deliberate practice. For this to be a truth for you, you must first believe it is a truth. If you're not thoroughly convinced that confidence can be learned and developed, you'll continue to be held back from experiencing the full confidence that you're capable of. Before we dive into learning about what confidence is and what it isn't, let's ensure we're on the same page with why it's important to develop. Think about a few questions. Why do you want more confidence? What is it that you believe having confidence will give you? Will you feel more courageous? Will you step into tough and challenging situations and conversations more readily? Will you pursue the dreams that you have without worry about the fear you might be feeling? What is it specifically that you want from having more confidence? It's interesting to notice the language most people use with confidence. Often, it's not about having confidence versus not having confidence, it's about having more confidence. This insinuates that you can experience confidence along a spectrum. Again, most people don't think of confidence as an on off light switch where it's either fully bright or completely dark. Usually, people feel that their confidence is more like that dimmer switch that can be turned up and turned down to many different levels and intensities. You can have more or less confidence in different moments and in different experiences. Hopefully, you spent time thinking about the reasons you want to feel more confident. Here are a few reasons that I believe having greater levels of confidence will benefit you and your life experience. You will more fully step into your authentic self. You will be more of the person you were created to be. You won't hold yourself back or hesitate to pursue your biggest goals and dreams. You will have greater energy, knowing that no matter how things go, you have the confidence to keep going. The reason I titled this chapter Create Unstoppable Confidence, the term unstoppable means can't be stopped or won't be stopped. Confidence doesn't guarantee that you'll never stumble or fall down as you work to create and to live an extraordinary life. Confidence simply helps you to step into the fullest version of yourself, the version of you who is capable of doing anything. It allows you to keep going no matter what results you do or don't create. Greater levels of confidence will help you to start towards your dreams, keep going, and perform in every area of your life at higher levels of success and achievement. What do you want to create with more confidence? What can you imagine will be possible in your life with greater confidence? Dream big, my friend. Start allowing yourself to imagine the bigger, better life you'll live because of your incredible new confidence. How to develop confidence. The biggest misconception I've heard about confidence is that it's birthed from competence. Yes, the more competent you are at a task or skill, the greater your confidence might be. Unfortunately, there are really competent people who still lack a level of confidence that aligns with their high competence. Greater competence does not guarantee greater confidence. If you want to create truly unstoppable confidence, you cannot allow yourself to get caught up in what I call the if then approach to confidence. An example of the if then approach to confidence: if I create better results, then I'll feel more confident. You must decide to be confident. You might be thinking, sure, JJ, that's easy to say, but practically speaking, how is it done? Great question. Part of the answer comes down to changing what you're confident about. If your confidence is in your ability to perform perfectly well, your confidence will be rattled by the first sign of anything that's not perfect about your performance. Let's take public speaking as an example. If you've decided to feel confident because you know that you can deliver a knockout speech, then the first time you stutter or can't think of the exact perfect word you want to say, every ounce of your confidence will be gone. Here's the small shift that makes a huge difference. Place your confidence not in a perfect performance, but in your ability to learn and grow from whatever happens. Be confident in the fact that you're going to give it everything you have and expect a phenomenal result. And do not be concerned if things don't go well, because you'll simply learn, grow, improve, and do better next time. I'm still working to create unstoppable confidence in every moment of life, but I have nearly unshakable confidence in most moments of life. Why? Because I know that if I completely fail at something, I'll learn and grow. And I'll then have the opportunity to improve for the next time the same or similar situation occurs. If you're afraid to fail, you cannot have unstoppable confidence. What does it mean to fail in your view? Get clear on exactly what you perceive happens when you fail. What do you want failure to mean to you? I believe that failure is never the end of something. Too many people believe that a radical failure will be their end in any given endeavor. I believe that failure is more akin to falling. If you want, you can choose to get back up and keep going. You'll learn something and you'll gain strength. For me, failure means I've tried. If I fail, it means I attempted to do something beyond my current skill level. A failure simply tells me I have more work to do to improve myself and my skills. Reframe what failure means to you, and you'll automatically gain a greater level of confidence. Confidence is created from our constructs about ourselves in relation to a situation or desired outcome. The greater the gap between how we want to perform and how we expect to perform, the less confidence we'll have. At first glance, these two, want and expect, might seem similar. Here's an example to show you the difference. Imagine you're scheduled to deliver a presentation to your company's biggest client. You might want to convey a nearly perfect message. On the other hand, you could simultaneously expect that you're going to forget what you wanted to say and that you're going to completely flop with the delivery. I tend to find that optimistic and hopeful people tend to be more confident. Optimism and hopefulness are ways of being that can be developed and improved. We only must believe that we're capable of more in order to expand our capacity to achieve at higher levels. Let me share a brief personal story of a time when my confidence was totally shaken to help you more clearly see the power of confidence. Several years ago, when I started speaking at different events, I did my first several speaking jobs for free. Then, the opportunity for my first paid speaking engagement came to me. I was invited to give the kickoff keynote speech at a local Chamber of Commerce event. I was going to speak at a venue that housed a putt-putt course, go-karts, laser tag, and a massive arcade games center. It also had a small group gathering venue that was only separated from the chaos and noise of children running around and playing the loud arcade games by a thin, plastic, transparent garage door. Needless to say, it was loud. But no worries for me because I was getting in the zone by listening to some pump up music and thinking about my speech while walking around wearing big over ear headphones to let people know, hey, I'm getting ready to show up and deliver, so please don't bother me. My girlfriend at the time, now my wife, and my mom both attended to support and encourage me and see how amazing I was about to be with my keynote. I wore a black long sleeve crew neck shirt under a black sport coat. I felt it gave me a I'm professional and cool at the same time kind of look and feel. I was ready. Note, when I say it was my first paid speaking job, I mean I was given a $40 game card to use at the arcade. Yep, I started right off the bat with making the big bucks. I delivered this keynote in April. It was only a few months earlier, in January, when I was asked if I would do it. At the time I was asked and said yes, I also provided my speaker bio that would be used to promote their event. I remember thinking, man, I'm going to write such a compelling bio that everyone in the area will want to attend. Keep in mind, I knew it was a tri-chamber event, meaning 3 different local chambers of commerce collaborated to host the event. So it had great potential to be a well-attended event. My compelling bio would take it over the top and help attract more people than they've ever had before. At least, that was my hope. By the time everyone arrived, there was standing room only. To be clear, I think the venue only fit about 40 people, including chamber staff members. We were pushing close to 50 people in attendance. I was excited. My first paid keynote address, and it was standing room only. Wow, my confidence was through the roof, though I definitely had some butterflies. Either way, I was excited. I was focused, and I was ready to deliver the best I had to give. Then everything changed. When the lady who invited me to speak stood up on the stage, i.e., a mini homemade platform, to introduce me, she read my bio to everyone. The only other time I had heard this bio in the last 3 months since I wrote it was in my head, 3 months before, when I originally wrote it. Everything sounded great until I heard her share the last part of my bio. JJ will help you to 10x your business. My heart sank straight through my stomach and smashed against the floor. As my eyes cautiously scanned the room, I saw people smiling and laughing. To be sure, they could have been laughing and smiling about anything. At that moment, I made up the story that they were laughing at the fact that I claimed to be able to help them 10x their business with my 45-minute keynote speech. What a ridiculous claim, I thought. Who am I to be able to help these business people 10x their businesses with this little speech I'm about to deliver? My confidence was shaken out of me. It came back a little bit as I delivered the speech. I started feeling better as my talk progressed because I started having fun and enjoying it instead of staying focused on the insanely high and impossible expectation that I set with my bio being read aloud to everyone. What if instead of focusing on the expectation I felt was ridiculously high, I focused on what I could learn from that experience? What if I could, in a detached way, observe myself getting anxious while listening to the 10x comment in my bio and become curious instead? That would have been a perfect opportunity to use my own quick curiosity trigger. See, if I would have reminded myself that I was in a learning opportunity, my confidence would not have been shaken. Actually, my confidence would have been strengthened by my conscious choice to stay curious. If you're curious, you have no expectations for how you should perform. If you have no expectations for how you should perform, then no performance gap exists. Is it true for you that you're least confident when you're not delivering or performing up to the standard that you expect you should be? The more you observe the gap in performance, the bigger the gap tends to grow. And this becomes a negative, self perpetuating struggle. You might be asking, so are you telling me I shouldn't have any expectations for how I'll perform in order to have unshakable confidence? No, I'm not saying that. In my experience, it's very easy to make things either or. The truth is that more of life is about both and. We must hold two inseparable truths simultaneously. One truth is that not having expectations for your performance can increase your confidence because you're not worried about falling short of anything. And that sense of ease and calm that comes from not having expectations allows you to perform at a higher level because you'll be closer to what some might call in the zone. The second truth of confidence is that we must fully believe that we can and will create the desired outcome. This second truth presupposes there is an expectation for an outcome. It's not about perfect. In the book, Golf is Not a Game of Perfect, Dr. Bob Rotella, a peak performance coach for professional golfers and other professional athletes, specifically talks about confidence as a major key to the moment to moment and a long term career success of elite level professional golfers. He writes about the greatest professional golfers as people who are acutely aware of their thoughts and memories. He teaches his clients to focus on what they desire as the result of every shot and, longer term, for their careers. It's easy to focus on what you're afraid might happen. For golfers, these fearful thoughts might manifest as hitting a shot into the water, the bunker, or the woods. None of these thoughts serve anyone as much as thinking thoughts of positive expected outcomes. He also encourages the athletes he coaches to manage their memories effectively. It doesn't serve a professional golfer to think about previous shots that didn't go as planned. Likewise, thinking about previous social interactions that went terribly cannot serve you right before going to a social event that you want to enjoy and have a successful experience with. Additionally, Dr. Rotella wrote, "It can sound a little bit like self-deception, but it isn't. It is simply the way that great athletes or successful people in any field have trained themselves to think. Developing and building confidence and having it at any given moment of life requires deliberate practice. It's rare that someone has unshakable confidence without focusing on it. The truth, you and I and every human have significantly greater potential than we've ever allowed ourselves to believe in. Most people won't allow themselves to believe in their own potential until they experience it in the real world. For most people, the real world is what we experience with all of our senses in our perceived reality. If this is you, expand your mind. The other night, I woke up from a dream that felt indiscriminate from reality. While I was dreaming, the dreaming was real to me. Our minds are amazing. They can create more powerfully and expansively than we know about today. Consider what would be possible for you, how much greater your performance in your everyday personal and professional life could be if you started to create success in your mind before it happened in reality. If you analyze your life, I can almost guarantee there have been moments of genius that you brushed off as just lucky. Think of a time when you felt on fire or in the zone and performed at a higher level than you've ever experienced. Whether that was in a sporting event, in a personal relationship, or in a professional endeavor, think back on the experience. Did you believe that you were experiencing your greatest potential? Or did you write it off as a fluke and that you just got lucky? Let me take you back several years to the profound and amazing experience I had after I finished my last final exam of my senior year of college. After turning in my final economics exam to my professor and walking out of the room with a sense of relief and astonishment that I had finally completed my last piece of work as a college student, I wanted to celebrate. Celebration is best done with people you enjoy spending time with, care about, and who care about you. A few of my fraternity brothers were playing a round of golf at the Crawfordsville, Indiana municipal course. By the time I finished my exam and caught up with them on the course, they were starting the back nine. They had already played 9 holes and were warmed up. I wasn't. I was the first one to step up to the tee box on hole number 10. I didn't hit a single warm up shot or do any body warm up of any kind since they were walking up to start hole number 10 as I pulled up to the course. I remember saying to myself the words my dad always shared with me on the golf course: swing it nice and easy, you don't need to kill it. I took a couple of practice swings with my 6-iron to get focused. I looked out at the hole. It was a par 3. According to the little sign next to the tee box, I was about 186 yards out from the green. It was a slight down elevation to the green. Again, I said to myself, swing it easy, don't kill it. I calmed my mind. I wanted to hit it really well. Simultaneously, I didn't have any expectations for the result. I lined up the shot, took a breath, swung nice and easy. I didn't kill it. In fact, I hit it really smooth and solid. I looked up. The ball had a beautiful trajectory towards the green. Then, the little white ball smacked to the green and gently, easily, wonderfully rolled right into the hole. I had my first ever hole-in-one. I could hardly believe it. The guys I was with yelled like crazy. I remember one of them being almost more excited than I was. He said, "I've never witnessed a hole-in-one. That's amazing." It was amazing. One of the most exciting experiences I've ever had. First, it was a special way to finish out my college experience. Second, I saw it as a good omen for my life. Third, it taught me an important lesson about potential and confidence. I could have easily thought to myself before that experience, I'm not skilled enough at golf to hit a hole in one. It's true. I'm not that skilled at golf to consistently play well over the course of an entire round. However, what the hole in one showed me is that I have the potential to be an outstanding golfer. If I can do it once, I can do it again. It happened. That means it's possible. Any single success can be replicated again. At the back of Dr. Bob Rotella's book, in the appendix section, he lists Rotella's rules. One of the rules aligns well with this concept. It says, there is no such thing as a golfer playing over his head. A hot streak is simply a glimpse of a golfer's true potential. I'll add that anytime you do something much better than you have ever expected or believed was possible in any area of your life or in any endeavor, you've witnessed more of your true potential. What if before I actually witnessed and experienced myself hitting a hole in one, I believed that was my true potential? How much more confidently would I have played every shot I've ever taken? Would that level of belief and confidence in my potential guarantee a hole in one, or at least an amazing shot every time? No, certainly not. Would it greatly increase my ability to swing the club better and more effectively and give me the best possible chance at hitting a great shot? Yes, absolutely. Now that I've hit a hole in one, should I feel like a failure when I walk up to a par 3 and don't hit a hole in one? That would be ridiculous. Even though I have confidence that I have the potential to hit an amazing shot, every time I step up and swing the club, I don't hold myself to the expectation that I must hit an amazing shot. How often do you have certain expectations and then, if you don't hit those expectations, you beat yourself up about it? I know that I'm not a failure if I don't hit an amazing shot with every swing or a hole in one on every par 3. When you don't perform perfectly, that doesn't mean you've failed. It means that you're human. Self deception or self confidence? Let's go down a path that might feel a little different than you're used to exploring because I believe it will provide you with an important, helpful, and empowering perspective. You're creating illusions in your mind every day. In fact, technically, most of what you think is an illusion. What do I mean by this? All this means is that you probably don't fact check every thought you have. If you took time to do that, you'd be paralyzed by your thoughts because they come so fast and furious that it would be nearly impossible to keep up with all of them all day long. This means we don't actually know for sure if what we're thinking is true. This is especially true when it comes to thinking about what other people are thinking. Trying to think about what other people are thinking is called mind reading. Have you ever had an interaction with someone and after the conversation was over and you parted ways, you thought to yourself, dang, they think I'm an idiot. I can't believe I said those things. Whatever the specific scenario, I'm sure you've left a conversation or interaction and started creating stories about what the other person is now thinking about you based on the interaction. Sometimes, when someone tells me they've had one of these experiences and they then proceed to tell me about what they're certain the other person is thinking, I'll playfully ask, wow, when did you develop the skill of mind reading? Can we make assumptions about what other people are thinking? For sure. Are we always exactly right in our assumptions? Rarely. As humans, we are excellent at creating elaborate stories in our minds. That's human nature. You and I both do it every day, consciously and unconsciously. Why not take this powerful skill and use it to our advantage? Why not start creating illusions in your own mind about your ability to perform and create the results you want? You might be thinking this sounds a lot like self deception. A very fine line exists between extraordinary confidence and self deception, but they are very different. The single most important difference is your desire and execution of personal growth. Here's what I mean. If you create illusions in your mind without putting in the work to get better, that is self deception. It's kind of like the kid you knew in elementary school who always talked about how he could definitely, easily beat you in one on one basketball, but never stepped onto the court to play. As long as you're stepping onto the court, you have the opportunity to get better. If you're stepping onto the court, it will help you create the illusions that you can perform at a higher level than you've ever performed before. Let's go back to my example of golf. It would be self deceiving for me to constantly think I'm great at golf without actually working on my ability to play well. It's self confidence when I eventually do play a round of golf and believe that I can hit the perfect shot every time I step up to the ball. Are you ready for me to throw a slight curveball in this example? Here it is. To have unstoppable self confidence, you must develop the ability to hold two seemingly dichotomous truths simultaneously. Number one, I can play a perfect round of golf or whatever skill or activity you're thinking about. And number two, My ability to hit a perfect shot is never dependent upon the results of any of my previous shots. In my experience, most people hold themselves back from unstoppable confidence because they think they must have created a great result before they can have great confidence. Well, you can't do something until you do it. If I could only have the confidence in my ability to hit a hole in one after hitting a hole in one, then I would have had to hit a hole in one to have that confidence. But as I exemplified in my real life experience, it's possible to believe that something is possible before you actually do that thing. The fastest way to develop greater confidence is to get results in advance. To do this, clearly see yourself stepping into any situation or opportunity and creating the exact results you want. Think about challenges and obstacles that might pop up in the situation and imagine how you'll easily, quickly, and effectively handle them. Handling obstacles in your mind in advance is a great way to further develop your confidence because you'll be preparing yourself for any challenges that might pop up. If you can see, experience, and handle the challenges in your mind before they potentially happen, you'll be in the best possible position to handle them easily if and when they actually occur. As an example, going back to Dr. Bob Rotella's book, Golf is Not a Game of Perfect, Dr. Rotella has the elite athletes he coaches imagine several different scenarios that aren't ideal and how the athlete will work through those challenges. He specifically gives an example of working with a Division 1 basketball team that was far into the national tournament. The night before the game, he helped the team visualize several different scenarios that could occur and how they could respond in each one. How will they play in the second half of a game if they go into halftime winning by a lot? What if they're behind a lot at halftime? What if it's a close game with only a few minutes left in the game? Dr. Rotella certainly got more detailed with the scenarios as he walked the athletes through how they might respond. My intention here is to help you to see the general concept of handling challenges and obstacles in advance. Take your time, as much time as you need, to really put yourself into the specific scenarios in which you want to develop greater confidence. See yourself executing and performing better than you ever have before. And imagine things not going as well and how you'll respond if certain challenges and obstacles arise through the course of the situation you're thinking about. Self deception is imagining an untrue reality in such a way that prevents you from unleashing your greatest potential and living a full and rich life. Self deception is not helpful. Self confidence, even in the face of a situation in which you've never performed well, can and will help you to perform better than if you don't have self confidence. Believe more is possible. Believe you have greater potential than you've ever witnessed yourself experience before. This won't guarantee greater performance and results. However, great self confidence will most definitely improve your ability to activate and unleash more of your potential. What will become possible for you with greater confidence? How can your life expand and enrich with a stronger sense of who you are and what you're capable of? Developing the skill of confidence can change your life. Make this a priority. Remember, confidence is a skill and you can develop it. Believe that what you're wanting to achieve is possible. Believe that greater confidence is possible. Put in the effort, you will improve. AYP into action. Let's make this applicable in your life right now. What's an area of your life where you want to feel more confident? Think about and write out a scenario where you currently want to feel more confident. As you write about yourself in the scenario, write about exactly how you want the situation to play out. Write as if you have unstoppable confidence in your ability to show up and execute in that specific situation. How will you be feeling? What self talk will be playing in your head? What will you actually say to any other person or people involved in the situation? Chapter summary. One of the most important components of being the greatest version of yourself is having unstoppable confidence. You can learn to be more confident in any situation. Confidence is created from our constructs about ourselves in relation to a situation or desired outcome. You can build your confidence by having a curious attitude and a desire to learn, grow, and improve. If you ever feel like you're playing over your head, that's actually a glimpse of what you're truly capable of. You don't have to be perfect to have unstoppable confidence. Chapter 8. Live boldly. What does it even mean to be bold? The definition of bold, according to Merriam Webster, fearless before danger. Some words that are synonyms to bold: daring, intrepid, courageous, brave, valiant, fearless, resolute, audacious. Being bold is about doing something that doesn't feel naturally comfortable to do. Anytime you step out of your comfort zone, away from your natural way of being, you're being bold. Typically, this is not easy for most people, which is why it has become so cliche in personal growth and a life success commentary to say the way to achieve great success is to step out of your comfort zone, and all success is found outside of your comfort zone. It's true. On a scale 0 to 10, 10 being extremely bold all the time and 0 being never bold, where would you place yourself on the spectrum if you had to self assess your own boldness right now? Now consider, who are the boldest people you've ever been around? Do children come to mind? In my experience as a father, uncle, and someone who observes human behavior, I've noticed that children are the boldest humans on the face of the planet. They're willing to ask anything, say anything, and do anything without fear of rejection. As we grow into adulthood, we're beat up by unfortunate interactions with other people, and we begin to restrain our boldness over time. You were once a child who had this natural boldness inside of you. At some point, you might have started to feel like you shouldn't speak up. Sadly, some of us even start to feel like it's wrong to be bold. This is unfortunate, but it doesn't have to be the way you continue to live. If you want to activate and unleash your greatest human potential and create an extraordinary life, you must begin to step into your boldness. Why does being bold help you attract more of the right people and opportunities into your life? Because people are inspired by and magnetized to the people doing the things they want to do and to people who are being the way they want to be. If you're willing to be bold and step outside of your comfort zone, you will inspire people around you. You will encourage people to do the same, and you will attract more people to you. I'm a huge believer in the role model mindset. What's that? The role model mindset is the mindset that you're living your life in a way that models life success for others who are watching you. Whether you're a major influencer on social media with millions of followers, or your only followers are your kids at home, when you decide to live with the role model mindset, you live differently. I first heard of this concept from a leader in the personal development space, Brendan Burchard. People look up to the people who are bold enough to step up and lead in life. Are you willing to be that person? If you're still listening at this point, then there's something inside of you that desires to be a role model of life success for others. Nearly all of us who have a desire to become the best version of ourselves and achieve at our highest levels also want to be an encouragement and inspiration for others. One of the most powerful ways to inspire and encourage other people is to live boldly. When I think of being bold, I also think of fully expressing one's self. I once heard Oprah Winfrey say, "People want to fulfill the truest, highest expression of themselves." This resonated with my soul very deeply. If you can be bold enough to fully express the truest, highest version of yourself, you will inspire others to do the same. Oprah's comment resonated with me at my soul level because of the depth of truth it conveys. I believe that every human soul desires to express its truest, highest calling and purpose. By being bold, you will model this for others. Other people will see and feel that you are expressing your truest, highest self, and they'll want to be around you. Why? Because you'll inspire them to do the same. Humans need connection with other humans. We learn from one another by observing and mimicking one another. Be a person who others want to observe, mimic, and learn from. You'll be someone they'll want to get around and spend time with as often as possible. They'll want to become friends with you. They'll want to help and support you. They'll want to be your customer or client. Doors of opportunity will begin opening for you because of these relationships. Be bold. Live as the truest, highest expression of yourself. You'll attract more of the right people into your life. Challenge the people you care about. Being bold has another layer to it. You must boldly demand higher standards of the people you care about. I say that you must boldly demand because there's nothing passive or meek about demanding higher standards of people. Don't let the people you care about just cruise unconsciously through life. The human soul desires for a person to fulfill the truest, highest expression of what they were created to be. We cannot reach the truest, highest expression of ourselves alone. We need to be challenged by other people. In Donald Miller's book, Building a Story Brand, he works to help people understand what makes a story compelling. In the process of teaching this concept with strategies throughout the book, he inevitably turns to painting the picture of what humans are really like, the truth of how we live. Only by understanding how humans truly function can we create a compelling story. He writes, "Bodies at rest tend to stay at rest. Heroes need to be challenged by outside forces. People don't move unless something moves them. Internal desire and motivation move people, yes. However, internal desire and motivation most often are sparked by outside forces, events, and people. If you're willing to boldly challenge people by demanding they live up to higher standards, you will be that outside force that moves people into action that leads to new and better results in life. Do this enough, and you can truly help people to positively transform and improve their lives over the long term. Done right, you'll be a person that people want to be around. Why? Because you're someone who moves people by challenging them. And people want and need to be moved to experience the truest, highest expression of who they were created to be. How can you challenge people effectively? First, don't confuse challenging someone with judging someone. When you challenge someone, it's not about judging or suggesting that they're not good enough. The core, most vital component of effectively challenging another human is to deeply and truly care about that person's well being. Most people feel fully alive and vibrant when making progress towards becoming better in every area of life. Therefore, in order to experience true well being, we must be moving towards a better version of ourselves regularly. If you truly care about someone's well being, that will shine through in the way you challenge them. You'll challenge people when you believe in their potential more than they do. When you know for certain that someone is capable of more, you'll challenge that person to step up and to live better. You don't have to be better than someone to challenge them, but you must believe in them before you can challenge them. When I was a senior in high school, I coached a local youth football team a few nights per week after my own football practices. Growing up playing sports, I sometimes heard coaches say, "I'm only tough on the players I see true potential in." I thought that was a load of stuff. It sounded like an excuse to be tough on me or other players for the sake of being tough on us. I believed that until I was a coach myself. As I coached these middle school boys in football, I found myself challenging the players who I believed had potential. I didn't let them get away with not giving their greatest effort or making a mistake without helping them to see how they could improve the next time. For the players who I knew were only there because their parents wanted them to be there and who I thought didn't have the same potential as the other kids, I was more accepting of their lower performance in practice. Looking back, I'm disappointed that I didn't expect more of every player, regardless of current skills and what I perceived their potential to be. No matter what level someone is at, they can always improve and get better. Judging someone's potential is not my job, nor is it yours. Some of the most extraordinary success stories of all time involve a person who was judged as not having much potential early in life. Who am I to say who can be great and who can't? My job, your job, is to simply believe in human potential and to believe in possibilities of the people around you. What's the alternative? To not believe that people can be better than they are today is not inspiring, and it doesn't serve your ability to help someone live a better life. Remember, people might not feel comfortable being challenged to step up, be better, and do better, but it's in that discomfort that change and growth occur. We cannot change while comfortable. Many people desire change, but are unwilling to get uncomfortable in order to change. If you can be someone who shows up in people's lives to encourage and demand they step up and to lean into discomfort for the purpose of creating positive change and growth, you'll be someone they want in their life. I've had a friend joke with me before that he hates when I challenge his thinking because it makes him get out of his comfort zone. He then quickly followed that comment by telling me how much he appreciates that I don't let him off easy because it helps him to improve. People might initially feel irritated that you're challenging them and demanding more from them. If they truly care about living a better life, they will eventually appreciate and respect that you're challenging them to live up to higher standards. I've done a significant amount of work to understand people. One thing I've learned is that when someone is most irritated, there's the most to learn. As a personal example, if my wife challenges me with something like, "Do you really need that fourth cookie?" I find myself irritated initially. I might think, "Of course I need this fourth cookie, and it's not a big deal anyway. Let me live my life. I'm healthy and fit most of the time, so this one tiny extra cookie won't hurt." The truth, it's not about whether that one tiny extra cookie will or won't hurt me. It's about getting real with myself and holding myself to higher standards. I can tell you from personal experience that being challenged doesn't always feel great, but it's what moves us to grow and improve ourselves and our lives faster. It requires significant self reflection and self honesty to accept and appreciate being challenged. Simultaneously, it will help you. Likewise, you won't be in the best position to gracefully and effectively challenge other people until you're willing to be challenged yourself. You might now be wondering, how do I challenge the people I care about? Considering there's an unlimited number of different situations in which you might find yourself challenging someone, I can't go through all of them in this book. Still, let me share with you a framework that you can take into nearly every situation you find yourself wanting and needing to challenge someone effectively. I refer to it as the challenge if you care framework. Step one, check in with yourself. Ensure you're not challenging someone just for the sake of challenging. I've done that before, and it doesn't typically go over well. You must know that you're challenging someone because you truly care about that person, not because you want them to feel inferior to you, and certainly not because you want to feel superior to the other person. To check in with yourself on this, it's often helpful to take a few slow, deep breaths. You'll likely feel more calm, relaxed, and centered. Being calm, relaxed, and centered will help you to be in the best position to effectively challenge someone you care about. As long as your heart set is pointed at caring for, loving, and helping the person, you're good to move on to step number two. Step two, ask a question. I typically find that questions are the best tools for effective communication of any kind. Remember the QCT, quick curiosity trigger, that I shared with you earlier? Bring this strategy to life again when you want and need to challenge someone. When you're thinking of challenging someone, get curious. Ask a question. And remember, don't ask in a judgmental, demeaning way. Often, asking a rhetorical question can feel very demeaning. As an example, if you ask someone, "Do you really want to do that?" It's not really the question itself that's demeaning or judgmental, but the way it's asked. As you've likely heard before, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. Ask yourself, what's my intention with asking this question? Am I truly curious and desiring to help this person? Or am I wanting to knock them down a notch so that I feel better? Humans are naturally judgmental. We judge because, among other reasons, we're afraid of being less than someone else. If we can judge, then we can feel better about ourselves. Why? Because usually when we judge, we're lowering someone else's status, at least in our own mind. Be very cautious to not let this be your standard operating procedure. It can take work to become more aware of this in yourself, and it will certainly pay off for you by helping you to become better at challenging yourself and the people you care about most. What makes this technique so powerful is that you can ask a virtually unlimited number of different questions depending on the situation. One helpful trick for asking in a curious way is to think of yourself being curious on behalf of the other person. For instance, what's a question that you would want to be asking yourself if you were in the other person's shoes? If you ask the question while mentally and emotionally placing yourself in the other person's shoes, your question will come from a place of genuine care and desire for success. Here are a few additional questions as examples that you could potentially ask to challenge someone depending on the situation. Adapt them based on the individual situations. What are you hoping to accomplish by doing that? How do you envision this decision supporting your desired results? How do you feel this will impact your momentum? Is it okay if I'm direct with you? I feel like this is a behavior I've seen from you before that's holding you back from being the best version of you. Note, no, this is not a question. Sometimes a statement can work the same magic. It shares your perspective, then allows someone to receive it and respond however they see appropriate. And the question before the statement is a great way to get permission to speak directly with someone. If you don't have this buy in, sometimes people will not be as receptive to your statement. Step 3, listen. Yes, this seems so simple, but it's not easy. Most people usually miss this step because they're thinking about the next thing they're going to say or do. In order for someone to truly feel that you genuinely care when you deliver the challenge, you must intently listen to whatever they say next. Show them you're listening. Be present. Be still. Be quiet. Feel their presence and the essence of their soul. That last sentence might sound out there to you, but allow me to challenge you to try it for yourself before you judge it. Breathe deeply and slowly while you listen. Remember that the person you're listening to is a soul created for a purpose, like yours, by the creator of the universe. That human is with you in a conversation for a reason. It's not happenstance that brought you into the moment of challenging that person to a higher standard. Step 4, follow through. Stay committed to holding them to higher standards. I'm not suggesting that you constantly beat the person over the head with your challenge, but don't make a single attempt and then let it go. To truly show someone you deeply care, you need to stay committed to the challenge of a higher standard by following up frequently. The more often you challenge people when they are behaving in a self destructing way, the more they will be forced to remember and think about the higher standard of living. Most of us have self destructive tendencies, things we do to sabotage our own success. What are yours? Think for a moment about the things you do daily or weekly, or even just a few times per year, that hold you back from being your best self. How effective are you at holding yourself accountable to higher standards with these destructive behaviors? Now, imagine if you had someone on your side who could help you stay encouraged and inspired to live better. That is what you can do for other people. And that's what other people can do for you, if you'll allow them. Stay curious, and you'll position yourself for the growth you desire by staying open to being challenged. I've heard it said that psychotherapists are required to have another psychotherapist psychoanalyze them before they're allowed to psychoanalyze their own actual clients. Challenging people works in a similar way. You must be curious and willing to be challenged yourself in order to effectively challenge the people around you. I believe you were created and put on this earth for a reason. You're here to do amazing things. You're not here to just get by then die. You're meant to fulfill the truest, highest expression of your soul. I want to invite and encourage and challenge you to step into more of who you are today by being bold. Take a step in this direction. Prove to yourself that you can be more bold because you can be. I'm confident that you'll begin to feel more free to express more of your true, authentic self as you step into your boldness. Decide right now if you're committed to stepping outside of your comfort zone into greater boldness. Write in the margins of this page. Write on your journal, I am bold, and live it out. Follow the simple steps I outlined for you in this chapter to unleash more of who you are into the world. Free yourself from the chains of your past self. Live with more vibrancy and aliveness today. You can. You, your family, your friends, your community, and humanity deserve to see the best you. You can inspire and empower people by modeling this new way of being. Your boldness will light the fire of desire inside of those who witness your transformation so they will step into a greater version of themselves. Don't hold back. Make this commitment and take the first step to anchor this decision for a new life today. AYP into action. Write out answers to these questions. Who is one person you deeply care about who you want to be better with challenging to higher standards? What are some habits you observe this person doing too often that you believe don't support their ability to attract their greatest potential in life? What are 3 to 5 questions you can ask them the next time you observe the unhelpful behavior pattern? Write out why you're committed to listening well and following through with them. Chapter summary. Anytime you step out of your comfort zone, away from your natural way of being, you're being bold. People will be inspired by and magnetized to you if you live boldly. People don't move unless something moves them. When you challenge someone effectively, you're helping them tap into more of their greatest potential. When you know for certain that someone is capable of more, you'll challenge that person to step up and to live better. Stay committed to holding the people you care about to higher standards. Chapter 9. Attractive Attitude. You've likely heard the quote, attitude is everything, and whether attitude is everything or not is debatable. What's not debatable is that the right attitude is vital for attracting more of the right people into your life so you can activate more of your greatest potential and elevate your life and the lives of others around you. It's easy to quip, attitude is everything. It's not as easy to live the maxim, attitude is everything. Why is attitude vital for attracting more of your potential? And how do you have the right attitude even when life feels challenging, difficult, and unfair? Let's tackle the first question. Why is attitude vital for attracting more of your potential? People can literally feel your attitude. Your attitude shows up in your body language, facial expressions, vocal tonality, and in the energy you exude. Humans are wired for empathy, to feel the feelings that other people are experiencing. Obviously, some humans are wired for greater sensitivity and greater empathy than other humans. Still, we are all wired for it to varying degrees. We have mirror neurons in our brain. Essentially, mirror neurons are neurons that fire when we observe another person doing a specific behavior. As an example, have you ever been talking with someone who reaches up to scratch their head and, in that moment, you found yourself reaching up to scratch your own head too? That's an illustration of your mirror neurons at work. You can read more about mirror neurons in many great books on the subject. However, what I want you to focus on is that this feeling other people's feelings is a real thing in humans. And this is why we can feel someone's attitude. Attitude is born from our feelings and emotions. Your attitude is your general emotional state along with body positioning at any moment. This is not a complex concept. Yet, how often do you intentionally consider your attitude throughout the day? It's really easy for me to go through my entire day focused on what I'm doing without pausing to notice how I'm being. And one big idea of this book is that your being is just as important as your doing for creating the successful life that you want. Your being is what will help you to activate and unleash more of your greatest potential. Your attitude will either attract or repel people. To create an extraordinary life, you must develop an attitude that attracts the right people to you. Obviously, someone could have a poisonous attitude and still attract people. However, they would attract more people with poisonous attitudes. That combo won't help them soar to higher levels of success. That's why I add in the word right before people. It's just one word, but it makes all the difference. You want to attract the right people. The right people might be different from one person to the next. The general idea of right in this case includes people who will help you elevate yourself and your life to new levels of love, joy, strength, hope, positivity, confidence, and success of all kinds. In this chapter, I'll share with you different ways to improve and develop your attractive attitude. You've likely heard this next section's topic before, and understanding it is key to developing an attractive attitude. Perception is reality. What you perceive, you believe. You'll interpret the world around you based on the lens of perception that you're wearing. Your perception comes from the beliefs that you hold. Your worldview has been crafted over your entire life by the experiences you've had, the people you've met, the people you regularly spent time with, and the feedback you've consciously and, more often, unconsciously received along your life's journey. There is no such thing as a completely objective perspective. The way you view yourself, others, and the world around you is completely subject to your life experiences up to this point. How people perceive you will dictate how they feel about you. In order to have an attractive attitude, you need people to perceive your attitude as attractive. Great. That's likely pretty obvious. So the key question becomes, how do you do that? How can you shape your attitude so that other people are attracted to who you are, will want to invest time with you, want to help you along your path towards your biggest goals? How to use perception to feel inspired, encouraged, hopeful, optimistic, and confident. You can look at the world today and have the perception that everything is terrible and the world is burning down all around you. I know, this is a dramatic example, but many people do feel this way today. How many inspired, positive, and helpful people will you attract into your life if this is the way you choose to perceive the world? Not many. Actually, probably not any. Why? Because positive, inspired people want to be around and help other positive, inspired people. It's that simple. This is just another case of like attracts like. Cultivating an attractive attitude is a mindset skill. You must choose to think and perceive the world in a way that keeps you feeling positive, optimistic, hopeful, confident, inspired, and enthusiastic. If you perceive the world through rose colored lenses, you're not Pollyanna, you're intentionally choosing a more inspiring worldview. We all see the world as we choose to see it, consciously or unconsciously. So why not choose to see the possibility that things can be better than they are today? To have an attractive attitude, you don't need to look at the troubles and challenges in the world or in your life and act as if it's all positive. In fact, that can be a dangerous perspective to take. You can be very real about viewing your challenges, but to have an attractive attitude, you must believe that things can get better. Believe that the world can improve. Believe that you can improve. This belief in possibility is what will attract people to you. Virtually no one truly wants things in the world or in their lives to stay exactly the same or get worse. Nearly everyone wants the world and their lives to get better. For most people, in order to change and improve, they must believe that they can change and improve. If you can be a person who helps people to believe that more is possible, people will want to be around you. People will want to help you. Why? Because they'll feel good being around you. Why? Because you'll help them to believe that better is not only possible, but probable. Your ability to help people perceive you as someone with an attractive attitude is strengthened by your decision to perceive the world and your life as able to improve. And not just able to improve, but certain to improve. If you're being completely honest with yourself right now, are you intentional about perceiving the world and your life as certain to improve? Have you conditioned yourself to be optimistic and hopeful about your future? Some people are more easily optimistic and hopeful than others simply based on the environment they grew up in. For some people, having an optimistic perception is more difficult. Either way, it's a skill that can be developed and strengthened. It takes time and intentional repetition, but it's possible to become a more optimistic and hopeful person. It's possible to strengthen your belief in possibilities. You must decide that's who you want to be and that's how you want to be. AYP into action. If you don't feel you're very optimistic and don't tend to perceive the world or your life as likely to improve, break out your journal and pen and work through these prompts below. What situation in the world or aspect of your life are you currently frustrated by that you don't have full faith and conviction will improve? What's the reason you don't have faith that it can improve? If you allowed yourself to imagine the possibility that it can improve, what would it look like? Write out your ideal vision of how things would be if this situation in the world or your life improved. Now, how would you feel if you decided to believe in the possibility of this ideal future? Emotionally connect with the feelings of this ideal future. How would your life improve if you decided to be convinced that this ideal future was inevitable? How would the people around you, family, friends, coworkers, community members, benefit if you decided to take on the belief in a better future with this particular situation or circumstance you're thinking about here? Better is possible for you and your life. The only thing standing in your way of a better future is your thinking and your perception of possibilities. Most humans won't do the things necessary to better themselves and improve their lives if they don't believe it would be worth the effort. You will never believe it's worth the effort if you don't believe that things can get better and improve. To condition yourself to this way of perceiving, thinking, and believing, work through this journaling exercise daily. Feed your mind every day. How can you continue to build your belief and optimism? Feed your mind every day. What does this mean? Simply put, just like you feed your body with, hopefully, nutritious foods so that it can perform at optimal levels, you must give your mind the nutrients it needs to perform at optimal levels. Weeds will flourish in the garden of your mind if you don't take time to cultivate it and plant the seeds of beautiful thoughts, ideals, visions, and beliefs. To pump your mind full of positive, encouraging thoughts, every morning, read inspiring and encouraging books to ensure your mind is primed for positivity and optimism. Even for the most encouraged and optimistic people, life can be a challenge and even a struggle at times. It's imperative and absolutely necessary that you fill your mind with positive thoughts, powerful beliefs, and encouraging words. Your morning routine should include time for feeding your mind. It must be a non negotiable part of how you start your day. You can wire your brain to focus on the positives in life and to be more optimistic, joyful, and inspired. Most people just let life wire them based on what's happening in the world. First, turn off the news. Stop scrolling through the news of the world every day. If there's one thing you take from this chapter to help you feel better, more positive, and inspired, let it be this. Don't pay attention to the major news media sites as much as you do. Condition yourself to rarely watch TV or to not watch at all. Sometimes people ask me if I've heard about such and such occurrences in the world. And I'll say, no, I haven't heard about that. And they'll respond by saying something along the lines of, what? It has been all over the news. 97.49% of the time, approximately, the event or situation they're telling me about has zero direct effect on my life. Even if something in the news has a chance to impact your life, it very likely is not something you have any control over. Simply knowing about that situation cannot improve your life, nor can it empower you to become your truest, highest, fullest, and best self. So, why would you spend your time worrying about it? Why would you spend time feeding your mind with stuff that doesn't help you to help other people or your family? You're wasting your gifts and losing out on the opportunity to access and attract more of your potential by following news stories so closely. The news media's job is to grab your attention. That's how they make money. They don't make money because they're just giving you the facts that you need to know to be an informed citizen. How can they most effectively grab your attention? By telling you that the world is burning down all around you. We've inherited brains from many generations ago that had to focus on what could kill them in order to avoid death and ensure survival. Unfortunately, our brains still care more about paying attention to and giving energy to information about possible death in order to help us survive. It's good that our brains are wired to help us survive. It's bad that our brains are often too sensitive and aware of the things that could kill us, which is why many people are so overtaken by the news on TV. When you wake up in the morning, if you're checking your phone to see the news or to check social media, stop. Just stop. This is probably one of the best pieces of advice I can give you right now. You might think, well, I get on social media because I follow some inspiring people and want to see what inspiration they might share with me today. I used to have myself convinced that this was a good idea too. And I do follow some inspiring and encouraging people on social media. But the artificial dopamine hit you'll get from seeing an inspirational quote on social media first thing when you wake up is a drop in the bucket of the value you'll gain by reading something encouraging and inspiring in the mornings. I can tell you from over a decade of experience on my own journey of mastery of my own mindset, morning routine, and personal growth that reading a book on mindset, personal development, or some type of self mastery topic can improve your life. I have books that I keep by my bedside that I've read several times. You don't need to always find new books. When you find the books that most encourage and inspire you, keep those close to you. Read and reread them over and over again. Let the wisdom, perspective, and energy of the book stir you up and help you prime your mind and spirit to create an outstanding day. Prime yourself for a great day might not mean as much to you if you don't have a visual for what it really means to prime. Intellectually, I'm certain that you understand it, but let me help it to sink in further for you so you can be more encouraged and excited to prime your mind and emotions every day for greater positivity, optimism, and enthusiasm. This is a simple analogy, but it's the image I get every time I think about priming. I started mowing my family's lawn when I was 8 years old, the same summer I started playing organized football. I would put on my football cleats in order to help me push the mower up the side hill of the house. The cleats gave me better traction for the steep climb. When it was time to start the mower, I would have to pull a handle connected to a string that fired up the engine. Sometimes I could stand there and pull the handle with all my strength several times in a row, and the mower wouldn't start. Did you prime the engine? My dad would ask me. Huh? I replied. I had no idea what that meant. Then he showed me a little red button on the side of the mower engine that, when pressed, pumps some gasoline into the carburetor and fuel lines so the engine would start more easily. After I hit the primer button a couple of times and pulled the handle again, the engine fired up quickly and powerfully. Your morning routine is kind of like the primer on a lawnmower. If you want to more easily be fired up and energized to create a great day, you need to add fuel to your carburetor, your mind, and your soul. Priming your mind for positivity will make it easier for you to stay positive and enthusiastic during any chaos or challenge that happens during the course of your day. Choose just a few things that you want to do every morning to feel energized and excited for your day, and do those things consistently and well for a while, a few months or even a full year, before adding more to your morning routine list. This will help you to not feel overwhelmed and stressed about doing 20 different things in the morning. Focus on the few actions that really move you and support you for preparing to create an outstanding day. Doing this will put you in the best position to win the day every day. Whatever few activities you choose for your morning routine, I want to encourage you to make Feed Your Mind one of them. Of all the things you can do every morning, putting good, pure, positive, inspiring, empowering, and encouraging words into your head is one of the most important for setting you up for a successful day. How to be magnetic. Have you ever looked at someone and thought, wow, that person is magnetic? If you've ever thought this or said it aloud, it's likely because you sensed an almost gravitational pull towards that person. There was just something about them. That person is magnetic. Want to know something awesome about being magnetic? Anyone can do it. Sure, some people can do it more naturally than others. I agree that we all have some traits and characteristics that seem to come a little easier for us than for other people. I also know for certain that any trait or characteristic can be developed and improved. Being magnetic is not an exception to this rule. Before we answer the question, how to be magnetic, let's answer the question, why would you want to be magnetic? When you're viewed as magnetic, people want to be around you. That's why it's called magnetic. You have a powerful pull. People gravitate towards you. Whatever you're wanting to accomplish or experience in life, you'll accomplish and experience those things faster and more fully by working with and through other people. In fact, we're wired to work together. We can achieve our greatest potential in life by effectively interacting with other people. Wouldn't it be helpful to know that people want to be around you and spend time with you and work with you and partner with you? If you could just attract more of the right people into your life by working on yourself, wouldn't that be a huge benefit? Of course. If you're continually working to reach out to people without much success, it's likely that you're not investing enough time, effort, and energy working on the one thing that will change everything for you, your own being. You must work on you. You must develop your mindset, your attitude, your energy, your emotional skills, and your self image. All things we're talking about in this book in order to be the person who others want to be around. At some point, once you've worked on yourself enough, you'll realize that your magnetism is strengthening. Today, you might not have any magnetism, and that's okay for now. Just like any skill in life, you can develop and strengthen this magnetism. You can turn it up to higher levels so you more easily attract and pull people towards you. The paradox of true powerful magnetism is that it is strengthened by being less focused on yourself. I'm confident that if you looked into the life of that truly magnetic person who you thought of earlier, or of any truly magnetic person, you'd find a soul that's filled with joy, love, and a desire to contribute to other people. Something special happens when we choose to turn our focus from ourselves towards others. Now, this is a dance because without internal self focus, we cannot improve ourselves to become the people we're destined to become. But if our only focus is internal self focus, then we'll never reach our greatest potential. By focusing on yourself and on others, you'll put yourself in a position to become powerfully magnetic. Remember, this other people focus is foundationally based on a strong desire to care for and serve other people on their missions to become their best. Now, let me share with you a few actionable ways to be magnetic. Your personality is not fixed. You can develop any characteristics and traits that you truly want to. If any of these actionable steps seem like things that just aren't you, remember, they might not be you yet. But you can choose to develop yourself into any way of being that you decide and commit to being. The first thing to do is to live with positive and playful energy. This might sound ridiculously simple, and it is. But ask yourself, How often are you intentional about being positive and playful? When you are positive and playful, you create a certain energy within yourself that radiates out of you. My son loves to play, and no one taught him this. Being playful is a natural way of being and living for humans. But as we grow older, we grow less playful. Why? Because we think this is what society expects of us. You know what's refreshing? When I see another person being positively playful in life, it lights me up. It's energizing and inspiring. Why? Because that positive playfulness is inside all of us and it wants to express itself. When you witness someone living a fully expressed life, it feels freeing because it means it's possible for you too. It is possible for you to live more fully expressive of who you truly are. You must simply decide that you're going to. If you want to be someone who others are attracted to, magnetized to, be playful. We really don't need to think about how to be playful. We just need to be playful. Certainly, like any skill, it must be intentionally worked on and developed regularly. Also, like any skill, you might do it differently than someone else. AYP into action. Pull out your journal and answer these questions, or jot your notes on the AYP into action guide and workbook. How would you behave and interact differently with other people if you decided to express your truest, fullest, most authentic self? And what would a more playful version of you be like? Describe how you would behave if you were authentically more playful. See your successful future self. Give yourself the freedom to know that you can be any version of you that you want to be in the future. Imagine that person now. I recently learned about the concept called prospection in psychology that I mentioned earlier in this book. As a quick refresher for you, here's my amateur summary of the concept of prospection. Your present personality is created by your thinking and imagining of your future self. Very often, people want to look to their past to understand who they are in their present. However, there's a body of research that suggests we're actually our present personality based on who we envision ourselves to be in the future. In some sense, before I actually ever heard the term prospection, I knew this to be true. I've always believed that I am who I'm becoming. I've lived my life as if I already am the successful human I want to be in my future. One key for making yourself more magnetic is to live as if you're already the successful person you want to be. A special kind of energy and vibrancy shines through people who believe they're already successful. Can you be successful and still hunger and strive for greater success? Absolutely. In fact, that's the secret to living a successful life. Know that you're already a successful person today if you're making progress towards becoming the person you want to be. Simultaneously, you can still desire to become better than you are today. Remember Coach Stan from earlier? He once said to our entire team after a preseason scrimmage, "Be content, but not satisfied." I was only 12 years old at the time, and I didn't know what content meant. So I asked. Essentially, he was saying that we should be happy with how the scrimmage went, but still want to get better going forward. I believe this is a secret of successful living. For people who are never content and always striving for more success, they're never happy, and life never feels fulfilling or joyful. On the other hand, for people who are content yet never strive to improve themselves, life can start to lack the vibrancy and the feeling of aliveness that comes from growing and improving. In my experience, the best way to live is content but never satisfied. Some people might contend with the concept of never being satisfied, but the day I'm fully satisfied is the day I'll stop striving. In your striving, you'll feel vibrant, alive, joyful, and as if you're contributing meaningfully to the lives of other people. It's selfish to stop growing and striving to better yourself and improve your life. Why? Because when you grow and improve, you have more to give. As an example, what if you became fully satisfied with your level of health? Imagine if you said, "Well, I'm really healthy, so I'm going to not focus on eating healthier and getting out and moving to stay physically active and fit." What would be the result of this mindset? Eventually, you'd regress to a lower level of health. That's not what you want. So you must keep striving. Another football coach, Coach Marshall, yes, I've learned a lot of great life lessons and wisdom from my sports coaches over my life, said to our team regularly, every day you get better or you get worse, you never stay the same. This aligns with the wisdom of the proverb that states, you're either growing or you're dying. There is no middle ground in life. If you're not moving forward, you're falling behind. If you're not growing and improving, you're getting worse. We're always moving in some direction. Often, the shifts and changes are so small that we can hardly, if at all, notice the changes. Still, they're happening. How does this relate to being magnetic? When you're growing and improving, you publicly broadcast an aliveness that's attractive to others. Exuding this energy will magnetize people to you. People will want to know you and invest time with you because they'll want to know how you're growing. Life is all about growth. Humans desire growth. If you can be a person who models successful growth and improvement, people will be intrigued and inspired by you. Ask yourself, what will I do to grow and improve every day? AYP into action. Anchor your learning and create faster growth by answering these questions. Why do I want to grow? What makes growth and constant improvement important to me? Who else will benefit from my personal growth and self improvement? How will these people benefit? What will I miss out on if I don't make my personal growth and self improvement priorities? How will I ensure that I make my personal growth a priority every day? Daily declarations. Have you heard of affirmations? Likely, if you're listening to a personal success book like this, you have. Affirmations are often talked about by personal development and life success teachers as a way to condition your mind and body to know who you are and who you're becoming. I absolutely believe in the power of affirmations. For me, the word affirmation is missing a sense of strength and power. For you, the word affirmation might elicit a feeling of tremendous strength. Use the language that's most effective for you. I've decided instead to think of this same concept as my declarations. I declare certain truths about myself and who I am and who I'm becoming. There's something extra in the word declaration. Think Declaration of Independence. You need a way to remind yourself every day of who you are and who you want to become. Remember the concept of prospection? You need to imagine your future self. And you need to imagine your future self in a highly energized and emotionalized way. Powerfully declaring who you are and who you're becoming is a great way to do this. I'm not suggesting here that you go out into the public square and say, I declare I'm amazing and unstoppable. Although that would be pretty amazing. You need to declare to yourself, first and foremost, about who you are. It's easy to feel worn down by life. When you're going after big dreams and working to become your best self, you'll likely find yourself exhausted at times. Sometimes, just for a fleeting moment, I wonder if I should just be content and satisfied and not strive for better. Do you ever feel this way? It's in these moments that you must declare to yourself who you want to be and who you're becoming. I'm not advocating you take on the grind mentality. The grind mentality doesn't have long term value. Still, the greatest, most rewarding results in life are achieved through persistence over the long term. In order to keep yourself persistent over the long term, you must be able to keep that fire burning inside of you. Therefore, you must ask yourself, how can I stoke my internal fire to keep myself going? The answer? Declare to yourself every day about who you are and who you want to become. Here are a few examples of statements you might declare. I am confident, courageous, and capable of anything. I know that I'm destined to do amazing work in this world. I am bold, direct, and unstoppable in my pursuit of my goals and dreams. I am becoming more of my best self today and every day. I am a powerful and effective communicator. People enjoy spending time with me. New, amazing opportunities are flowing to me now. People want to help me achieve my dreams and goals. I easily make friends with awesome people. I inspire people by the way I live my life. I'm full of energy and enthusiasm that excites others with the same energy and enthusiasm. The work I do helps people to improve their lives. These are just a few of the declarations you might make daily. The more often you declare your own statements of who you want to be, the more frequently these words will ingrain themselves into who you are. You'll mold yourself into the person you want to become. One of my favorite books is As a Man Thinketh by James Allen. It was originally published in 1903, over 100 years ago, yet the wisdom of this powerful 24-page inspirational book holds true to this day. In it, Allen writes, "The outer conditions of a person's life will always be found to be harmoniously related to his inner state." Can you acknowledge this as a truth in your life? Your outer conditions will reflect your inner state. This is why mastering your internal world is a first step to mastering your life. To master your internal world, create and use daily declarations. AYP into action. Here's an opportunity to strengthen your mental muscles. Either in your journal or in the AYP into action guide and workbook, write out 5 to 10 declarations you want to remind yourself of daily. Feel free to use any or all of the examples I provided earlier, but make them authentic for who you want to become. Additionally, to support you in this exercise, here are some questions to inspire potential declarations. Your answers to these questions could be the declarations you choose to take forward with you into your daily routine. What's your ideal energy like? How do you describe your mindset and attitude as your best self? How do you feel about interacting with other people when you're living your fullest potential? What are your core characteristics of your personality that give you the greatest sense of strength and potential? How do people perceive you when you're at your best? How does your work impact other people when you contribute at your highest level? Who are you when you're at your best? Let your mind go free as you brainstorm potential declarations. You don't need a list of 100 different declarations, although you certainly can have that many. The goal here is to start writing out some potential declarations that can help you to feel inspired, empowered, and strengthened so that you can be your fullest, truest, highest self every day that you read, review, and speak these declarations. Download your AYP into Action Guide and Workbook and do this exercise now. Or write down some ideas for declarations in your journal. Either way, write them out now. How to use your declarations. How can you best use these declarations going forward? Write them out in your journal to give them more power. Read them. Feel them. Don't let this be the end of your interaction with declarations. Let this be the beginning of a new, beautiful relationship with a strategy that will feed your mind and strengthen your spirit with greater confidence, courage, and purpose. Through repeating these declarations to yourself daily, you'll train your brain and your nervous system to know exactly who you want to be. You can speak these declarations aloud with emotion and energy. This is the best way to rewire your brain. The more effort you put into this, the more you'll get out of it, like anything in life. You can become an even better version of yourself if you stay committed to doing the work necessary to constantly develop and improve. Declare these statements to yourself every day, and you will make progress towards that ideal version of yourself. It can't happen any other way. As one of the original greats in personal development teaching, Earl Nightingale, said, "You become what you think about most of the time." If you don't take anything else from this book but this quote, it has been worth it. If you decide you want to become someone who is outstanding in your field and extraordinarily successful, you can be. And it starts with a simple belief that you can be. The belief that you can be will build by declaring that you will become that person who you envision yourself becoming. As I recently stated in one of my weekly email newsletters, it's often easier said than done, but it often must be said before it can be done. If you can't write about, talk about, or imagine the person you ideally want to be, you won't become the greatest version of yourself Becoming extraordinary in life requires that you know who you want to become. Let your daily declarations help you construct and build yourself into that version of yourself who you most want to be. No matter how much work and effort you put into the process of improving yourself, I'm confident you'll find that there's a certain amount of grace in the mix to help and support you along the way. I've spent hundreds, maybe even thousands of hours observing, studying, and modeling super successful people through listening to podcasts, watching YouTube videos, watching training programs I've purchased, attending in person seminars, and speaking directly with successful people. One of the key ingredients that most successful people speak about is luck. Some refer to it as grace or blessings instead of luck, but either way, the concept is that there's some power greater than themselves that helped them along their journey. Live blessed. How blessed are you? As I mentioned a few sentences ago, people will use the term luck or grace for what I'll call blessed in this book. I say blessed because I believe that this luck is connected to the creator of the universe. God blesses us every day in one or more ways. However, we'll only notice these blessings if we're looking for them. I'll ask you again, how blessed are you? Your answer to this question will determine how blessed you'll be in the future. Why? Because you'll only feel blessed if you notice the blessings. For instance, if you think you're not blessed at all in your life, then it means you haven't noticed at least a few things. You're able to hear, you have money to buy a book, you have time to listen to an audiobook like this, you have a desire to learn and grow, you're sitting in something, chair, couch, floor, bed, etc., which means you have some amount of your own space and freedom to invest your time and energy how you want to. You have a belief that more is possible for you. You have a belief that more is possible for you. These are only a small handful of what I consider blessings that might be your blessings if you're listening to this book right now. If you don't notice even these seemingly small blessings in your life, you won't recognize and appreciate the dozens or hundreds or thousands of other blessings in your life. I tend to find that the more someone acknowledges and appreciates the small blessings, the more blessings they are graced with over time. When you're blessed, great things happen for you without your effort. A blessing in your life is a gift that you never could have imagined asking for. It just comes to you like a gift from God. If you've ever received a gift, an opportunity, relationship, anything that helped you in your life that you cannot say you directly worked for, that is a blessing. People who believe they live a blessed life will continue experiencing more blessings. The more you expect blessings, the more you'll experience blessings. You'll start feeling more blessed in life as you acknowledge the blessings in your past and present. One of the most powerful exercises that you can do involves looking into the past and reflecting on your experiences to find wisdom and gain a sense of empowerment. As you reflect on your past, seek out times when you were helped out in some way. Think about that time when a new relationship or opportunity came to you, or someone supported you when you needed it but didn't ask for it. Or think of any form of help and support that you didn't seek out or work to acquire that just came effortlessly. Remember those times. Look at those experiences and acknowledge them as blessings in your life. Even the situations and experiences that, at the time, felt like difficult challenges and obstacles likely were blessings in disguise. I'm absolutely convinced that all of the most difficult times in my life were blessings because they helped me to learn something about life or about myself that set me up for future success. Notice how you feel when you reflect on these occurrences. As you look at the events and experiences of your past as blessings, you'll give yourself a new sense of empowerment and strength because you'll realize that life is happening for you. One of my foundational beliefs in life is that life is happening for me. I know for certain that everything in my life can help me to learn, grow, and become a stronger, more resilient, more capable human. If you're willing to take this belief for yourself, you'll become better positioned to express your truest, highest, fullest, best self. Do you believe that life is happening for you? I believe that if you choose to take this belief on for yourself, you'll become a more attractive person. Why? Because when you believe life is made to go your way, you're more optimistic. How does this happen? Think about it this way. If you believe that life is happening for you, that means that everything today and in your future will be occurring for your good. And if things in your future are going your way, that means life is getting better all the time. And if you believe that life is getting better all the time, that is being optimistic, hoping and believing that the future will be better than the past and present. People want to feel hopeful. Nearly everyone will feel better in their present when they believe their future will be better than their current life situation. If you show up and live as a hopeful, optimistic person, people will like you and want to be around you because your optimism and hopefulness will rub off on them. They will feel more optimistic and more hopeful by being around you. How do you develop this optimism and hope? You can start by reflecting on your past and viewing the successes and the challenges as blessings that happened for you. AYP into action. Right now, take a few minutes to reflect. Look back on your life and notice what events, situations, and experiences come to your mind. Whatever those are, ask yourself the question: how was that event or experience actually a blessing for me in my life? Take time now to do this reflection, even for just a few minutes. Once you've done this with several experiences from your past, you can turn to your present life circumstances and empower yourself by giving meaning to where you are now in life. What about your current life situation is a blessing? What about these blessings make them blessings? How do these blessings support and help your personal growth and overall life success? How are you feeling after that exercise? Depending on what you reflected on, that might have felt like a heavy exercise, or maybe it was light for you. Either way, I know for certain that you're growing and getting better because you decided to do that work. By doing these journaling exercises, you can make sense of your life, past and present. As Dr. Daniel J. Siegel, MD, says in his book, Parenting from the Inside Out, making sense of life can free parents from patterns of the past that have imprisoned them in the present. Whether you're a parent or not, this statement is true for you. Greater self understanding through reflecting and making sense of your life can free you from the chains of your past that might still be holding you back from living a better life now and into your future. Make time for this journaling exercise because it could be the swing of the axe that breaks the chains holding you back from a better future. Once you've invested time and energy looking to your past, begin looking forward into your future. How do you want to be blessed going forward? Will you begin to look around you every day and acknowledge the blessings in your life? If you do this, your attitude will change as a result, and you'll have more energy, positivity, hope, and optimism. You'll radiate a new, more expansive, and powerful light everywhere you go. You'll feel filled and overflowing with love and joy, and you'll easily and effortlessly spread this light, love, and joy into the hearts, minds, and souls of everyone you interact with. And you will be a blessing for those people, and they will want to be around you more often. Ultimately, you'll be attracting more of your greatest potential. Live blessed, and you'll be blessed. As importantly, you'll be a blessing for others. Chapter summary. The right attitude is vital for attracting more of the right people into your life so you can activate more of your greatest potential and elevate your life. How people perceive you will dictate how they feel about you. Positive, inspired people want to be around and help other positive, inspired people. Feed your mind every day to build your belief and optimism. Your morning routine is kind of like the primer of a lawnmower. If you want to more easily be fired up and energized to create a great day, you need to add fuel to your carburetor, your mind and soul. If you want to be someone who others are attracted to, magnetized to, be playful. Humans desire growth. If you can be a person who models successful growth and improvement, people will be intrigued and inspired by you. Chapter 10. Take responsibility. In one way, you already understand this concept of taking responsibility for your life because you're listening to a personal development book. Yet, it's easy for high achievers like us to forget this truth in the moments that we most need to have this attitude and belief. My hope with this chapter is that you'll learn to further anchor this belief into your subconscious thinking so that it becomes a way of life for you. Program your mind so that you're always of the mindset that you have full 100% responsibility for your life experience. Let's get on the same page with what I mean when I say take responsibility for your life experience. Too often, people hear the phrase take responsibility for your life, and they think that means they're supposed to control everything that happens in their life. We have nearly zero control of what happens. You might be slightly confused at this moment since you know that I'm a big believer of creating your own reality and destiny. Maybe you even expected me to say, we can control everything in our lives. Well, I know for certain that millions of things happen around us every day that neither I nor you have a choice in how they unfold. However, you can create your own personal reality by choosing how you perceive and respond to what happens. You have the power to shape your present reality and future destiny. How can you unleash this power? By taking responsibility for your life experience. You have no control over the decisions other people make with what they say, how they behave, and the actions they take. Things happen in life that are downright awful. There's no doubt about that. But do you want to know the good news? You can respond however you want. You can use whatever happens around you to benefit your progress and create a better life for yourself and the people around you. Often, the greatest triumphs come out of circumstances that could have been viewed as tragedies. In fact, it's always the people who choose to view life as happening for them who create the most outstanding results in life. How can you start to take total responsibility for your life experience? First, realize that your life experience is simply the way you perceive your life circumstances. Your life experience is not about the reality of your circumstances, it's about your reality of your circumstances. These are two very different things. For instance, two people can be in the same exact life situation and experience two completely different realities because they look at their situations in different ways. How are you viewing your life situation today? Do you feel stuck? Do you feel like you're not in a position to make the progress and achieve the results you want? Do you feel like it's impossible to get out of whatever hole you've dug yourself into? Do you feel like it's too late to go after the big dreams you once had? Every single one of these mindsets is simply a perspective of an objective situation. Your current circumstances are what they are. In this exact moment, you can't change your circumstances. But over time, if you view your circumstances with a more empowered and elevated perspective, you absolutely can shift yourself and improve your circumstances. Whether you're listening to this and feeling completely stuck or totally unstoppable, we all hang on to limiting beliefs at different times of our life that somehow continually find their way back to haunt us at the exact wrong moments. At the end of this chapter, I'll invite you into an AYP into action to help you begin to change these unhelpful beliefs. You have the power. Every time something less than ideal happens in your life, ask yourself, what role did I play in this? Also ask, what could I have done differently to avoid this issue? You have significantly more power over your life experience than you're allowing yourself to have right now. You might be thinking, JJ, you have no idea what my situation is today. I can't get out of it. I completely agree with you. I don't know your situation today. And I know for certain that as long as you convince yourself that you have no responsibility for your situation, you'll stay stuck in that same situation. You have the power to choose. Every moment of life provides you a choice point. Do I get out of bed earlier to work on my big goals? Do I eat healthier so I can feel better and live with more vibrancy? Do I go on that walk today that I've been talking about doing for months? Do I say sorry to that person I wronged? Do I initiate that awkward conversation with the person I care about because I know we need to talk about that thing going on between us? How can I improve my communication skills so that I don't start an argument with my spouse every time I bring up something that's bothering me? How can I work on my emotional state management so that I can be more present and a better listener when someone is telling me something I completely disagree with? The more areas of your life you choose to reclaim your power in, the greater your overall life experience will become. To quote Ralph Marston, concern yourself more with accepting responsibility than with assigning blame. Let the possibilities inspire you more than the obstacles discourage you. It's easy to blame other people, the government, the economy, and any other number of things or people for why our life is the way it is. But since we cannot control those outside forces, we must choose to be our own force for good. We can do that by taking responsibility for our thinking, choices, actions, and responses to whatever happens in our life. As an example, if you want to be healthier and feel more energized so you can live a more vibrant life, what's holding you back from making that happen? If you don't have time to get to a gym, simply make time for movement. If you're not doing anything today to move your body, then even getting outside or on a treadmill for a 10-minute walk will be steps in the right direction. Yes, pun intended. Seriously, if you're frustrated because you don't have time to go to the gym for an hour every day, then do something instead of complaining about not being able to be at the gym for an hour. You could even go for a walk outside with your spouse, partner, child, friend, or someone else you care about building a relationship with, because then that time doubles as relationship building and movement, great for overall health and wellness. That makes it a two birds, one stone type activity. Are you not exercising regularly because you don't know what exercise plan to follow? Do anything. Go walk or find a 10-minute guided beginner's yoga session on YouTube to follow. This might feel like I'm going on a tangent from the topic of taking responsibility for your life experience, but let me now tell you why this is a perfect example of this topic. In my experience, when people feel they can't do something perfectly or fully, they too easily believe they just shouldn't do anything because it wouldn't be worth it. That's just not true. If you can chip away at the wall of your biggest goals, even just a little bit every day, then you'll eventually break down that wall and get to the other side to your big dream or goal. Look, I know that life has its own demanding schedules. You have responsibilities that demand your attention every day that might not align with that big dream or major life goal. But you can take small steps every day to move in the direction you want to go. If you want to live an extraordinary life and attract your potential, you must be a role model of possibilities. How? First, stop making excuses. As one of my former football coaches would proclaim at nearly every practice, excuses are nails in the house of failure. Don't build that house. Stop pointing at things, situations, and other people's decisions and behaviors that you have zero control of as the reasons you're not living the life you want. If you want to attract your greatest potential, you must love the life you have now. There's nothing more attractive than someone who is in love with life. When you're in love with whatever life you have right now, you'll radiate powerful joy and good energy that other people will want to be around. When you're in love with life, you'll enjoy your life. Have you ever heard of John Grisham? If you haven't, look him up. He's one of the most recognized and globally read fiction authors. His books have been turned into major movies, including one starring Tom Cruise, and successful TV series. His first book took 3 full years to write. He wrote it while working full time as an attorney with a wife and a child. He just chipped away, little by little, every day to eventually complete the full book. Many people feel if they can't do it now, then they can't do it. Expand your mind about what's possible. If you have a major dream or goal, don't let go of it so easily. If you can invest 30 to 60 minutes working on your dreams and major goals every day, or a few days every week, you'll eventually get to where you want to be. It might take you 3 years like it took John to get his first book written, or it might take a decade, or it might take 2 decades or more. The question you must ask yourself: how committed am I to my dreams? Listen, if your dream is big enough, exciting enough, and meaningful enough, it's likely not something you want to accomplish next year. It's more likely something that you see yourself doing for your lifetime. So just keep going and never, ever give up. Success through struggle. More than anything else, this one concept, taking responsibility for your life experience, can lead to your living an extraordinary life. Some people feel out of control in life. They feel that they're being whipsawed by the outside world. Yes, it's true that the storms of life can be brutal and beat us up along the way. What's also true is that you can decide what that means for your life and how you'll use the struggles of life to improve yourself and to achieve greater success and fulfillment. I have a t shirt that I purchased from Brendan Burchard's Experts Academy event a few years ago that says, in big bold letters on the front of the shirt, "Honor the struggle." I love wearing this shirt because it reminds me that struggle is part of what makes any journey fulfilling and meaningful. If we never had to struggle on our journey in life, we wouldn't feel as fulfilled. For many of the greatest athletes in the world, the joy of success is amplified because of the struggle of training and preparation. Success is so much sweeter when we feel we've made the effort to earn it. Whatever comes easy in life often doesn't feel as meaningful. I'm not suggesting that we should suffer. In my language, struggling and suffering are two different things. I pray that you don't suffer, but I hope that whatever struggles you endure will strengthen you and make you more capable to take on the bigger challenges and opportunities in front of you as you continue down the path of your life adventure. We cannot control outside forces such as government, weather, what other people say or don't say, how other people drive, what happens in the bodies and minds of people we care about. We can control internal forces such as our thinking, our decisions, our actions and behaviors, how we choose to respond to whatever happens around us. This internal control is your true power, the power of choice. Feel encouraged right now knowing that you have complete control of your decisions. This power and ability that you wield is greater than any other you have in life. It will shape your destiny. It will create your current and future realities. Embrace it, appreciate it, use it. As you move into the last chapter of this book to get the final key to unlock the door of your greatest potential, I want to invite you to finish strong. Listen to this upcoming final chapter with a mindset for action. Without action, anything and everything you took so far from this book won't be as potent for catalyzing real change. On the other hand, with new action comes new results. Keep going. AYP into action. The purpose of this next journaling exercise is to provide you the chance to think about the areas of your life that you haven't taken full responsibility for yet. Then, you'll have the chance to change your thinking and beliefs about these areas so that you have greater responsibility for your life experience. As you gain greater levels of responsibility for your life experience, you'll gain confidence, courage, and hope for more possibilities in your life. Eventually, you'll radiate a stronger energy that attracts more people to you. Are you seeing how this attract your potential thing works? You'll be amazed at what happens in your life as you elevate your energy and confidence through these strategies. Specifically, you'll expand your power by expanding your sense of responsibility for your life experience. Let's dive in. Do this AYP into action below. What's one area in your life that you still haven't taken 100% responsibility for? When something goes wrong or not the way you'd prefer in this area of your life, who do you tend to blame? The more honest you are with yourself, the sooner you can get unstuck and move forward. And what is or are the reasons you tell yourself for why this thing went wrong or isn't going the way you want? What would you have to do if you were going to take complete responsibility for this area of your life? How can you view this situation differently? What will you say to yourself going forward to ensure you're taking total responsibility for your reality? Chapter summary. You can create your own personal reality by choosing how you perceive and respond to what happens. It's always the people who choose to view life as happening for them who create the most outstanding results in life. Your life experience is not about the reality of your circumstances, It's about your reality of your circumstances. When you're in love with whatever life you have right now, you'll radiate powerful joy and good energy that other people will want to be around. I hope that whatever struggles you endure will strengthen you and make you more capable to take on the bigger challenges and opportunities in front of you as you continue down the path of your life adventure. Conclusion: become a force for good. Although this is the final chapter of the book, this is merely the beginning of your better life. You now have the education and energy necessary to make the positive changes you desire in your life in order to become the best version of yourself. Will all of your biggest dreams happen because you listened to this book? Let me put it this way: a book can be a powerful catalyst for positive change, and you must do something every day to keep the momentum going. A massive bonfire is started by kindling and a spark. You can ignite your life to new levels of vibrancy, aliveness, and success. This book can be the spark for the kindling inside of you. Now, you simply need to stoke the fire every day. The bonfire doesn't become massive instantly after the kindling is sparked. It requires attention, prodding, and maybe even some additional sparks and kindling to reignite it when it begins to die down. Your life can be like a big, bold bonfire, a shining light that warms the hearts and souls of the people around it while simultaneously drawing more people to its warmth and light. At this point, the question becomes, what will you do next? We've covered multiple topics, from being team-made, to leveraging your emotions, to influencing the emotions of others, to building your unstoppable energy and confidence, to developing an attractive attitude. You have many things you can do. What will you do? I've mentioned it before, but it's worth saying again. You will only create a dramatically better version of yourself and improve your life substantially by taking action. You must do something to change. You must use what you've taken from this book and implement the ideas, strategies, and wisdom into your own life. Clearly, you're seeking something more and better in life. Why else would you purchase a book with the word potential in the title? You realize that you have more that you can become, do, and give in this world. You believe that your greatest potential is still lying dormant inside of you, and it is. Finally, you have at least a sense of the truth that you can unleash your greatest personal power and achieve amazing things in your life. I fully believe that you can and will do extraordinary things in this world for yourself, your family, your community, and the greater world around us by taking action on what you've learned in this book. I believe that if you're listening to me speak this sentence now, you're destined to do amazing things. I pray that through expressing your truest, highest, fullest version of who you were created and called to this earth to be, you will be a force for good in the world. I believe that if we're being the fullest expression of our soul, we're bringing more light, love, and joy into this world for even more people. Whatever work you do, I hope that you'll make the effort to attract your potential, not just for your own good, but for the joy of other people. Decide right now on a few things. In what way or ways will you show up and be different going forward? What new actions and behaviors will you implement every day in order to attract your potential? Who do you want to build better relationships with? Who do you want to attract into your life? What is important for you about making these positive changes in your life? What do you hope will happen as a result of making the effort to change and grow? Your future depends on your willingness to put in the effort for your own personal growth and self improvement. Go into your day with a renewed sense of hope, optimism, and confidence that your future can and will be bigger, better, and brighter than your past and present. More is possible for you, my friend. I'd love to hear your success stories from using the ideas, insights, and strategies from this book. Please send them to me at connect@jjpeller.com. You're destined to do amazing things. I believe in you, and I hope that you now believe in yourself and your potential even more than you did when you started listening to this book. Let the words and ideas from this book galvanize your spirit and strengthen your mind. Your potential is magnificent, and you haven't even experienced a fraction of what you're capable of yet. Use your life to serve and bless other people, and I know for certain that you'll feel more fulfilled and alive than you've ever felt in your life before. Choose to be a force for good, bring more light, love, and joy into this world, and attract your potential. Thank you for listening to this. I appreciate you.